Classical conservatism, also known as traditionalist conservatism, is a political and social philosophy grounded in a reverence for tradition, cultural continuity, and the enduring structures that have governed human civilization for generations. It is not merely a nostalgic yearning for the past, but a philosophical orientation that regards inherited institutions, customs, and norms as time-tested embodiments of wisdom. According to this philosophy, the preservation of these structures is essential for maintaining societal stability, moral order, and a cohesive national identity. The origins of classical conservatism can be traced to a reaction against the ideological upheavals that emerged during the Enlightenment and the French Revolution. These movements emphasized abstract principles such as equality and liberty over practical governance rooted in historical experience. A fundamental tenet of classical conservatism is its deep respect for traditional institutions. These include the family, the church, the monarchy, and other cultural frameworks that have shaped human life over centuries. These institutions, conservatives argue, have evolved organically to meet the complex needs of human societies and should not be tampered with lightly. This cautious stance toward reform arises from a belief that rapid or radical change often leads to unforeseen consequences, destabilizing societies and undermining their moral foundations. Therefore, rather than viewing history as a chain of errors to be corrected, classical conservatives regard it as a storehouse of accumulated wisdom that informs present decisions. Classical conservatives view society not as a collection of isolated individuals but as an organic whole. This metaphor of society as a living organism underscores the interdependence of its various parts. Just as the well-being of a tree depends on the health of its roots, branches, and leaves, so too does the health of a society rely on the harmonious functioning of its institutions, communities, and traditions. This perspective leads to a skepticism toward ideologies that prioritize individual autonomy above communal responsibility or that seek to reshape society through government activism. For traditional conservatives, the role of government is not to engineer new ways of life but to safeguard the existing social order. This view also accounts for the emphasis classical conservatism places on practical reason over theoretical abstractions. Unlike political philosophies that prioritize universal principles or hypothetical models of justice, traditionalist conservatism values experience and precedent. It resists schemes that attempt to reorganize society from the ground up based on abstract notions of equality or freedom. Instead, it favors incremental change that is consistent with inherited traditions and tested by historical circumstance. This preference for the historical over the theoretical also manifests in a profound respect for customs, conventions, and cultural continuity. A central feature of classical conservatism is its grounding in religious faith and natural law. Many conservatives throughout history have adhered to high church Christianity or similar traditions that view moral principles as transcendent and divinely ordained. These beliefs provide a foundation for law, ethics, and public policy, infusing society with a sense of purpose and moral direction. The concept of natural law suggests that there are objective moral truths accessible through reason and tradition, and that these truths should guide both personal conduct and political arrangements. This framework often translates into a preference for moral legislation that upholds family values, communal obligations, and public decency. Hierarchy and authority are also regarded as natural features of human society. Classical conservatives believe that leadership and structured authority are necessary for the maintenance of order and the achievement of justice. Far from being oppressive, hierarchies are seen as protective and stabilizing when tempered by duty and responsibility. In this view, legitimate authority is earned through service and tradition, and it functions to mediate social conflicts and preserve communal well-being. While individual rights are respected, they are not seen as absolute but rather as balanced by obligations to others and to society at large. In contrast to classical conservatism, classical liberalism emerged as a political philosophy rooted in the Enlightenment values of reason, liberty, and individual autonomy. Where conservatism emphasizes continuity and social order, classical liberalism champions the inherent dignity of the individual and the idea that government exists to protect natural rights. The central claim of classical liberalism is that individuals possess rights by virtue of their humanity and that these rights exist independently of the state. Consequently, the primary role of government is to safeguard these rights, not to grant or regulate them. Classical liberals advocate for limited government, based on the belief that the state is prone to overreach and must be constrained by law and constitution. Government power is seen as a necessary evil, justified only insofar as it defends life, liberty, and property. The mechanisms of representative democracy, constitutional checks and balances, and the rule of law are all designed to prevent tyranny and ensure accountability. This framework seeks to create a free society in which individuals can pursue their own interests, form voluntary associations, and engage in economic exchange without undue interference. Economic freedom is a cornerstone of classical liberalism. Inspired by thinkers such as John Locke and Adam Smith, classical liberals argue that free markets, driven by competition and voluntary exchange, create wealth and innovation while respecting individual autonomy. They oppose heavy taxation, tariffs, and government monopolies, seeing such interventions as distortions of the natural economic order. The liberal emphasis on free trade and minimal regulation was particularly influential during the 19th century, a period often associated with rising living standards, increased political participation, and expanding global commerce. Despite these differences, classical conservatism and classical liberalism share certain commonalities, particularly their support for economic liberty and suspicion of concentrated political power. However, they diverge sharply in their attitudes toward social norms and the role of tradition. Classical liberals are more inclined to embrace social change and question inherited authority, while conservatives emphasize continuity and social cohesion. In this sense, liberalism values individual rights and innovation, whereas conservatism values stability and moral guidance. A further ideological distinction emerges when comparing classical liberalism with radicalism. Although both share a commitment to civil liberties and opposition to autocratic rule, they differ markedly in their views on the scope of government and the extent of social reform. Classical liberals, as noted earlier, advocate for a limited role of government, emphasizing personal responsibility, market solutions, and gradual progress. In contrast, radicals support a more active government that can intervene in the economy and society to promote justice, equality, and democratic participation. Radicals often push for electoral reforms aimed at expanding suffrage and making political systems more inclusive. While classical liberals in the early modern period supported representative government, they were often cautious about extending the vote to the broader population, fearing that mass democracy might undermine property rights or lead to mob rule. Radicals, on the other hand, viewed broad enfranchisement as essential for genuine democracy and social justice. They were more likely to support initiatives such as secret ballots, redistricting to eliminate corruption, and the inclusion of working-class voices in the political process. In economic policy, classical liberals adhere to laissez-faire principles, emphasizing minimal government involvement. Radicals believe that unchecked capitalism could lead to exploitation, inequality, and social unrest. As a result, they often advocated for regulatory oversight, labor protections, and public services aimed at addressing social needs. This willingness to use government as a tool for reform marked a significant departure from classical liberal orthodoxy. Socially, radicals were more willing to challenge established norms and institutions. Where classical liberals preferred evolutionary change, radicals sought more immediate and transformative reforms. These included efforts to address poverty, extend education, reform the penal system, and protect the rights of marginalized groups. Though these initiatives varied by context and historical moment, the radical impulse was generally one of pushing the boundaries of what was politically possible in the name of progress and equity. The philosophical roots of radicalism are broader and more eclectic than those of classical liberalism. While the latter draws primarily from Enlightenment thinkers who emphasized individual autonomy and natural rights, radicalism was influenced by a range of progressive, romantic, and socialist ideas. It was less concerned with preserving existing structures and more focused on reimagining society to reflect ideals of justice, equality, and community. In this respect, radicalism functioned as both a continuation of liberal principles and a critique of their limitations. The 18th and 19th centuries were especially rich in ideological experimentation and evolution. Classical liberalism established the groundwork for modern representative government, rule of law, and market economies. It emphasized personal freedom, voluntary association, and a restrained role for the state. Classical conservatism responded to the upheavals of the era by emphasizing tradition, social order, and moral responsibility. It defended institutions such as the monarchy, the church, and the family, arguing that these were essential to the health of the nation. Radicalism, meanwhile, emerged from a desire to go further than either conservatism or liberalism in achieving justice and equality. It was often born out of social movements, workers' organizations, and intellectual circles seeking to democratize power and redistribute resources. The tensions among these three ideologies continue to shape political debates to this day. Discussions about the role of government, the legitimacy of tradition, the boundaries of individual liberty, and the demands of social justice all reflect the enduring influence of classical conservatism, liberalism, and radicalism. Each provides a distinct framework for understanding human society, the nature of authority, and the path to a good and just life. Though none of these ideologies offers a final or complete answer, their interplay helps to sustain the pluralism and dynamism of political life in modern democracies.
All right. So we should be up and going. I'll do an audio test and then we'll get the show going. I have to delete that first one. And go into this one. Hopefully I didn't delete the wrong one. So it looks like it's on. Yeah, it's on and going on, sounding good on Twitch. It's working on Kick as well. I gotta hit refresh on YouTube. It's working on YouTube. DLive, I didn't sign into it, but I don't care about DLive anymore. It drives me nuts. Everybody else thinks that stuff is good, but it
just think of all those poor little D-livers.
Yeah. They don't care about me. Like, Svetlana is the only one who cares about me. She said that I needed to add other channel links to the description.
Yeah, I've mentioned that to you before.
Well, I mean, those cool pictures that I got from Minds Gaming had the links in it. All I had to do is click on them down below.
No, actual text-based links, so
not
image-based. Remember, accessibility.
Let me finish. But I went in to test it, and I clicked it, and it took me to the Minds chat.
Okay.
I'm like, what the hell, dude? But yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I wanted to mention that fact because that's stupidity. You know what I mean? Like, why would it send me to the chat for Minds?
You check your URLs?
Well, I mean, I don't ever remember being on chat and like copying the URL so that I could put it in I don't even think I've ever opened a freaking chat for Live with Roger Hanson. Ever.
Not the new Minds chat sessions.
So let me see here. We are on episode 5, and this one's gonna be good. So Usually I do an introduction and everything. With this one, well, I guess I could. I'll go ahead and do that. And we can get it going on that way. I did the audio check. We're running an hour and a half late, but that's because I'm a sick man.
How are you feeling? Any better?
I'm feeling better. I thought I was feeling a lot better last night, but I got to keep an eye on it. It's in the last phases of its life. You know what I mean? The cold. You know how they say with a cold, it has a last minute attempt to where it tries to spread. So it starts making it to where you cough everything up, and that's where I'm going through right now, where it's its last attempt to survive. It's weird how colds are like that. Like when it knows that it's in a dangerous environment, it'll literally like kick into self-preservation, and the only thing it wants to do is leave the body and transmit to somebody else. I find that really weird. I learned. You know how I learned all that stuff? It was about cough drops. They explained to me how worthless cough drops are, and they went into the whole explanation on how the cold works, how a cold works, and how it mutates from one person to the other. Like the cold I have, if you catch it, the cold you get is going to be a completely different version.
Yeah. Be very suited to my own body.
Yeah. And then, like, whenever you fight it off with medicine and stuff,
Which I never do. Paracetamol and what is it? The British Lucasade drink, which is just an energy drink.
Well, the weird part is like no matter what, and when it notices that your body's winning against it, the virus will literally go into it'll go into a form of self-preservation, and it'll know that it needs to escape. So instead of trying to freaking invade your body like it did it in the beginning, it starts thinking outward. It wants to spread to other people so that it can stay alive. Isn't that weird?
Really, I'm one of those people that will only have a cold once every 2 years or something. And when I do get a cold, I seriously do.
Unless it's like extremely hot outside and you're not used to the weather. That happened recently with you. You had that heat cold. You're lucky. Being honest, your body's not used to that kind of weather, and you know what I mean? So getting a heat cold we call it hay fever here.
Well, it wasn't really hay fever. It was just the heat, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. I'll go ahead and do the introduction and get it started. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Roger's Real-Time Talk Show event. Today we are joined with Mr. Mark Edworthy, the smartest man in England.
One of
the smartest men in England. Next to John Locke, of course, who isn't alive, so he technically could be the smartest man in England.
No, I think I can think of a few people.
No, be quiet.
Someone smarter than me.
Okay, be quiet. Stop it. Don't do that to yourself. Be a proud Englishman. Take accomplishment or a compliment. There we go. Now, before we get started, I want people to know too, I am sick as a dog. So if I say something inappropriate or out of touch, that's because I'm probably succumbing to my feverish.
It's a cold. It's not. It's not. Yeah, it's not.
Well, we're going to get into some of that today, believe it or not. And you're like, you're going to be thinking, well, how's that got anything to do with political history? But guess what, ladies and gentlemen, it has to do with political history. So we're moving forward, getting a lot closer to the more modern politics of what's taking place in Europe. And I want to remind people watching as well as you, Mark, because I know you kind of do that whenever we talk, because I bring it out in you. But we are talking about Europe. Okay. And when I say Europe, I'm leaving England out of it because we did England last year. Okay.
Some of your notes be related to the US as well.
Yeah. They kind of interblends, you know what I mean? But just kind of keep that in mind, because like I'm not trying to talk about like cool, great things that are going on in the United States. I'm actually bringing up information pertaining to Europe, So don't forget that. And I want to also let you know that I went back and I checked on our notes from last year, and you were correct when you said that the term radicalism became popular right after the Napoleonic Wars. So that was when it became more dominant in England. I don't know about all of Europe. It could have been before the Napoleonic War.
The French Revolution onwards, really.
For like France and all the other ones. But I know that like when we were discussing England, that's when it really became popular. And also last year, the Whigs actually they actually merged with the Radicals and what's his faces, the Peelites, and that is what created your guys' form of liberalism. I don't know if that's the same liberalism that we had in the United States, you know what I'm saying? But that was what created the Liberal Party in England.
What we would now call as in the UK the Liberal Democrats or Labour.
Well, I believe so. It was a while since we'd done that. And English politics just really bores the shit out of me, dude.
I could make similar comments about US politics, to be fair.
I had to get a little bit of that rambunctious British attitude from you today. So now, the first thing I want to get into is, or actually, I can make a list of the things that we're talking about. I actually made a list on chat. Now, what I want to discuss today is national identity. Then go into statecraft, necessity, and power. Then also national crisis or formation. From there, I want to also discuss exclusion. And this is where you guys are going to think, how does that have to do with political history? But it does. But chauvinism. And this is a term I have never heard before, but revanchist. It's a hard word to say.
Yeah, I had to look it up just before we started this. That's why.
And then finally, eventually, I want to be able to discuss technocracy, because technocracy is something that goes all the way back to we hear that term all the time today, but I don't think people today really understand the full implications of technocracy, especially when it comes to the term realist and realism. You know what I mean? Being a realist, what is realism? I think that's going to pretty much be the nail in the coffin. I also want to say that even though I'm putting the notes out, that doesn't necessarily mean I agree with what these notes say. These are just notes that I collected on the information through time. You know what I'm saying? So if you get all upset and angry and everything, don't be calling me ugly words. You know what I mean?
Don't. Only some of us will use the term far right occasionally. Hey, Roger.
Well, you won't really hear me say far right, left, or anything like that because I know what that stuff actually means. This is actually going to explain what we're going through right now. Is actually going to explain some of the ridiculous stuff that is going on when it comes to people who are supposedly talking about politics today. Okay. You're going to understand it a little bit better. Maybe not a lot, but at least a little bit. You know what I mean? But for me, a lot of things that I hear in today's world makes a lot more sense because I actually went through and learned this stuff. You know. So when discussing national identity in the context of realists and romanticists, however you want to say it. We're referring to two contrasting intellectual and emotional approaches. All right. And these have both shaped how nations understand themselves, and also their origins and their purpose in history, basically. All right. Now, Romanticism sees the nation not just as a political or legal construct, but as a living, organic community that's bound together by shared uh, blood, language, folklore, and other mythical senses of destiny. All right. Um, it also believes that the nation is a soul, a spirit, something ancient, sacred, and lives in the hearts of its people. Okay. Now that would pertain to like stories, songs, traditions. They're seen as the expression of the true national character. Um, a distinct language is usually believed to carry the essence of the people's soul. You know what I mean? Now, the thing that really bugs me about this stuff is the term homeland. Okay, that's something that you find that comes out of Romanticism. Now, the homeland becomes hollowed ground, not just territory. You know what I mean? Um, now, I don't like the term homeland when it comes to this romantic point of view. You know what I mean? It does like we have homeland security here in the United States, and that really hit me wrong. I just don't like the term homeland being uh, uh, implemented in that sense, not here on American soil.
I can see the point as far as, let's say, 20th century social or extreme socialism is concerned. Yeah. You go on both the left and right.
Right. Now, see, history, according to the Romanticists, is interpreted as a kind of divine unfolding of the nation's fate. It incorporates heroes, martyrs, and betrayals. They become moral and spiritual lessons in this kind of thinking. You know what I mean? In this,
I was going to say both factual and fictional. When I was thinking of fictional, I was thinking of in the UK, St. George, as an example.
exactly, and that's what we were talking about before. And then like George Washington and the cherry tree. You know what I mean? And now, in this view, national identity is deeply emotional and it's symbolic. You know what I mean? Now, it's something that one feels, often tied to like nostalgia, uh, also like ancestry, a collective memory, that, and it's more poetic than what it is precise, basically. So that's the whole thing with romanticism. Okay, when it comes to national identity, um, then you get to the realists. Okay, now them on the other hand, they tend to view national identity as a product or statecraft, necessity. You know, it's realists. They view national identity as like a product. You know what I mean? Usually it has to do with statecraft, necessity, and power. Now, the nation exists because people within a territory require organization, defense, and stability. National identity may be useful, um, perhaps even necessary, but it's not sacred. You know what I mean? So when you're talking about national defense and you're talking about stability, you're talking about that. All you're talking about is organization. You know what I mean? It has absolutely nothing to do with being sacred or nothing. They believe that nations are built by laws, armies, markets, diplomacy, and not fairy tales, basically. So that is something they're really big on. Um, Now, identity to them is also uh, defined by like legal status, shared political values, economic cooperation, things like that, rather than cultural or ethnicity. That's the way they determine it. Um, Now, they also believe that nations should evolve with the times. Okay, clinging on to outdated myths is seen as dangerous or obstructive. So, out of all this, is any of this anything crossing your mind at the moment?
I was just thinking about Shakespeare when you're talking about sort of myths and that sort of principle. Things like Richard III as an example.
Yeah,
Um, the famous Saint Crispin speech.
yep,
Um, um, when it comes to sort of national identity on laws, I think that's just an issue that we have, but especially in the Britain, we are having an issue with at the moment because we've got a prime minister, we've got a government that believes in that seems to want to ignore national legislation, national laws, national cultural identity, and wishes to push into a much more international sort of concept. I mean, um, Keir Starmer, as an example, has not made any sort of secret days. He would be much more happier ignoring British laws and going with a much more globalist sort of internationalist concept.
and see, like with that situation, especially, I think this, especially for you, I believe this is where you need to kind of rethink and evaluate what you believe being a realist is, and do you really want to follow the the beliefs of what a realist actually is. You know what I'm saying? Because every time I have a conversation with you about this, I know like you have an issue about it. You know about what
So,
about what realists believe in. You know what I mean? Now, like they realists believe that nations should evolve with the times. You know what I mean? It's what I said just now. You know, they believe that clinging to outdated myths is dangerous, and it's or obstructive, basically. You know what I mean?
yeah, but my point is, you go with the times. Who is deciding what the times are?
Well, realists,
Um,
realists.
isn't there a concept of upholding one's own identities, one's own traditions, one own. Didn't want to say culture because I could be criticised for that. Yeah, traditions.
Now, realists, okay, don't believe that historical events uh, uh, should be anal- analyzed through like moral epiphany. Okay, they believe that events or historical events should be analyzed through cause and effect. Okay, what matters is what works, or what, uh, not what feels noble. You know what I mean? So that's the kind of thing that people who say that they're a realist are saying. So they have to accept that. If they don't accept that, then they have to reevaluate the way they think and stop calling themselves a realist. You know what I
Hang on,
mean?
hang on, hang on. You say what works, but you can only take the point of view of what has happened. You cannot say if we did that, something else that would work because obviously we didn't do that. Therefore, how do we know that it would work?
Well, the whole point is, it's like realists don't evaluate things on what's noble, what's, you know what I mean, what's right. Okay, they don't care about that. All they care about is what works. That's it.
Okay,
You see what I mean?
very utilitarian sort of viewpoint.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm. Mm.
Yeah,
And what might work in the short term might not work in the long term. I mean, arguably, for the Soviet Union, it worked for a period of time. But look what happened in 90 or 89, 91 or
right.
90.
You
Yeah.
see, and being the realists that they were, they decided that it was time to like bring down the wall. You see what I mean? Because that's what worked at that moment. You see,
I don't think been. I don't think this is done by any.
as realists, they finally determined that communism wasn't working. You know what I mean?
Okay,
So,
okay.
you know what I mean? So that's when they decided, hey, and that's the way realists work. You hit that right on the nose. Most of the time, it's what's happening right then and there. They don't care about the long term. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So that is something that is true.
And this is this issue. This is arguably one of the issues with politics. I mean, a government will only last 5 years, generally speaking.
Uh-huh.
They're not interested in what's going to happen in 10, 20, 30, 100 years' time
Well, see, when
because of their purposes.
this goes back to constitutional government, thing that we were talking about, and codifying your constitution too, because like I personally think that it's a good thing that here in the United States our constitution was codified. I found out recently that actually the Ukraine's constitution was codified too. You know, because Trump did that whole thing with the mineral rights, wanting mineral rights.
And because of the Ukrainian constitution.
Right. They said that that couldn't be altered because it was actually codified. So by constitutional law, he couldn't allow Trump to take mineral rights from the Ukrainian country. You know, I think that's actually that's something that a lot of these that's coming back to bite a lot of these Ukrainian or these European countries is the fact that they play around with their constitutions like that, you know, and especially with France. France, you said, has changed their constitution 15 times, dude. You know,
between the French Revolution and
now,
yeah,
it's crazy. And I think that's something that these countries need to really stop and take a look at. And that eventually got worked out too, by the way, because now the United States is selling weapons to, you know, NATO. Now we're like,
so is France, so is.
Well, before we were giving it away to them for free. Now we put a price tag on it.
I'm not so sure it was completely for free.
Well, I'm pretty sure.
Do some research on that one.
But anyhow, now let me make sure I'm in the right place. Okay, so yeah.
Actually, it would be NATO, wouldn't it? Be selling it to NATO, wouldn't be selling it to the UN.
Not the UN. No, I meant NATO.
Yeah. UN is just a diplomatic sort of thing.
Now, like I said, it says the nations are built on laws, armies, markets, and diplomacy, not fairy tales. Okay, that's what realists believe in. Identity is often defined by these people by legal status, shared political values, and economic cooperation rather than culture or ethnicity. Okay? And like I said, they also believe that nations must evolve with the times. And they can't cling on to outdated myths because they believe that outdated myths are dangerous and obstructive. And
are we just talking about myths here, or are we talking about actual historical occurrences as well as?
Well, when I talk about myths, like that one article that I posted to you after last week when I was talking about the Vikings and their invasion into Britain. You know what I mean? Into the UK. There's that document that I sent to you that had to do with the juxtapose that was involved in the myth and what people actually believe today. You know what I mean? Like there's people in England that actually believe a lot of that is real.
Technically not the UK. The UK has yet to be formed at this point. Remember the UK, the Welsh English agreement was until what, 16th, 17th century, 18th century?
Yeah.
17th century. and Scotland and England didn't join until 18th century.
But you know what I'm getting at, though, when it comes to a lot of those, like a lot of history in England was actually built on like myth. You know what I mean? So, and like a lot,
Tradition. These things may have some realistic sort of historical points in them. They could be bloated, let's say. It could have been mythologized, but there is a base of in a lot of cases there is a basis. There's a realistic basis for them, for these concepts.
well, realists don't want to hear that. You know what I'm saying? Like they believe that is dangerous and obstructive. And if you remember in our last episode about what they did during that time period, they went out and publicly attacked those ideas. And they're still doing it today. You know, you have critics that want to attack these myths that actually created like what you guys call nationalism. You know, they want to point out the flaws so that you guys are brought to
There's
the light.
also the concept of manipulating history to say that something that was real is myth. I mean, there was a report not that long ago, or in fact, there's the BBC is in middle of creating I believe it's in middle of creating a TV program, or at least a documentary about 1066, and the BBC being the BBC and all the progressive sort of politics is pushing the concept that black people were in Britain fighting the Normans, which is totally there's no evidence for.
Now that is probably something to do with radicalism that's taken place. Like, I wouldn't necessarily say that has to do with being realist. You know what I mean? Because, like, realists, first of all,
sorry. My point is that they wish to manipulate history and creates the illusion that that black people were fighting the Normans in 1066. So so they want to state that realism, what actually happened, was a myth.
I don't know if that's. I mean, for me, I don't really believe that has to do with realists, because realists are more technocratic. You know what I mean? Like they don't believe in things that feel noble. You know what I mean? They like all these stories of nobility, and like last year when we had Bob up on here, she jumped onto this thing where she said that kingship was an organic thing, you know what I mean, and it evolved, and that's just a total load of shit, you know what I mean? That's a romantic idea that was developed by socialists, you know what I mean, to justify nobility.
You're talking about technocratism, but technically, if somebody was offended from what I've just said, then I could be visited by the police.
By the technocrats.
Yeah, so that's a technocratic sort of valuation.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. There you go. You know, so you've got these kind of things that are going on, and they're still going on today. You know what I mean? It's like um, it and like when it comes to these realists, you got to remember what I said when it comes to historical events. Okay, all they care about is analyzing it through like cause and effect. You know what I mean? They don't believe in like moral epiphanies and shit like that. Um, all they care about and all they think that matters is what works. You know,
Or
that's
what they deem to, what they deem, what they think works.
right.
That doesn't necessarily mean that it actually works, but because they have to believe that works or will work, therefore it works. As an example, I believe that the sky outside is pink.
Yeah.
Just because I believe that doesn't mean it is.
Now, the thing about the realist, the only thing I can say whenever, like with your comment about like the black people and stuff fighting alongside uh, against the Nords, is that realists they do acknowledge like the utility of like national symbols and cultural cohesion and stuff like that. All right, but they see these things as tools. You know what I mean? And it's useful in like uniting a population or solidifying state authority.
Just a means to get to a
Right.
point. Yeah.
Not like as a transcendental truth. You know what I mean? They don't see any of that. It's a tool that they can use in order to freaking solidify state authority and unite the population. And you can see that on in a lot of different areas, not just in like these um, uh, woke societies or the freaking radicals. You can see it in all of them. I don't care if you call them conservatives, if you call them Democrats, if you call them Republicans. It's there in all of them. They all uh, they all have these characteristics. You know, if you're open minded enough to look and see it, you can see that is true. Like they all carry this kind of craziness. So now the divide between romanticism and realism, it becomes really stark uh, in periods of national crisis or the formation of national formations. You know what I'm saying? When they're formed, and a good example for that would be during the unification of Germany in the 19th century. Now, you had romantics like Johann Gottlieb Fichte and Herbert, who spoke on the unique soul of the German people, um, of a common Volk. You know, have you ever heard the term Volk? The Volk?
Oh, what's the Wagner? Yeah. 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 Comes out with the concept of I won't say Aryanism, but it comes out of that sort of Norse concept.
Now, the Volk society, actually, believe it or not, was the ones who eventually was the cause for the Volkswagen. Just so people know.
Right.
I don't know if you guys know that or not. Okay, now, while realists
to be correct, Volkswagen.
Mm-hmm. This is
well for the
this is where this is where you get into the really weird shit. Okay, this is where things start melding and becoming a smelting pot, basically. Okay, now, like I said, you had Johann Gottlieb Fichte and Herber. Okay, and they would talk about this unique soul of the German people, of the Volk, the common Volk. While realists like Otto von Bismarck, okay, focused on iron, blood, diplomacy, and military victories. Okay, now Johann dreamed of destiny, and what happened was is Bismarck is the one who made it. All right. Now, Fichte was a German philosopher who lived during the late 18th and the early 19th century. He's somebody that I wanted to actually point out. Have you ever heard of Gottlieb Fichte?
Yeah, I've done some, as you are aware, I've done some research on the creation of modern Germany, 1870s, 1880s, sort of, and done some research on the historical sort of concepts. But yeah.
Okay, so we have got a little bit of a burp going on. Give Mark Edward the time to jump back in here, and we will be ready to go.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay.
Lost you for a second.
Yeah, you went out for one quick second, and then we got you back in here. So continue with what you were saying, because
yeah, I was just saying I've done some research on the creation of modern day Germany, but again, I haven't done that was a while ago.
Now,
Have to look at the notes just to refresh me.
Last week we had an interesting comment in the comment sections. Okay, now when it comes to this right here, the reason why I wanted to do that is because I wanted to kind of go a little bit farther into it. I don't know if that was a female or a male who mentioned it, but we were talking about the liberal idea, and they wanted to know if Hegel was actually a liberal. And now this is a perfect example when it comes to explaining why I don't think Hegel was actually a liberal, and it was because of Johann Gottlieb. All right, now he's recognized as like a central figure in the development of German idealism. He's the one who played a pivotal role in bridging ideas of earlier thinkers like Immanuel Kant with people like with Hegel. All right. Now you can go into the whole spill on Fichte and how he was born in a modest small village. He was born in Saxony, and stuff like that. And because they've got a whole bunch of stuff written about him, about his early life and the hardships that he had to go through, and how he managed to pursue an education because of the support of like this local nobleman who recognized that he was a talented young person. You can get into all that. And they've got.
Actually, yeah, you're just winning a few bells with me. I can.
But that you got to understand that's the realist freaking agenda. That's the way they portrayed him, because that's the way the realists want people to see things. They want to see things about a hardship of life rather than than this noble idea of the past. You know what I'm saying? So they do that. They do it in their, not only in art and music and stories, but they do it in their own backgrounds too. Like whenever you sit and you listen to, okay, here in the United States, you remember last week when we were talking about Edgar, or when I mentioned Edgar Allan Poe and what was his name, Emerson, how they had a rivalry. Okay, Emerson is a good example of this. Okay, Emerson wrote all of his books, and in the beginning of his book, he always talks about all this hard stuff that he had to go through mentally as a child, and he had to learn how to overcome it. You know what I mean? And he puts this stuff out so that freaking automatically from the get go, he's like, I'm one of you. I've suffered just as you have. You know what I mean? And that's a common theme that you find with all of this stuff, and that's what you find a lot of when it comes to this guy. And that's the weird part about this right here when it comes to him, you know, because like he's not supposed to be a realist, you know what I mean? But they go through all of this stuff, and they portray him as like being a freaking, you know, a romanticist, basically. You know what I'm saying? And I don't see it that way. It's really weird how, and they do that even with Edgar Allan Poe too. You know what I mean? Have you ever noticed that?
They do that even modern times. I mean, there's this old joke about Keir Starmer being the son of a toolmaker. It's still a common trope these days.
Yeah, and trope. That's the perfect way to say it. You know what I mean? They create these tropes. And I think that really goes into what we were discussing before too, where realists eventually started kind of intertwining, or they incorporated romanticism into their beliefs in a certain amount, certain ways. You know what I'm saying? So that they could probably use it as like a tool, or they could use it as a way of, well, it's like a tool basically, to where they can influence people and stuff of that nature. Right? That's really the kind of stuff I see when I hear this stuff. So
well, it goes back to the old hearts and minds sort of thing. If you can demonstrate that you are one of the common people, then in theory, you can capture the sort of you can at least try and give an impression that you understand what the common person thinks, the common person's viewpoints.
Well, it does. That actually makes me start thinking of Shakespeare, like you were just a little while ago. You know, I think I had an actual conversation about this with some other people, which I really don't want to get back into that when it comes to Shakespeare, but it really does stand out when it comes to a lot of that. Now, after his study in theology and philosophy, he began to like engage with intellectual, with a lot of the intellectual trends of his life, and he eventually emerged as like a powerful philosophical voice. You know what I mean? He initially gained attention for his interpretations and extensions on Kant's philosophy. particularly the concept of self or ego as the foundation of all knowledge. The concept of the self or the ego as the foundation of all knowledge. Now, in his view, in Ficke's view, consciousness does not passively receive information about the world. Instead, it actively constructs the framework through which the world is perceived. Now, the idea that the self posits both itself and the not self formed a fundamental element in what would become known as transcendental idealism. Now, have you ever heard that term, transcendental?
Yeah.
What's your take on that? Do you know much about it?
Transcendentalism as a philosophy.
Yes.
Yeah. Not overly. I've got my own views, but I wouldn't say I'm ignorant of, but
I can give you tons of information on this because now see, first of all, let me tell you, I don't know if you remember it or not, but I told you that I sobered up a few years ago. Okay. And when you go into these 12-step programs, you start doing a lot of weird stuff. Like you start reading books, okay? And and you start learning about things like the transcendentalist movement of the 1800s, and then you start learning about people like Kant and Emerson and the transcendentalists of the 1800s who had this idea that manual labor was actually the best way for a person who suffered from addictions to sober up. So they believe that you created this community where every day you went out and you plowed the fields with your hands, and it would actually sober you up and make you into a new man. You know what I mean? So they
sorry, as you know, I live in the southwest of the UK, and I am aware of quite a few farmers in this region, and there is a common belief that farmers generally can be quite aren't the most sober.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I live in a small town too, trust me. But this was their idea. So all of these rich businessmen who had problems with drinking and other problems would go to these retreats, these communities where they would learn how to live a transcendentalist ideal. You know what I mean? Some of them also believed that if they sat in chairs across from one another and they were silent, they could actually hear the person talk or hear what the person was thinking just by staring at them. They got into this kind of philosophy, and they believed in that stuff. Now, transcendentalists also included people like you had Emerson, Ralph Waldo Emerson. When you hear people like Thoreau, have you ever heard of Thoreau?
No.
Thoreau was transcendentalist. I forgot the name of the woman, but she was the one who actually first established a kindergarten here in the United States. She was a transcendentalist. Now, Walt Whitman wanted to be a transcendentalist, in my opinion. He was really good friends with Emerson, but he just couldn't stop talking about sex, you know what I mean? And it made all the people within the transcendental movement kind of leery of him. And that actually got to the point where even Now today, most popular, people who are really who are into talking about Walt Whitman, they make him out to be like he was the first gay patriot or some shit here in the United States, you know? And that's a good example of a lot of crap, you know what I mean? Because, like, there's actually no evidence, no physical evidence that proved that man was even straight, much less gay, you know what I mean? Like, they have no records that he even had a girlfriend.
Okay, I was going to say, did he ever get married? Did he have kids?
No, nothing. I mean, the closest anybody could really come to it was the fact that this man was celibate. You know what I mean? They have no records of him ever being in a relationship, having a girlfriend. He just talked about sex, and a lot of the writing he had was very, very. It kind of borderlined it. You know what I mean? Like. You, if you read his books, you would be like, yeah, he's gay. You know what I mean? But there's no actual physical proof saying that this man was gay.
Neopi would say an unwilling incel.
Yeah, most likely. Most likely. But I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like freaking. There's actually no evidence of it. But I believe he wanted to be a transcendentalist too. So, transcendentalists, other than what I was talking about with him, like Thoreau. Okay, now Thoreau decided he was going to give up civilization and go live with the Indians in the wild. He wrote poems about the grass. You know what I mean? Things of that nature. People shunned him. They called him an Indian lover and stuff like that because he fought for Indian rights and things like that here in the United States. Mm-hmm. Now, the thing about the transcendentalists too is they actually supported other groups like the prohibitionists and the abolitionists through money. They would fund them. And that was something that caused issues here in the United States, which we call the Civil War. You know, so you had a lot of that going on, and they were the ones who were behind that. So that was basically the transcendentalist movement there, and these people they really did idolize like the transcendentalist movement that was going on in Germany. As a matter of fact, a lot of people here in the United States flocked to Germany just so that they could learn this idea, and it did influence quite a few people. So that's
quite ironic because a lot of Germans were flocking to the US.
Well, not for the education though.
No, but yeah, yeah.
Germany was at the top of their game when it came to this stuff during that time. Like, people were coming from all around the world to learn these new transcendentalist ideas. And just to finish it off, out of all of that, that's how like the beginnings of these 12-step programs came around, where they started incorporating different types of things. Which later on I want to talk about, like the Keeley cure, you know, the Keeley golden cure, but I'm going to do it on a different channel. I'm not going to do it here. It's not as scientific.
Not familiar with that. Yeah, be interested to hear more about that. But yeah, like you said, later on.
Yeah, and then, you know, I'd like to do stuff like that. But no. That was something that I learned from transcendentalists. After studying theology and philosophy, he began to engage with intellectual trends of his time and eventually emerged as a powerful philosophical voice in his own right. Now, Fichte initially gained attention for his interpretations and extensions of Kant's philosophy, particularly the concept of self or ego as the foundation of all knowledge. I've got my personal issues about the self or ego, you know what I mean, as being like the foundation of all knowledge, because from what I've been finding out just in real life, you know what I mean, is like the ego is the beginning of pride, you know, and pride comes before the fall. That is something that I know is the truest form of just
one of the 7 sins. Yeah.
Well, I mean, even if it is one of the 7 deadly sins, it's the truth. If you look at a person that's really over pride, has too much pride, it comes before the fall, you know. It happens every single time you look at it, and that doesn't even have to be religious. That's just real life, you know.
So I was just thinking Dante's Inferno, Divine Comedy.
Yeah. Now, it would be good, I guess, to stay on his philosophy and everything, but now I really don't want to, because like it could get more into just more philosophy than what it is about politics. You know what I mean? Now, his idea that the self posits both itself and not self formed the foundational element of what became known as transcendental idealism. This placed human freedom and self-consciousness at the very center of philosophical inquiry, suggesting that reality is ultimately shaped by the activity of the mind. All right, that's basically what all of that comes down to. Now, beyond metaphysics, Fichte was deeply concerned with political and moral philosophy. Okay. He believed that individuals have a duty to strive for moral perfection, and that this personal mission extended to participation in an ethical community or nation. Now, what I've found with him, though, is when he considered it as a duty. In other words, you had to. You know what I mean? It wasn't your choice. He believed that it was the personal duty of each individual to participate, you know, with the community and be a part of the community or the nation. You didn't have the choice to freaking not be a part of. You know what I mean?
So you couldn't become a hermit,
right?
You couldn't just give up everything, go out in the middle of the wilderness and ignore everything. Yeah.
Right. He envisioned like the state as not just like a legal administrative system, but like as a moral order, which through which like the will of free individuals could be harmonized. You know what I mean? So
doesn't this go back to the sort of principle of the state being the parent?
Right. Yeah. Where the state is going to take care of you, and you know, the community will determine what is good for you. So now the thing is too, he also saw education as essential to this. Now he called for a national system of education that could cultivate discipline and cultivate like disciplined, ethical citizens devoted to collective life. So these had to be cultivated, disciplined, ethical citizens. Okay. who are devoted to collective life. What does that sound like to you?
I've got various different thoughts going on at the moment. Some of them being quite contradictory. But yeah, no, you feel free. Carry on.
I feel like this is kind of like a freaky sci-fi movie that's taken place where the community artificially inseminates the mother, and then they take the baby and they put it in an incubator to where it can grow up to a certain age, and then it's like incorporated into a family according to its genetic design.
Almost Huxley, like.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing that sticks out to me. You know what I mean? The collective life, devoted to the collective life.
and you've got your position as determined at birth,
Right.
or determined at conception, because it might not be birth in the traditional sense.
Mm-hmm. Now, during the Napoleonic Wars, Fike's philosophical outlook took on an overtly national tone. In a series of public addresses delivered in Berlin while the city was occupied by French forces, he urged his fellow Germans to awaken their spiritual and cultural destiny. Now, these speeches were often titled "Addresses to the German Nation," and they became.
This is before the German nation was really a thing.
Well, it was a newly formed thing. Now, a lot of the issues that took place, a lot of people, especially when it comes to nationalism, okay, and social nationalists, a lot of people think Germany, but this is going to dive in a little bit deeper, and you'll find out that it didn't start really in Germany. You'll see a lot of the French influence that caused a lot of this problem. Okay. Now, Germany had issues when it came to France. Okay. Now, it'll basically get into this after I start talking about it, but understand that this happened was delivered in Berlin while the city was occupied by French forces. There had been a big rivalry between France and Germany for a long time, and that's something that a lot of people have forgotten when it comes to history and what actually took place. You know what I mean? Like, there was a huge rivalry. There was a lot of anger there. And then you had England that was involved too. And that one's even weirder than like the rivalry between Germany and France, to be honest. Like, I'm still trying to do more research on that one because like
the rivalry with France and England, France and Britain, France and England, to be more specific, goes back centuries. Passing core, like I said earlier, Richard III.
I'm talking about Germany, though.
Yeah, but but it's related, the sort of German, Russian, British sort of. Remember that there is a long or history of royalty connection between German, Russian, and British or English British royalty.
Mm-hmm. Now, these speeches, these addresses to the German nation, they became some of the earliest and most influential expressions of what would become or be referred to as like modern nationalist thought. Okay. Um, Now, Ficht argued that the German people had a unique mission in the world, one that was rooted in not in military conquest, but the cultivation of higher moral order. Okay. Now, he believed that the German language, culture, and education could serve as the vessel for like a spiritual renewal of humanity. Okay. Um, in this sense, Ficht laid the foundation for later Romantic nationalism, where the idea of the nation was intertwined with destiny, character, and cultural identity. So, although Ficht emphasized on the moral and the educational role of the state, uh, although he did that, and it made him influential in the 19th century, especially. Um, these ideas of national unity also attracted a lot of criticism. You know what I mean? Um, so that's where a lot of this comes into play. You know what I mean? And like when you listen to some of the stuff that he did say, like he did say stuff that was actually kind of like the romantic, heroic, noble kind of speeches and everything, but it also caused a lot of the issues that we had later on that eventually led into World War One and World War Two. Like you can't tell me that what I just read to you didn't stick out to you, Mark.
I've always made this argument that obviously World War II was due to World War One, but I made the argument that on many occasions that World War One was due to the Napoleonic Wars. The Austrian and Hungarian Empire was created because of the Napoleonic Wars, which again goes back to the French Revolution.
Now, let me also point out too that Ficht he believed that that the German people had a unique mission. You know what I'm saying? And he didn't believe that it was military conquest, which was good, but it eventually led to that. You know what I mean? And he believed that it had to do with the cultivation of like higher moral order. He also believed that the German language, the culture, and their education was like the vessel for like spiritual renewal and for all of humanity. You know what I mean? So he was pretty much laying the groundwork for this idea that they were freaking the superior race. You know what I mean? Like so that to me, that's the way I see it. That's where that all he laid the foundation. You know what I mean? For that whole idea, and he intertwined it with destiny, a person's character, and then also you got to look at cultural identity too. That he played on that, in my opinion.
So my mind is drifting back to Wagner, and obviously Wagner was alive at this time, so 1813 to 1883, and he created a lot of. He promoted a lot of the folklore, the concept, a lot of these concepts within these music and opera.
Like what? I mean, if you want to kind of elaborate on that, that'd be cool.
Well, Wagner. Wagner was to say used a lot of these themes in his art.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people, like the people that gave him criticism, there were two camps. Okay, there were a lot of people who found his philosophical style as being abstract or difficult to grasp. You know what I mean? So you had that part that really related to the whole artsy fartsy side of things. You know what I mean? They felt that it was freaking abstract and difficult to understand. But then you had other people who really thought that his views, who actually understood what he said, that they honestly viewed his form of nationalism as dangerously idealistic. You know what I mean? And they seen it as exclusionary. You know what I mean? Where it only pertained to a certain people. You know what I mean?
Which I suppose you could argue that Hitler sort of demonstrated.
Exactly. It was. I mean, later it would evolve into that. I see that too myself. You know. Now, he did get criticism, but even though he got those criticisms, his influence just kept growing. You know what I mean? Now they claim that his ideas helped shape both liberal and authoritarian thoughts for today. You know, like modern thought and everything. But I don't think it influenced the liberals. To be honest, maybe more of the authoritarian. I don't really.
Yeah.
I don't agree.
Again, I cannot see the argument. I agree with you. I cannot see the argument. As far as liberalism, liberals concerned.
Now, he did inspire political activism. Now, educators. He was big into the whole education thing. Now, later philosophers also saw his vision as a way to align individual freedoms with communal life. I've never found that to be the case. I've never found any form of communal life that actually allows like the freedom of or thinks of the freedom of the individual as being just as important as communal life. You know, I did on my other channel some research into even the holistics and found out like even in holistics they don't believe that the individual's freaking ideas are important. You know what I mean? That blew me out of the water, dude. I'm like, wow. Especially when you start reading up on holistic education, how they feel that children should be educated. You know what I mean? It's freaking mind blowing, dude. Like they believe that we should give in to globalism and become a globalist freaking community where everybody holds hands and think holistic thoughts. You know what I mean? It's like that blew me out of the water because when I was younger, I thought like being holistic was just thinking on natural terms. You know what I'm saying? Trying to live a natural life. Come to find out, that's not it at all. At all. So that I got to be careful. I don't want to upset too many people who are holistic. You know what I mean? Because I know Sonya's holistic, and I don't want to hurt her feelings.
Mm, you know.
Well, I think she's holistic. I know she has a big issue about drug use and being told that they need to use medications and stuff. So I'm not going to go any farther with that because I don't want to get in trouble on YouTube. So
Okay, so could be a conversation that we could have between us two later.
yeah.
Get your thoughts on that one.
Now, just so everybody knows, Fike died in the early years of the 19th century. He didn't live all the way up until the 20th century. So, and this was actually in the earlier years of the 19th century. So this was a culmination of things that happened through up until the 20th century.
Just out of curiosity, have you got dates?
No, I don't. I haven't got not in my notes. I can look it up later on. Yeah. But it was in the early 19th century. Now it did eventually develop into a lot of German philosophy, and that followed.
I suppose it doesn't really matter for the date because that entire century was related to the creation of what we now know as modern Germany.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the one thing I can say about him was this: like, he wasn't like he wasn't a metaphysicist, okay, and he also wasn't like a patriot. You know what I mean? He was a thinker, basically, and his big thing was always his attempt to try to reconcile the inner workings of the self and the ethical life of being a part of a community. You know what I mean? He believed that like true freedom required discipline, responsibility, and a shared sense of purpose. But I think his ideas actually took it a little bit too far. You know what I mean? Like I had issues when I was in the 12-step program because these idiots would get in there and they'd say, well, if you see a click, start clicking. And that's his kind of mentality right there. You know what I mean? Like it's cool. You know, if you see a person who's a part of a clique, then maybe you should start clicking like they are so that you can be a part of the group. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So you can fit in. And I'm like, no, dude, that is like the worst thing to try to tell people. You know what I mean? If you see a click, start clicking.
Yeah. If you see a group of people agreeing with certain philosophies, then you've got to agree. Then you've got to join on. Yeah. Yeah, I can see an issue with that one.
Well, I think that actually is something that happened with with society at large. Like, I mean, you know what I mean? It stems from this one right here. You know, everybody has gotten like this idea that they have to fit in and be a part of. You know what I mean? Especially in politics, you know, people don't think that they can just go and vote. They think that they have to be a part of this political party who has ideas that freaking go along with them, and that's the farthest from the truth. Anybody can go and vote. You know what I mean? You don't have to believe in any political parties. You can be an independent voter and go up there and vote on your own. You know, but I think this kind of mentality is what actually started a lot of that garbage. To be honest with you, I could be wrong, but I'm probably not. Now this,
okay. Yeah.
and let me also point out, all right, Now, this all has to do with romantic nationalism. Okay, in our previous uh, video or stream, I'd mentioned that these are both issues. It's not just romanticism versus um, realist or realism. They're both an issue that created a lot of the problems that we have today. And eventually, this all turned into socialism. You know what I mean? We're not even at the point now where we're talking about socialism directly. We're talking about the things that led up to it, you know? So that's something that I did want to add before I get going any farther. What do you think? You think I'm completely mad, Mark?
Well, I know you're completely mad, but on this point, no, I agree with you. I can see where you're coming from.
Okay. So before my face falls off and I start coughing and hacking, I think we should take a quick break so that we can go get coffee and everything and come back. It's at an hour and a half, and I think it would be a perfect time to do that so that I can especially do it, because I've started coughing a couple times, so I don't want to mess up the stream because I'm hacking my lungs out, you know. So I'm gonna go get some coffee. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette, even though I shouldn't really be doing that, but I'm gonna do it because I'm a rebel like that, and I'll be.
I don't know. There's an old belief that if you're a smoker anyway, then it sort of helps.
Well, I have an old philosophy too, and it's an English philosophy. You know what it is?
Go on.
It comes from Iron Maiden. It says, "If you're gonna die, you're gonna die. So die with your boots on. Die with your boots on, man." So
die doing something that you enjoy.
Right.
Yeah.
So I will be right back. I'm gonna mute out and I'll put on some break music from Mr. Robot. It's not going to be the bad stuff that Mark Edward, they told me I shouldn't be putting on here, but it's going to still be some good stuff. Now, this probably isn't appropriate with the topic that we're talking about, so that people know who is on here. Okay, this is from Mr. Robot, so. You're not going to hear anything about political history with this music, but it does sound cool. So that being said, I will be back in a little bit. I hope you guys enjoy.
Awakening from an epic dream, awakening from the long dark night. Awakening from history, awakening from duality. The liberation of the human soul to consciousness of the one and all. The activation of the sacred plan, the birthing of a new man, a new man. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Perceptions, awakening to the joy of life. Awakening to a new dimension, awakening to a paradise. The illusion of separation disappearing into unity, into the source of a high vibration, into the wonder of the mystery, the mystery. When the light within is revealed, harmony. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled around. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. And if Mr. Robot rolled and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Here is an exercise demonstrating the union of in at the end of words. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and striving. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and driving. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around and rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Hardly had His Hail Highness heard the easy hedgehog when he hit the humming bee by the hunter who had horrible beetles in the human hall. I love to hear the horse's hard iron hooves go hammer, 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 hammer on the easy highway. I hit my horse hard. I'm hurrying around to hunt up hogs. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, thistle sifter.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his star-born accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from bow, big stones to Mayan sand. Monoliths stacked like Legos blocks no crane could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Is a virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Gold turned to rust, hubris eclipsed the god fast.
Of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From these to Tijuanaco, the coalition all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of modern princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walked the sea.
Watch the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hung warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sank screaming, but blueprints survived. Baalbek's foundation, stones that defy modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth's a half-dream. Dream Freemasons whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tijuanaco, the coalition all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of law, 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea.
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, temples guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood and ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, Orgon fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones and the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis smaller than gods, crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up the piston, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds, stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse, Zeus hit the reset, scorched the grids, erased the moon-ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist, cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes, built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. Wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tijuanaco, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of law. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. When you see Stonehenge, Angkor Wat spire, no Atlantis.
All right, I cut that off early so that I can get this going.
Right, just give me a sec.
All right. So, for everybody who's listening, if you want to check out Mr. Robot's channel, you can check it out on Rumble. His channel is called Hacker Radio. Now, Mr. Robot, I always say, is Mr. Robot, aka Columinati, on Hacker Radio on Rumble, and his channel is Hacker Radio. So yeah, you gotta excuse me, I'm sick. I usually say that a lot better, but I completely screwed it up. Sorry, I'm making a mess of a thing. So sorry about that, Mark. I'll try to do it next time. Okay.
Here you go.
Okay. Now, after that, I want to get back to romantic nationalism. Okay. Now, the one thing that everybody needs to understand is that romantic nationalism can inspire liberation and cultural revival, but you also have to see that it also led to like exclusion. This is the part where I knew people were going to ask, what does this have to do with political history? But it also leads to chauvinism as well, guys. And then this new amazing word that I really never looked at, and it's really hard to pronounce. It's called Ravenkist.
Yeah.
You know how to say it?
Chest. Rather
See, it's even harder for people over in England to say than what it is us Americans. Now, when we think of chauvinism, okay, everybody always thinks, yeah, being a male chauvinist, that dirty bastard. You know what I mean? But that it's more than just that. You know what I mean? It's not just the gender thing where a man's being chauvinistic or anything of that nature. It is a part of it. Don't get me wrong, okay? But it's also a belief system as well as an attitude. You know what I mean? Now, what it's characterized by is an exaggerated or aggressive loyalty to like your own group. It's often accompanied with a belief in its superiority over others. Okay, that's chauvinism. That's how they actually interpret it back then. Now people don't even relate it to that, but that's also a part of chauvinism. You know what I mean? And it's something that a lot of people do need to understand, even though that.
I like you pushing it chauvinism to misogyny, when in reality it just means someone who believes one. I'm not sure if it's just can be related to sex. A male female concept, or it could be pushed further field. But misandry could be a form of chauvinism. Gynocentricism could be
Misogyny is. I love being misogynist, though. That's the thing, man. I'd rather use the word chauvinist than misogynist, because like Rhea on our chat, whenever we're on there, she loves to call me a misogynist, and I love it when she calls me a misogynist. It's kind of like one of those. So
again, it can be used for misandry as well.
Yeah. Now, the term chauvinist originally emerged in the context of extreme nationalism. A lot of people don't know that. Where it was used to describe like blind and fanatic devotion to like a person's nation. You know what I mean? Especially in ways that dismissed or devalued other nations and other people. So
yeah, I was right in saying that one entity is superior.
Right. Now, the name is believed to have come from a legendary soldier named Nicholas Chauvin. I don't know if you knew that or not. Who was said to have served under Napoleon, and he no matter what, he remained fiercely loyal to Napoleon even after his downfall. Okay. And now this loyalty, despite national or moral considerations, became the archetype of what later thinkers and writers would criticize as chauvinistic behavior. Okay. So him being loyal to Napoleon after his downfall and even during it was a form of...
When you say downfall, what are we talking about? Are you talking about the British imprisonment of Napoleon, or are you talking about post Waterloo?
Probably post Waterloo. I would maybe even... Well, but they said even after, so I would...
Yeah, because the Napoleon imprisonment, what's the famous 1970s British film that was made? Actually Waterloo, wasn't it? There's a good scene in that in which Napoleon returns from the island, and what's the mining they was imprisoned on?
I think that was Devil's Island, wasn't it?
No.
Wasn't he?
But yeah, that island. And there's a good scene where you just saw French soldiers coming over to his side because they appreciated, or they had an appreciation of what he did before he was arrested.
Right. That would be a form of chauvinistic behavior.
Really?
That right there is kind of strange. I'm not used to that term being used in that context. You know what I mean? It really is amazing how Mark Edworthy got bounced. They said enough of him, and they said he's got to go. So it really does amaze me, though, how much that whole meaning did change over time. Okay, I got you back.
Yeah.
Could you hear me that whole time you were bounced?
No, I just got
hit
I just
Now, when it does that, just hit refresh, okay?
yeah, I just did.
That's one thing I learned real early. I freaked out the first time it happened to me. Now, over time, the meaning of chauvinism expanded beyond uh, its original national context. It came to signify any kind of overzealous belief in the superiority of one's own group, whether that group was defined by nation, gender, class, race, religion, or ideology. Its core, at its core, chauvinism operates on a foundation of exclusivity. It promotes loyalty not through reason or shared values, but through a sense of inherent, unquestionable supremacy. Now, this belief often manifests in the rejection or dehumanization of those outside the favored group, creating an environment where discrimination, arrogance, and even violence are justified under the pretext of preserving or defending the dominant identity. Now, in the context of nationalism, chauvinism became particularly dangerous or becomes particularly dangerous when it's fused with romantic or mystic notions of national destiny. It tends to glorify an idolized version of the past while vilifying foreign influence, reform movements, or internal dissent. Now, unlike patriotism, which may be grounded in a reflective appreciation of one's cultural and historical events, chauvinism thrives on denial of fault and on constant comparisons meant to prove superiority. Now, when I hear that, that just sticks out to me as the Nazi regime, Adolf Hitler, for one thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was going to say, it also reminds me of Napoleon. The island I was thinking of was Elba.
Was it up?
Yeah, and he died on St. Helena. But yeah, it was Elba during, what was it, 1814 to 1815. But yeah, it reminds me of Napoleon, and also reminds me of Marx, even.
Yeah, actually. Stalin especially, though, you're right about Stalin. Really, it does stick out with him too. Now, it often encourages a simplistic view of the world, dividing people into us and them, and discouraging dialogue, empathy, or compromise. Philosophers and political theorists have long criticized chauvinism as an obstacle to genuine freedom and mutual respect among people. Now, for me, I think that this is where a lot of this gets into the whole. This is where it treads the murky waters. You know what I'm saying? Like philosophers and political theorists, I think, have really turned to a more a realistic kind of approach to things. Like, it's not real world solutions, you know what I mean? Because for one thing, being misogynist and being chauvinistic is just one of the attitudes that men do. Women actually have attitudes like that too, you know what I mean?
With Andre.
You know,
yeah.
and it's kind of like that whole thing that goes back to Rousseau and child rearing and Voltaire's criticizing of him. But you know what I mean? But then Voltaire was a big mouth who couldn't keep his mouth shut. I mean, he had to say something about everybody. You know what I mean? So he kind of blended into that crap too. You know what I mean? And like, his ego was so big he had to have a statue put up in his name, whereas, you know, freaking John Locke has like a painting of himself. You know what I mean? It just, I mean, things like that with these guys. You know what I mean? It just because I don't know, when it comes to chauvinism, I think that there's a certain degree of it. You know what I mean? And they talk about it as an obstacle to general freedom and mutual respect among people. You know, well, people haven't respected one another for quite a long time. I still don't think they respect one another. You know what I mean? To be honest with you.
Depends on what you mean by respect. There's an argument to say that the term respect has been misused within recent decades and has been overly used. If that makes sense. Yeah. It has been misused. There's the old argument that respect is earned and not demanded.
That's kind of the stuff that blends into it too. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, that's a really good example of what I'm kind of feeling when I hear that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? It goes back to that. It's like you shouldn't just have to automatically respect another person. You know what I'm saying? It's like people freaking usually earn respect from other people. You know what I mean?
There's mutual respect, and then there's a step over that. There's a further form of respect. I mean, I respect somebody for being a human being, but I might not respect them for their views.
Well, also think about it like this. Back when you were younger and you was a kid, what did your parents tell you? Don't talk to strangers. Okay? Now, when you actually take time as an adult to talk to another person, you're showing some form of respect because, you know what I mean? Back in the old days, if you just met somebody, you didn't talk to them. You wasn't no loudmouth that says, "Hey, how you doing?" and just have a whole conversation. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the old timers, they were very watchful about who they talked to and what they talked about. You know what I mean? And I think that's actually a tradition that's been lost. You know, you just don't open your mouth and have a conversation with anybody.
I don't know. In larger cities, there's the idea of not knowing your neighbours, not speaking to your neighbours, not knowing anybody around you. But in, let's say, where I live, it's not uncommon just to say good morning, just a random person.
Well, that's different, though. You know what I mean? Waving in small towns here, you always, or in the country, I'd say, more, not just in small towns, or not even in small towns, but like in countries, or in the country, when you're driving down a country road, you got this crazy ass farmer that puts his hands up and he waves to you. He doesn't even know you from Adam. It's like, what the hell, dude? And they all do it. Drive by there.
And there's been occasions when I've just been sitting in a pub and just a random person would just come up and have a conversation about something random.
We'll see that I I know that like back in the day, man, people didn't just do that. You know what I mean? It's like people were.
Again, it depends on where you are. Depend. It's a cultural thing, and it's not only just cultural, based on country, but again, like you said, it's cultural or cultural related to if you live in a small town or a big city.
Okay.
I would you wouldn't go to, let's say, London and start just talking to somebody random.
Well, I mean, I personally, when I meet new people, they first of all they need to be introduced to me. You know what I mean? I'm not just going to openly walk up to somebody and
Well, I don't do that. Yeah, I don't tend to do that.
so.
Yeah.
And then after that, I'm going to be very, very cautious about what I say to that person because like I'm not. First of all, I don't want to say something that's offensive to them unless they're like.
I don't know. In Britain, there's the sort of small talk thing about the old joke about just talking about the weather.
Yeah, no, talking about the weather is a good thing, and like now today people talk like it's just horrible. Like you're like this old dude, freaking. But I mean, talking about the weather is a good thing. You know, there's nothing wrong with it. But it's been portrayed that way, I guess. Um, Now, Detective Fallen is on our chat, and he says, listening to the duo educate me. Hope you guys are doing well. I,
Okay.
at least he can spell better today, man. Like last night, he was up late, and he was trying to say something in chat on YouTube, but like it just got crazy. You know what I mean? He heard Nancy talking about something it had to do with the conversation that you guys were having, and he just started misspelling shit and everything. But just so you know, like Detective Fallen, he's in my gaming group on Home Away from YouTube. And we hang out and talk, so he'll stop in and say a comment every once in a while. Thank you for that, Detective Fallen. If you guys want to check him out, you can check him out on YouTube. He's a gamer. He also has a Discord channel called Home Away from YouTube, where you can go in there and be a part of his community. It's pretty cool. Oh, Mark Edworthy got bounced again. I'm telling you, they don't like Mark Edworthy today, man. Oh yeah,
Yeah, I'm back.
You're back.
Third time tonight.
While you were gone, though, the good thing is Detective Fallen cleared up what he was saying. He said he was just one word off. And he was saying that I was going to Skynet if we went AI. Yeah, okay, it was over Skynet.
Oh, I just missed that.
Yeah. Okay, so with that being said, let's get back to political history. We're not talking about the Terminator. You guys know that that's my soft spot too. Like I'll start talking about Terminator and then it's on. You know what I mean?
Well, Nancy said that she's going to plan on having a discussion about so-called artificial intelligence next Wednesday. Oh, yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday.
That'd be cool. So, according to a lot of these philosophers and stuff and political theorists, they feel that like when left unchecked, chauvinism can eventually foster a climate of intolerance and hostility that undermines democratic institutions and human rights. In the 19th and 20th century, chauvinistic ideologies played a major role in the outbreak of wars and in the persecution of minority groups, as seen in many totalitarian and imperialistic regimes that justified conquest and oppression by appealing to national greatness or racial purity. And that right there, that does hit pretty hard when it comes to Nazi Germany. You know what I mean? It, it it's kind of conflicting when you look at it. You know what I mean? Because it did cause a lot of wars and everything. You know what I mean? But also, I think that there's a bit of overdoing it in today's world. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't really undermine democratic institutions. You know what I'm saying?
It can do.
Well, to a certain extent.
Yeah, not necessarily where it's always that always happens, but it can do.
It could prevent women from being able to have positions in high places. It can also,
or vice versa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or ethnic people. You know what I mean? That having places. People who aren't.
I think everybody's ethnic, more or another. The concept of ethnic people is a bit of a
minority groups is basically the better way of saying it. That's probably the best way of saying it. Now, in modern times, chauvinism has also been seen or has been used to describe attributes within like social relations, particularly in the context of gender. The term male chauvinism came into use in the mid-20th century to criticize the worldview in which men believe themselves to be naturally superior over women. Now, right there, I mean, I always thought that was true. At least that's what my dad told me.
I think this goes back to the sort of 1960s German Greer sort of feminism sort of concepts.
So, I mean, I need this clarified from a wise man from England, though. I mean, are men themselves naturally superior to women?
Depends on what you mean. Depends on what you're talking about. I mean, naturally superior in what context?
I'm just asking, dude.
I mean, if I want to be politically correct, I would say no, everybody's the same, but that's a bit of a cop-out answer.
Yeah. That's kind of the same way I see it too, you know what I mean? It's like, first of all, you should have mutual respect for a woman. Women are beautiful, you know, creatures, and that's how I feel about them. But at the same time, you know, you've got to and this really isn't about like politics, you know what I mean? But I'm gonna go there. Like, you really shouldn't have a woman sitting in a boxing match with a freaking man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was just thinking about the strength and all the arguments in relation to sports that have been keeping cropping up over the last several years.
Right. And like on our show Untethered, you know how I always talk to you about like current events versus political versus. This is more of a current event than it is about political history or politics, even in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Again, your argument on what a current event is a bit obscure.
Well, no, it's actually a realist point of view, to be honest, and I should be ashamed of myself for that. You know what I mean? Because I'm trying to categorize things, and that's what realists do. They like to categorize, and this is actually a perfect example of what a realist would do when it comes to chauvinism. You know what I mean? They're trying to categorize, in my opinion. It's a form of categorizing, compartmentalization, and stuff of that nature, which is something that a realist really enjoys doing.
I mean, going back to your boxing match in analogy, I can think of certain women I definitely wouldn't want to have a boxing match with.
Yeah.
Backside.
Well, according to realists, okay, this form of chauvinism reflected like the same underlying traits of arrogance, exclusion, and domination, but within the framework of personal and social identity rather than national allegiances. You know what I mean? Excuse me. But in both cases, the defining feature is the inability or refusal to recognize the dignity and equality of those who are different. You know, I actually I do recognize the differences. Okay, I find dignity when it comes to women. You know what I mean? Equality. I believe equality is like a made-up word that is something that we wish to achieve. You know what I mean? But we haven't made it there yet. Because even like in classical liberalism, they talk about equality. You know what I mean? So it's not like it's a socialist ideal, because it's not. You know what I mean? It's not even a nationalist idea or classic liberal or conservative idea. It's something that, well, I don't even know if it's right for me to be using equality with conservatism, to be honest.
What do you mean? Equality within the context of conservatism?
Well, originally, the original concept of conservatism was they created the idea of, or the conservatist idea, because in retaliation to what had taken place in France during the revolution there. You know what I mean? Like, they really supported the monarchy. They despise the idea of what the radicals over in France were talking about. They were talking about liberty and equality and equity and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of where they went their separate ways on it. So, and when it comes to conservatism, you can't avoid talking about England, because that's basically where the term conservative actually was born. You know what I mean? And I think that's pretty messed up. To be honest, it really is pretty messed up, but it's true. I don't know how it's messed up either, but it really is if you stop and think about it. Like, shit, I came from England, dude. You
know? I'm just thinking of the sort of left-wing's concept of equality, the old equality of opportunity versus equality of outcome argument.
Yeah, that I see that kind of as as like a Labor Party kind of load of shit. You know what I mean? Like something the Labor Party would put out. They got all of their anarchists and radicals working hand in hand with the Whigs, trying to figure out how they could present equality as something that's been achieved. You know what I mean?
Again, when you say equality of what, though?
Right, exactly. I mean, you're going to have to break that down into certain categories. And you got those realists, those realists, they just love to compartmentalize. And we can create bureaucracies that's going to work on all this. We're going to have this freaking department working on this kind of chauvinism and this department working on this kind of We'll have you guys tamed before long. Okay, so okay, now well, I just don't know. Whenever they start talking about like the refusal to recognize the dignity and equality of those who are different, it just kind of, it's like, that's the way people have been since the beginning of freaking civilization, dude. It's like we live in a world now where it's actually better. You know what I mean? Like nobody in today's world really understands how well we have it. You know what I mean? It goes back to like last year when we were talking to Bob Dub, and I told her, I was like, look, man, you couldn't even go hunting in the woods for food, because if you did, the king's men would capture you and kill you because you stole food from the king. You weren't even.
I remember having a conversation with somebody that we both know quite recently in relation to the concept of equality and sort of countries.
Yeah. They're doing it to you again, man. He's getting hit hard. So I'm gonna go and make sure and see if Mr. Detective Fallen is on there again. Yeah, he said Skynet is the evil company from Terminator. Yes, I know that, Detective Fallen. I know. You guys be safe, enjoy your hot topics, and listening to you guys discuss your opinions. Thanks for stopping by, Detective Fallen. I did do a shout out for you, and I hope to hear from you again, man. Always good to hear your feedback. We got you back. I decided to go and make sure that, or check the streams. Chats to see if anybody said anything. And by the way it looks, we didn't have anything really all that important on all the other ones. Vicky or Nancy actually has been talking. She said some stuff to Vicky on her thing, but other than that, they haven't been doing nothing in Teams. So
yeah, I saw comment you having a discussion with her just before we started.
Yeah, I let her know we were doing this stuff. But see, this is the more rational, real political conversation. So we're not going to get too many people to volunteer to come in and talk about this, especially like right now. We're talking about chauvinism, and we're actually doing it in a respectful manner. You know what I mean? How many people do you know that can do that, Mr. Edworthy?
I don't know. As we were talking about earlier, there's a specific YouTube channel that we both watch.
Oh, come on now! You know the Lotus Eaters. They couldn't come to this caliber intelligence, dude. This is like we're breaking ground. Okay. I know who you were referring to, but they ain't got nothing on me and you, dude. Look at this.
Yeah. Again, we've got to be somewhat careful because I could be, well, let's say I could be breaking rocks.
Okay. Well, I think we're doing a pretty good, a pretty good job actually, because we're even putting information in the English government. Actually, would love to hear. You know what I mean? Like talking about dignity and equality for those who are different. You know, that's about as positive as you can get when it comes to that putrid. And I said it out loud, even. You know what I mean? Even though it just disgusted me when I said it, like my tongue turned like real pink and it got real thick and started swelling up because of it. You know, it was kind of disgusting. That could be because I'm sick, you know.
Yeah, more than probable.
Now, they also go on to say that it distorts the principle of fairness, justice, and mutual understanding. Okay, by replacing them with pride, fear, and resentment. Whether expressed through nationalism, sexism, or any other group-based ideology, chauvinism narrows the human perspective and weakens the possibility of peaceful coexistence. I don't know really who they're aiming that at. You know what I mean? Like, because I
don't know. It's a very generalistic sort of.
Yeah.
Thing.
Peaceful coexistence. Now, first of all, you're never going to live a peaceful coexistence with a woman, dude. That is just not going to happen. Okay.
You never know.
You're living in a fairy tale world if you believe that is going to happen. Okay, because like one day you're sitting on the PlayStation playing the games. You know, you got this hot chick sitting next to you, talking all this good talk. Next thing you know, she's got a ring on her finger, and it's time to go to the grocery store. You know what I mean? So all of a sudden, it goes from playing the PlayStation to going to the grocery store and shopping so that you can eat at home.
You can have an enjoyable, peaceful time, go to the grocery store.
Well, you're an older man now. We're talking about back when we were younger, okay? Okay, now think about it. Back when you was younger, okay?
Yeah.
Now you're going to the grocery store, you're shopping for food that you can eat at home rather than going out to eat. So now all of a sudden you're going from going out to eating at home with your woman. And guess what happens at home? All of a sudden babies start popping out. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So there's no peaceful coexistence, trust me, when it comes to that stuff. Like, I don't understand why like gay people wanted marriage, to be honest with you, because like freaking it's hard enough for freaking straight men to handle being married. You know what I mean? Why would a freaking person who was gay want to be married when they can sit and watch a married man go through the things that they have to go through? You know what I mean? It's a rough job. It really is. I have a lot of sympathy for married men. They put up with a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Seriously, like I've got a whole lot more freedom than what a married man does. I'm just saying.
I suppose that depends on each individual circumstance.
How well they've been groomed.
Okay.
Okay. Now, according to this, it feeds on insecurity and ignorance, drawing strength from myths of purity and narratives of victimhood. That would be what I was just talking about, I guess, about being a victim. Like once you get trapped in being married, you become a victim of the establishment. This is, you know what I mean? This is the way it is. You're supposed to get married. You're supposed to respect your wife, do what she tells you to do.
Respect and being subservient is two different things. Or two different things.
I'm talking about the real world, dude. Just saying. I'm talking about how things really work. Okay.
Like going to the world.
Well, I mean,
not everybody's the same.
If you are in a relationship, okay, and you tell a woman that you are not going to do something, okay, things aren't going to be good. Period. That's just being in a relationship.
I don't know. I've been in relationships where there hasn't been any sort of overly demand. I've never actually been in a overly demanding relationship. Let's just put it that way.
Okay. Now, it goes further to say, in doing so, it poisons dialogue and transforms shared human experiences into battlegrounds of dominance and exclusion. Now, relationship-wise, I can see that as being true to a lot of extents, but that is more glaring when it comes to politics too. You know what I mean? In the sense that what they were talking about there, when it comes to politics and nationalism, you know what I mean? That does happen. Like, and like you were talking about with Napoleon too. Okay, when you take a look at Napoleon, and then you go back to the French Revolution, that one guy we were talking about who had that name that was real hard to say. He didn't believe in dissent. You know what I mean? Dissenters were like traitors to the cause. You know. So that's kind of where it really kind of sticks out to me as a form of dominance and exclusion, and that form of superiority. You know what I mean? Where dissenters would be less than, basically, if you dissented against their ideal of what liberty should be. You know.
Okay. What do you mean? Yeah.
So now we get to the hard word, the revanchism. Okay. Now, revanchism refers to a political and emotional ideology that centers on the desire to recover lost territories, restore former power.
Okay.
They did it to me this time.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, they're against me. They want to prevent the truth from being spread. Understand, you're hearing it now. We are under attack. Okay, so revanchism refers to a political and emotional ideology centered on the desires to recover lost territories, restore former power, or avenge past defeats. Okay, now the word itself originates from the term meaning revenge or retaking, and it first gained prominence in the political discourse of 19th century Europe. Ravenous sentiments often arise in the aftermath of military defeat or territorial loss, especially when the populace or political leadership believes that the loss was unjust, humiliating, or reversible. Okay? This desire to reverse historical outcomes can become a powerful force in shaping foreign and domestic policy. All this reading is really messing my throat up. Now, particularly when it is particularly, I gotta find my place. Particularly when it is combined with nationalism and feelings of cultural or ethnic superiority. Okay. Now, this is something that I always relate to when I talk about World War One and World War Two. Okay, and a lot of people have a misconception about those two wars. Like they think that they're two separate things, and that's not what they are. Okay, and it's just like the Napoleonic War with Germany. Okay, now Germany, whenever Germany was fighting against France before World War One, it kind of goes into this, okay? Now, the most well-known example of this can be found in France. And this is where I was saying, like, everybody always thinks of these kind of discussions as being German being the result or the cause of all this, okay? But it really wasn't. It was France. And particularly after their defeat in the Franco-Prussian War. Okay? Now, during this war, or the aftermath of it, France lost regions of Alsace, I think is how they say the name.
Alsatian. Yeah. After the dog. Yeah.
In Lorraine. Now, a lot of people forget about they forget about Lorraine and the Alsace. I'm thinking
Alsace, yeah, I think.
Mm-hmm. Now that was actually during the time period where you were talking about, where it was the newly formed German Empire, where they went from Prussia and they became the newly formed German Empire. Now, that caused a lot of what we're talking about here. You know what I mean? Sentiments of revenge, basically, or unjustly losing territories. They had that real deep resentment for it. Many people in France viewed this territory loss not just as like a military setback, but like a stain on national pride and an injury to like the French soul. And you can't tell me that France doesn't have a lot of chauvinistic attitudes too when it comes to this stuff. I mean, it's just historical when you look at it. You know what I mean? And then you get into this because they had a lot of pride in their country, you know what I mean? And then when the Germans came and defeated them and took this land, you know what I mean? It was devastating to them. Now, for decades after, the idea of reclaiming Lorraine and Alsace, this became like central to the French political thought, um, and their national identity. You can also see this kind of in the War of 1812 with America and England too, because England was constantly boarding American ships and taking sailors that were on their ships as prisoners, and they would imprison them in England because they were actually conscripted into the English Navy before the United States was actually free. You know what I mean?
Well,
And
technically, they were British citizens at the time.
right, exactly. And
Yeah.
when they ended up becoming sailors for America, that's when we really needed to have our Bill of Rights, because if we had a Bill of Rights, that would have protected our sailors. You know what I mean? Now, after the English fired on an American ship, that created a resentment. And a lot of people don't realize it. Like between 1812 and between the Revolutionary War, we actually had a naval war that took place between England and America, and nobody even knows about it. You know what I mean? And that all involved the fact that the English fired on an American ship, and because of that, we built up our navy, and we ended up having like the largest navy in the world.
Also, isn't it also related to the so-called Pig War,
Pig War.
where that island just off, is it Alaska?
I don't know.
No, just off Canada, just outside, or between the border of Canada and the US, where it is or was an American territory, but at the time it was argued it was contested land between Britain and the US,
It could be.
or Britain and America.
It could be. You called it.
Yeah, it was just before the U.S. Civil War, when a potential war could have been created due to the ownership of a pig.
My goodness, that's ridiculous.
Hmm.
That really is. That's chauvinistic right there too. That really is, and it would actually pertain to this. I would almost believe where it was resentment. You know what I mean? That was fueling up, because eventually that was the whole reason why we built our navy, was so that we could go to war with England. And a lot of people don't understand that here in the United States. Like, it wasn't England that started the War of 1812. You know what I mean? That was actually us. We're the ones who started it. You know what I mean? And that's something that a lot of people who don't really like history don't understand. That was completely different than the Revolutionary War. You know what I mean?
Britain rather than England.
You know,
to be more accurate.
Well, I like saying England because it just I love talking really, really bad shit about you guys. I don't know why.
Specifically the English, not the British.
Well, I mean, it's like all you guys really do is make good bread. You know what I mean? So far from what I've heard. I'm just going off of word of mouth, but
Okay. I think we've had a bit more cultural influence than just bread making.
I've asked you, dude. You keep coming back to bread. Okay.
Well, one of many things.
We even had a show celebrating England's birthday, dude, and the best that I heard was the bread thing. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. You ignored all the other points that I made at the time.
Well, they had to do with like politics and stuff, and like the English
Remember,
language.
if it wasn't for us, you would know your constitution probably would be all completely different.
Yeah.
The 1689 bill act rights.
Well, I mean, we wouldn't have the Bill of Rights because we wouldn't have to worry about like soldiers kicking in our door and stealing our shit. You know?
Remember, we created the concept of courts of the westernized justice system.
That's what I was saying. That's why I like, dude. I mean
So again, we had more influence than just bread making.
yeah. Okay, let's get on to this so that we don't like start talking about like civil law and shit. Okay. Yeah. Now, for decades after, like I said, the idea of reclaiming these two territories became central to the French. Okay, it fueled public resentment. It shaped military policy, and it colored diplomatic relationships. The drive to recover what had been lost became more than just a strategic objective. It became a moral imperative, one that intertwined with notions of historical destiny and cultural integrity. Okay? Um, now, revanchism is often grounded in a romanticized and mythologized version of the past, where prior national greatness is remembered not in terms of complexity or balance, but as like a golden age stolen by treachery or betrayal. Um, this tendency to simplify history for emotional appeal enables revanchist rhetoric to take root in the collective imagination, particularly during times of economic hardship, political instability, or perceived cultural decline. Now, this is what also sticks out to me, not only in France during what had taken place there, okay, but it also it goes right into Germany. You know what I mean? Because of what had happened between Germany and France prior to World War One, France had felt this, okay, and it produced this form of revanchism, okay, where they had built up this fairy tale that they had somehow lived once in a golden age of France, you know, with the Corsican brothers and what was it, the they had that movie out with the three Frenchmen. What was that? The Corsican. You know the whole myths behind the Corsicans. Yeah,
Means well.
the three. What was it? They were supposed to be. Well, the Corsicans. Period. I don't even have to have example like that. Like,
oh, we're talking about the. No, we're not talking about musketeers.
Yeah, the Musketeers. Exactly.
Okay.
That's exactly what it was. Thank you. Like the ideas of the Musketeers and the Corsicans and how noble they were, and you know the golden age of France where it was all about, you know, saving the French king and protecting his nobility, you know. all of that all of that is what culminated during that time period, you know what I mean, because of the loss of that territory between Germany and France, you know. And that culminated, and that is what eventually, in my opinion, evolved into what happened with World War One, you know. And as a result of World War One, the same thing ended up happening with Germany, or the Weimar Republic afterwards, you know, because they went through the same thing that had happened with France. They created this environment where they were, first of all, they were in a period of hardship, you know what I mean, and they were looking for some kind of hero or savior that was going to pull them out of that decline, you know what I mean, and here come Adolf Hitler.
Oh, what was the famous film, 1970s film, Cabaret?
Yeah.
With the actress, singer.
What's her name? She has that black hair.
Yeah.
I really didn't like her all that much. I know who you're talking about, though.
Good film, though. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, that to me is something that really sticks out to me when it comes to that. Like, and you can see that in a lot of areas too. You can see that with Israel, especially, because there's more to come with this, and it's a very, very hot topic. You know what I mean? And it just keeps getting passed on from one incident to another when it comes to this. This is actually something that really sticks out to me. It's a common theme, you know.
By the way, Lisa Minnelli.
Yes, Liza Minnelli.
Yeah, I said Minnelli.
Liza Minnelli. Yes.
Yeah. I was just thinking. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah.
It's true. Now, let me make sure I know where I'm talking about. Now, this tendency simply all it really is it's a tendency to simplify history, like I was saying, for emotional appeals. This enables ravenous rhetoric to take root, you know what I mean, in the collective imagination. And this is where we come to not just France, but look at the Weimar Republic, with the economic hardship and the political instability that took place. And then it was bad enough with that, but then you had France, who was demanding reparations, and they were coming in and they were forcing the Germans into forced labor, you know what I mean, in order to receive those reparations. So that caused a lot of anger and resentment there too. So you see that taking place, you know what I mean? You get where I'm... You know all about that, right?
Yeah, I guess the concept. Get the argument, yeah.
And now the thing of it is like most leaders, like Hitler, who embrace this, typically use history as a weapon. They invoke grievances and ancient rites of justification for things
history
like
or mythology.
All of it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
they use it as a weapon. You know what I mean? They usually has to do with grievances, things of that nature. Ancient rites as justified justifications for expansion, or expansionist ambitions, or aggression, or aggressive foreign policies, basically. And that's basically what Hitler did when he was coming to power. You know what I mean? He was using history as a weapon. He was bringing up grievances, and all of a sudden Germany, because of their hardship, had become a victim because of these horrible people. You know what I mean? And that was what led to it. And the same thing goes back to France. It's like they were having their hardships because of all these horrible things that Germany was doing to them. They had stole their territories, and it just becomes a common theme,
Mm.
So this emotional appeal can unite people behind a common cause, but it can also silence dissent and obscure practical considerations in favor of ideological zeal. Now, in many cases, revanchism is inseparable from ethno-nationalism. Now, that's a big word right there, and a lot of people don't take a look at what that does. And we were talking about, what was it, pan-Slavic beliefs last week?
Yeah.
Now, if you really want to get into ethno-nationalism, you also need to look not only at pan-Slavism, you have to look at pan-Russian, pan-Russian, or something like that. But ideologies, that was a big thing back then too, as well as a lot of all of these, mostly Eastern beliefs. You know what I mean? They really get intense and crazy. And don't get me wrong, they at least, those were their belief systems. And they had a right to believe that stuff. But you also have to understand too that at the same time, these supposed realists were attacking them and criticizing them for it, which created a lot of anger and frustration. You know what I mean? It escalated until we had what we eventually had, which was World War I and World War II. And I still say it to this day, World War II shouldn't have been called World War II. It should have been the continuation of World War I. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Just like I was talking about with France and Germany. You know what I mean? And like with the Civil War and then the War of 1812, because of resentments. Revenge was the reasoning behind the War of 1812. You know what I mean?
It gets a bit more complicated than that because of the creation of Bolsheviksm, communism, Marxism.
Well, that Bolshevism, it intertwines with a lot of what we're talking about here between realist and romanticist. Okay, like the Bolsheviks, they turned away from their religion.
Sorry, what I mean, it became more complicated to create the creation of World War II,
well, that actually
making of World War II.
Now, World War I was actually there was a lot of crazy stuff going on there because we had World War I going on, but then at the same time, there was the Russian Revolution, which was taking place. You know what I mean? So everything got kind of confusing for people. You know what I mean? And historically, it became foggy. You know what I mean? Because you had the red hats and then you had the white hats. And like today, when I hear
several
right.
several other bodies, let's say.
Yeah. And that's one reason why I wanted to actually just kind of like focus on this and go into it, because it kind of dives deep into it, you know what I mean, and it expresses that stuff without having to go into the whole
Yeah. So I was also thinking of the Spanish War preceding
yeah
World War II.
Yep. Now that's the one thing I wanted to mention though about ethno-nationalism. That's a very, very, very big word with a lot of meaning into it. We could go into it, but I wouldn't want to stay fully stuck on it, because that could take us into a whole.
Yeah. I was just thinking, muddies the waters a bit.
Well, it doesn't just muddy the water, but we're going to be talking about ethnic cleansing. We're going to be talking about pogroms, which, I mean, I have no problem talking about it, but that is a huge, huge subject. You're going to be talking about how the Russians and the Germans and all them would send out pogroms that would hunt down Jews and hunt down gypsies and slaughter entire villages because of their belief system. You know what I mean?
And also, if you want to take even further afield, let's talk about Turkey. The Ottoman Empire.
It gets real.
Real.
So, I mean, the best I can do is I can say, if you're really interested in this, this is what you need to find out about ethno-nationalism. So that'll kind of wake you up to what was going on during then. That would bring you into a lot of crazy stuff. Now,
nationalism and love. This is where it gets more confusing, because again, the Ottoman Empire, the Turkish concept wasn't just solely on nationalism. It was more of a theologic argument.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It goes back to Romanticism, and it goes back to realism. And they were fighting amongst one another. Okay, I mean, it eventually turned into physical fighting, not just fighting with words. You know what I'm saying? And beliefs, and criticizing this and It actually developed into an actual physical war. You know what I mean? Or multiple
wars.
multiple wars. You know. Now, in many cases, revanchism is inseparable from ethno-nationalism, where the claim to lost territory is tied to the belief that certain lands rightfully belong to a particular people by virtue of heritage, language, or blood. Now, this fusion of identity and geography makes territorial disputes deeply personal and often intractable. It encourages the belief that borders are not determined by treaties or diplomacy, but by ancestral claims and historical justice. The result is that revanchist ideologies often dismiss modern international norms and institutions as illegitimate or weak, insisting instead on the primacy of historical entities and the necessity of retribution. Now, that is where it really, really gets intense. When you look at what played out, okay, during World War One and World War Two, and the battle between France and Germany, and like I said, I have no clue how England ended up into that, but they did because Churchill apparently had a big resentment against Germany. You know what I mean? I don't really understand how that all came about being, to be honest, not 100%, but all of this stuff has a lot to do with what I just explained there. You know what I mean? They believed in ancestral claims. The Austro-Hungarian Empire, that was the center area for the Holy Roman Empire. It was the center of the world for the Holy Roman Empire. You got to remember that. You know what I mean? Austro-Hungarian thing, and that was the one thing Germany wanted to do. Is they kept wanting to reunite Hungary and Germany under one country and recreate the Austro-Hungarian Empire. You know what I mean? That was a real big deal to them. They really wanted to reunite those two territories, and that was even before the war even broke out. And this thing about like lands rightfully belong to a particular people by virtue of heritage, language, and blood. You start seeing people talk about speak our language or get the hell out. You know what I mean? That was a big thing that was started during this time period. And they also had a thing going on in Germany with the Volk, which had to do with blood and soil. I don't know if you remember that or not.
Yeah.
But like the Volk was actually the beginning of a lot of this stuff. You know what I mean? And this is where it all comes from. You know what I mean? It's like when you hear people say "speak our language" or "go home." In today's world, that's where all this is where all that started. You know what I mean? And it goes back to this stuff. So that's why I always bring that up. And a lot of people who I mention that to don't really understand that. They don't understand that this has to do with how countries were setting up blocks against Germany so that they could frickin' expand. It had to do with ideologies being attacked because of their belief systems, you know what I mean, and conflicts. And Czechoslovakia was big on this too. That's another country that we forgot to mention, like the Czechs. They were notorious for that back then because they had real strong socialist ideologies that disagreed with the Germans in the way the Germans ended up.
But again, Czechoslovakia, no, Czech Republic didn't have a real good time post World War II anyway.
Well, even during World War II. Yeah. Matter of fact, the guy who tried to set up these blocks surrounding Germany ended up being the guy who had to flee from Czechoslovakia to France because the same people that he was trying to put these blocks up against, which, by the way, these supposed blocks in Europe, they don't work. Just so you know what I mean. It's the dumbest idea Europe has ever come up with, was the block. And if you don't know
tell the EU that.
Exactly. Okay, and let me tell you something, okay? You and anybody listening, if you don't believe me, do freaking research on the history of just the block, and see if you think that blocks work, because they don't. It's historically proven that these blocks are worthless. They cause more problems than good. Okay. And I can get into that later on, but it does pertain to what we're talking about here in a weird way. I just went. Did I just go into a political rant, dude?
Yeah, I was just thinking about again the European Commission in relation to this, but that's an interesting one,
Yeah.
which is a current issue.
Yeah, I mean, all of this stuff. It just if you hear what we're talking about and something doesn't ring in your head, especially if you're in Europe and in England, you know what I mean? If something doesn't dawn on you, then there's something wrong with you. Like, you know what I mean? It's like the other night when we were having that conversation on Nancy's show. I noticed that something from this show rung out to you in that conversation. And to me, I thought that was cool, because we were actually doing something. You know what I mean? It shows me that this stuff is making things kind of stick out. And you can't tell me that what we're talking about here doesn't resonate into the things that are going on in today's world, because it is, you know, it really is. So let me see here. I got to find out where we're at. Now, Ravenchism movements do not always operate on a grand geopolitical scale. They can also appear in more localized forms, where communities seek to reassert control over lands or privileges they believe were unjustly taken. In such cases, Ravenchism may align with populism, religious revivalism, or reactionary conservatism, all of which draw strength from a sense of cultural siege, from a sense of cultural siege and historical grievance. Now, in every instance, the underlying narrative remains the same. Something once great was stolen or destroyed, and only through righteous action can it be restored. So that right there really sounds like a Trump rally to me. I mean, I'm just saying, it really, that right there is probably something that really relates to today's world more than anything else. You know what I mean? Like, make America great again. You know what I mean? I think we need to expand that to make Europe great again and make England great again. What do you think, Mark?
Again, make Great Britain great again.
Well, that's a lot of initials, though. Make
the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland great again. How many initials is that?
I don't even think that's going to make a good word. Like, we at least have MAGA. You know what I mean? You guys have. I mean, what would that come out to be like?
and the Commonwealth. Don't forget the Commonwealth.
Okay, so The dangers of revanchism lies in its capacity to reignite old conflicts and justify new aggressions. It turns memory into a weapon and history into a battlefield. Rather than promoting reconciliation or mutual understanding, it thrives on division and revenge. Um, Ranchism, uh, Revanchist thinking often distorts the past to create a simplified vision of right and wrong, in which one's own group is always the victim and others are always to blame. This black and white view of the world can fuel extremism, undermine diplomacy, and destabilize entire regions. It replaces compromise with confrontation and justice with vengeance. Okay. In the broader philosophical context, revanchism stands in contrast to historical realism, which seeks to understand and learn from the past without turning it into a justification for future violence. Where realism urges caution, humility, and perspective, revanchism demands action, redress, and punishment. It offers certainty and righteousness in a world of ambiguity, and it appeals to those who feel displaced, dishonored, or forgotten. That is why revanchism often becomes most attractive in periods of decline or transition, when the old order is fading and so new and it's fading and no new stability has yet emerged. So in such moments, the promise to restore a lost world can seem like the only answer to confusion and despair. And that right there sums up what's going on right now to me. You know what I mean? I think that is probably the most. That's probably the most. That's probably the most clearest description of what's happening now. You know what I mean? And like when you look at it in this kind of way, man, you take a look at what happened with Hitler. You really do see like this is a recurring theme. You know what I'm saying? Things were chaotic back then before World War II. Their economy was gone, dude. They've got old pictures of Germans burning their money for freaking heat. You know what I mean? I don't know if you remember those photos or not.
Yeah.
You know, and but they were in despair. They had no freaking solution to their way out. You know what I mean? They were caught up by a lot of shame because they were filled with a lot of ancestral pride, you know, and things of that nature. And then here come Adolf Hitler preaching everything that freaking they wanted to hear. You know what I mean?
You could say that's something similar in countries like Venezuela recently, and in certain African countries. So,
But you can say that about here.
I mean, talking about more present day sort of situations.
You can say that here about here in the United States too. To be honest.
Yeah. But you can still buy a loaf of bread relatively easily.
Well, you can also obviously see that the United States is in its decline. Yeah, I mean, even the people who are preaching these kind of ideologies right now even openly states that we are in a state of decline. You know what I mean? And I was listening the other day. I forgot who said it, but they were talking about our infrastructure like it was just so much better. You know what I mean? And it's not. Like, you know what I mean? There's nothing good that's been done in the last well,
50 odd years.
50 odd years, I'd say. Yeah, when it comes to our infrastructure here in the United States, you know what I mean? Bridges are falling, dude. There's deaths because of bridges collapsing. You know what I mean? Yeah, and it's a serious issue. So, and you talk about freaking Michigan. You know what I mean? Look at Detroit. You know, and Detroit was our manufacturing capital of the United States, and it's just pathetic now. You know what I mean? It really is.
But this is, I know this is an arguable point, but the entire tariff argument could aid in resolving some of this, getting jobs back into the US.
I was looking at the external revenue service idea that came out, and I was talking to you about it before. I don't know if it was on this show or if it was on my tomorrow's show, but in a previous episode. But I did look at it, and I mean it looks pretty legit, to be honest, because you know, that was the way the United States used to get their revenue to support their federal government. You know what I mean? They did it off of tariffs from exports and stuff like that, and then they came along with the New Deal, where they thought that it was appropriate to tax our citizens for working and for our labor and stuff, which was completely uncalled for. Like, that was just something that was constitutionally illegal. You know what I mean? So that's why they created the Internal Revenue Service. And they made it a non-governmental organization with plenary powers that were given to them by Congress. Because, see, Congress can't do it themselves. All right. And the executive branch can't do it themselves because they're not allowed to do that when it comes to taxes. All right. Now they can set plenary powers for the IRS to go out and collect taxes, but they can't do that themselves. You know what I'm saying? They can set tax rates and things of that nature, but they're not allowed to collect them, you know, which is really weird. I found out something too when it came to the NSA the other day that I mentioned to you. Like, they have the NSA, which can create a program that can detect foreign attacks on the internet, right? But they can't actually have a department that retaliates and attacks back. You know what I mean? So they set up another branch of government that can legally do it. You know what I mean? Because they aren't the NSA. The NSA doesn't have that.
Yeah. But that's only the NSA is only related to nationals. Oh, in nationals. Could it not be done by the CIA?
No. Dude, being honest, I don't even know if the CIA is legitimate, to be honest. That could be.
I mean, technically, on a legal principle, couldn't it be done by the CIA?
Well, I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you see, the only true form of legal in the United States is the Constitution, the constitutional law. Okay, and I really don't know for sure if the CIA falls into that category as being constitutionally legal. You know what I mean? To be honest, it just that's something later on I need to discuss.
That's
Or
an
need to.
interesting point. Yeah.
I've never really taken a hard look at it. So now we are at 3 hours and 22 minutes. We've got 7 minutes to go. I actually haven't even gotten to.
I was just looking at your final point here.
To my final
Yeah,
point.
we can continue this one next week, I think.
Now this one is actually good too, and we can get to technocracy because that's where we start talking.
Because that is extremely relevant at the present moment.
Yeah, well, all of it. I mean, like this last part that we were talking about really is important too. I didn't think we would even be bringing up this kind of conversation until we had this conversation, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? And it's good. I think it is. But this next time when we come back, we will talk about technocracy, and that's going to be good too. And I'll expand on that and bring more information in with it because we'll have to make it into a full.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think there was sufficient material or sufficient argument to make it an entire episode in itself.
Well, yeah, it is pretty big, to be honest with you. But I don't know. Maybe I should always be putting this stuff together, to be honest with you, because this is what I do. You know what I mean? And I mean, I would love to have these talking points set up. Now, the first season, just so you know, I've put together an article, a few articles with some of the episodes we did that I'm going to use narration for rather than having discussions, so that because we've already been over it in the last season. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
With England. So what I did is I made it into an article, and then I'm going to use a narrator to let the narrator tell the story. You know what I mean? And then put it on my. And that's going to be on my other channel, Earth, so that you know. And I think the first one may have already came out. I'm not sure, but I'm putting all the other ones out that pertains to England and all of the crazy stuff that you English people did in history pertaining to your horrible, dastardly deeds on a world scale.
You mean bringing democracy and justice to the world?
Yeah, and all the time you guys are baking bread, dude. Like, it just blows my mind. Like all the time you're baking bread, and like English people are.
Oh yeah, don't forget the pies as well.
Well, dude, pies
and beer,
and bread.
And beer.
Well, no, beer.
And bread.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, pies are kind of a part of the whole bread thing. You can't have pie without, or bread with. Well, you can't have pie. I don't know. That's tough. That's tough when it comes to the English. Can you have pie without bread?
Yeah, I often eat pies without needing bread.
How about bread without pie? Can you have bread?
Yeah. I have a lot of I live on sandwiches, in fact.
Okay. Just double checking, man. I want to make sure that. So before we get off here, man, tell everybody how they can get in touch with you, Mr. Edward.
Okay. I'm opening up a new pie and bread sandwich. No, you can find me on minds.com under the username Medworthy.
Okay, and you can find me on Kick, Twitch, YouTube, DLive, and on Rumble. Now, I usually go by Infamous. Roger Hanson at Infamous 1973 on Rumble. On Twitch, you can find me at Infamous 1969, and on Kick, you can find me at Roger_Hanson. Now, on YouTube, we're being broadcasted on my channel there called The Praetorian at The Praetorian 5222. And on DLive, of course, you can find me at Roger_Hanson as well. Now, I do want to say something that pertains to my socials. I actually am on Element. You can find me there at Live with Roger Hanson. Me and Mr. Robot, as well as Mark Edworthy, can be found on there. I do participate on teams, even though I don't like teams. You can find me at Live with Roger Hanson and Roger's Real Time Talk Show event on Teams. Now, DLive, or not DLive, but on Discord, you can find me there at the Wonderful World of Weirdness and Gaming with Infamous, but that doesn't really pertain to what we're doing now. So if you guys want to get in touch with me on there about strange, unusual, and bizarre things, or about video gaming, you can, but trust me, that's what that's about. That's not about politics. So now, with that being said, I'd like to say, please like, subscribe, share, make comments down in the comment section as well as in chat. Comment section is important. I'm sick as a dog, and I'm still saying that, guys. That's how important it is, okay? So reach out, make comments. Just don't be a dick, you know what I mean? Respect what everybody says, you know, and don't get in no big arguments in my comment section, because that's just not cool. You know what I mean? If you can't have a conversation in the comment sections, then that kind of reflects on how you have conversations with people in real life. You know what I mean? Well, maybe not, because a lot of people like to vent on the internet. What do you think, Mark?
As we was talking about that earlier, just show some mutual respect.
Right. And with that, I will go ahead and end the show. I just wanted to come up with a lot of crazy bullshit so that I can make 3 hour and 30 minutes on the stream. So, did I do good job, Mark? Did I do good?
Yeah. So.
Okay.
So.
I will talk to you guys later. Hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you later. Besides that, you have to worry about the power requirements. These also require significant power, and it also has to have a power and cooling infrastructure. Okay, so that's why it's best suited for professional and enterprise environments. There's places within these businesses and enterprises where they've got like a room singled off to where the temperature never rises above like 60 degrees, maybe even cooler. These are the places where stuff like this has to be kept. So just realize that whenever it comes to this kind of stuff. This is the scale that we're talking about when it comes to dealing with those kind of things. So let me see here. Yeah, we've got 45 minutes left, so that means I can keep on going with what I'm doing. Now, after that, what I want to talk about, I want to get into more about game logic. Okay, so first let me go ahead and start an explanation of what game logic is. Now, game logic refers to the set of rules and systems that define how a game operates and reacts to players' inputs, AI behaviors, environmental changes, and other interactions within a game world. It encompasses everything from character movements to quest systems and physics simulations. Now, over the years, significant advancements in game logic have transformed the gaming experience, which make games more immersive, realistic, and dynamic. Now, the core aspects of game logic is state management that handles the game's current state, which is such as whether a player is in combat, exploring, or interacting with an object. It ensures transitions between states or smoothing, you know what I mean. It ensures transitions between states, or it ensures that between states they're smooth and logical. So it has to be like a smooth transition. Now, also event handling, which it triggers events in response to players' actions, such as opening a door, completing a quest, or encountering any enemy. Uses systems like event queues to manage multiple simultaneous interactions. Then after that, another part of game logic is AI and NPC behavior. Now, that governs how non-player characters, which is referred to as NPCs, react to the player's actions in the environment. It includes pathfinding, decision making, and dynamic behavior systems. Also, there's physics and collision detection, which ensures objects and characters interact realistically, whether through gravity, momentum, or collisions. And it allows for complex simulations like destructive environments or fluid dynamics. And I've had some experience with that when it comes to Blender and using computer graphics. So that is something that you can get into if you're interested in getting into computer graphics. You don't have to buy high-end, expensive equipment for that. Just so you guys know, you can actually do that on your own. Just wanted to make a plug for Blender while I had a chance to. But anyhow, it also deals with game rules and mechanics, which defines the rules of the game, such as scoring systems, win-loss conditions, and player progression. So, just so you understand, when we're talking about game logic, this is the kind of stuff that we are talking about. Now, what I want to do is I want to tell you guys what I'm talking about, or I want to go over the recent advancements in game logic too. Now, the first one, of course, is something that everybody's talking about, and it's the artificial intelligence enhancements, or the AI enhancements. Now, that is basically machine learning in AI. AI characters are now capable of learning from player behaviors, adapting their strategies in real time. This is all pertaining to games. This is the new advancements in gaming when it comes to game logic, which has taken place. So you have machine learning in AI, which is AI characters that can now, or they're now capable of learning from player behaviors, from your behaviors, and adapting their strategy to your game behaviors, and they're doing it in real time. So that's one thing they have. And then you have behavior trees and utility systems. That's advanced frameworks for creating dynamic and responsive NPC behaviors. So what they're basically doing is they're remembering what it is that you've done, and they're creating, behavior trees so that they can remember certain things that's happened in the future, and later on when you come back to the NPC will remember that stuff. That's kind of cool. It's kind of creepy at the same time, but it's kind of cool. Now after that you have procedural AI, which generates complex unscripted NPC interactions, and that's for a more organic experience. I'm guessing that is what was being discussed in the last episode that I did with Mark, where we were talking about AI, and that would involve, like Minecraft. I mentioned that about Minecraft, and how the procedural AI actually created or it's able to create a world the size of what was it, the smallest planet, Pluto, I believe it is. So I thought that was kind of cool. I don't know how it is now since Minecraft got bought by Microsoft, but that's the way it used to be back in the day. So now procedural generation, that's something that I wanted to also get into, and I also wanted to go over a little bit on the difference between procedural generation and procedural generation algorithms, I believe is what it is, and because there is a difference. But right now I'm just going to talk about procedural generation, and that uses algorithms to dynamically create game content such as levels, maps, and quests. That provides an endless replayability. Games like No Man's Sky use procedural logic to generate entire planets and ecosystems, and that's kind of what I was getting into when I was talking about Minecraft. So now you also have you also have physics-based logic that incorporates realistic simulations of real-world physics, such as ragdoll effects, fluid simulations, and destructive environments. And you also have engines like Unreal Engine 5, which enable advanced physics systems like chaos physics and stuff of that nature. After that, you have adaptive systems, and these adaptive systems are something that games now feature, or it's where games now feature logic that adapts to player skill levels, dynamically adjusting difficulties, for an optimized experience. So basically, when you go in and you're just starting the game, you'll be fighting somebody else who just came in and started fighting the game. They're not going to set you up against somebody who's a level 10 when you're only level 0 or level 1. They've been doing that for a while. That's really not really that special to be mentioning, but they're going to do it with artificial intelligence, I guess, now. There's a difference between AI and the systems that they already had in place. I don't know. but that's something that really did stick out to me. Now, after that, I want to talk about networking and multiplayer logic. Now, this is supposed to be improved netcode, which allows for like seamless multiplayer experiences with minimal latency, syncing game states across multiple players in real time, even in large-scale games like Fortnite or any other MMORPGs. That's something. Whenever I was checking everything else out, that really kind of that if it's actually going to improve on this, then that would be cool. You know what I mean? But with the whole game logic thing, advancements in game logic, I think that if they can do better with it than what they've already got, then freaking even more the better. But from what I've heard about all this, this is really taken off. I think that a lot of it, when it comes to multiplayer experiences, I think this could actually be used in a lot more than just gameplay, to be honest with you, if they can pull it off. But I don't know for sure, because I've been trying to get into the ORPGs and stuff like that, and try to play more games where it's more people playing each other, especially in the combat things. And I've been having issues with it because I really suck at those games, and I really want to get better at them, but I just, every time I try, I'm not as good as what I can be, but I don't know, that's just me. So basically what I'm saying there is, it really, that whole area doesn't really drive me to say, yeah, it's cool, you know what I mean? It's just, I've never really been a big fan of those kind of games. I've been trying more in the last year, maybe 2 years, to do it, but it's just, it doesn't really float my boat, if you know what I mean. Now, integration of AI-driven narrative systems is also another advancement that was made. Now, games now use AI to create branching narratives that adapt based on player choices, which offer personalized story experiences. Now, Mass Effect and Detroit Become Human showcase this trend. Showcase this trend. So apparently Mass Effect, Detroit, and then Become Human, I guess it is. They showcase this trend, this thing that's taking place. So integration of AI-driven narrative systems. That's basically what that's all about. It creates a story, a narrative for the game. That sounds interesting, where it has multiple endings and stuff like that. So. So we're back. I don't usually do an introduction for this thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm keeping it in the tradition the way we did it with Mines and well, I don't know if we even did. Did we ever do introductions on Untethered?
That's a good question.
I don't remember.
I would have to go back and review them.
Well, we were so rowdy and outrageous on that show, man. We turned into rebels and stuff.
Yeah, but it's a slow start, isn't it?
Yeah.
You pick up pace throughout
Well, I mean,
the.
that one we turned into animals from the start.
You may have, but
Well, we did. It's like now. What I wanted to do on this one is I wanted to go first over the stuff that's more important to talk about for this week, because it's like it wouldn't be as important next week. You know what I mean?
with the Russia earthquake thing, no, but the UK then is going to be
Well,
quite
that one,
tough for the next.
that,
Hang on.
no, that one I want to bring up just on every single episode if we can, kind of remind people until it's over. Well, this is how many weeks do we have before the petition's good?
Actually, I got a reply from the petition. Let me just check my email. I think there was and there's an official reply already, which would be the email would be the same reply as is provided on the actual page that I gave you.
Okay.
So find them.
Now the Russian earthquake, it was supposed to be massive. It was an 8.8 magnitude quake, and it struck near Kamchatka. Now they have. Now the last thing I heard, it was from Mr. Robot. He said he got it from a friend of his who was in Japan, I think he said, and they have a tsunami watch issue for there, and they also for Hawaii.
Nancy also opened up the Fixins stream this week with that subject, didn't she?
Mm-hmm. Now, it's supposed to be a magnitude 8.0 earthquake, and it, like I said, it struck near Kamchatka, Russia. And that prompted tsunami warnings for several regions, including Japan, Alaska, Hawaii, and Guam. Now, the quake occurred 133 kilometers southeast of Petropavlovsk, Kamachki, and was felt across the Kamachka Peninsula.
Oh, the entire Pacific, really, all the way. Did it get as? Yeah, it got as far as California, did it?
Supposedly, I mean, I haven't heard anything about a tsunami whatsoever yet.
Yeah, no, it was so light when it got to California that nobody really noticed. But
did it do any significant damage? Because the last time I heard it said from the impact, supposedly there was no injuries reported yet.
There was one fatality, but it was never. As last time I checked, it was never confirmed. So it could have been a fatality related to a heart attack or something. It might not have been directly related to in Japan.
Now, the magnitude, I've heard it was 8.0 and 8.7. And now after that, the issue or with the tsunami warning, I also found out the warnings had to do with northern Marina Islands, and they said that the depth was shallow for if the tsunami came, and it was supposed to be at 19 kilometers or 12 miles shallow.
Yeah, Nancy was talking about that. She had doubts if it was a natural phenomenon because of the depth.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical on that one. On point, but again, I've not done that much research on that one. Just looked at the reports.
Now, Times Now News is where Mr. Robot had a link for it, and it's the one that said that it was an 8.8 magnitude earthquake. The article said, here I can read it real quick. It said the powerful magnitude 8.8 earthquake struck 133 kilometers south of Petropavlovsk, Konopsky, Russia, according to the United States Geological Survey. The shallow quake was felt across the Kamchatka Peninsula and was strong enough to generate waves or trigger a tsunami. Tsunami alerts have been issued for Russia, Japan, Guam, Hawaii, and Alaska. Now, that right there is all that was in that thing. So it did show like a map of the area. And
Did I not reference a Lotus Eaters video which we were talking about it on Tuesday, Wednesday?
Yeah. Well, the location where it's at, I mean, it's really weird because it's very, very close to Alaska, and it's like right in between where Alaska and Japan, you know what I mean, at a kind of like at a vertical, not a vertical, but where it's going, you know, northwest.
Well, it was directly related to a plate, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. It was what I think Nancy was talking about it too. The ring that goes around the Pacific Ocean. It's like this is like a shell, an eggshell, dude. It's very sensitive because there's a freaking a fault line that runs all the way up from from Hawaii to Japan, around to the whole edge of Russia and the edge of Alaska down to the west coast of the United States. Well, actually, the whole Americas, to be honest. And she was talking about the freaking, what is that? Has Old Faithful. What's that called? I keep forgetting the damn names.
The park.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to do freaking some Googling.
Yeah.
Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Yellowstone.
Yogi Bear. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, that's what she was talking about. How it could trigger Yellowstone, and that one has Old Faithful in it and everything. That's what she was talking about. But even like with that fault line, I mean, that fault line going off at the same time as Old Faithful going off, you might as well give it up. And my brother was also talking too about Italy all the way over to Turkey. They had that whole line of volcanoes. That it's an entire system. You know, so like could you imagine if something that big went off literally, and it caused those volcanoes to freaking just cause a chain reaction all the way across there? Because that's what they suspect actually happened at one time. All those volcanoes along the Alps and into Turkey at one time had a chain reaction, and they went off, caused a lot of problems. But man, it would be the end of the world, dude. It'd be an apocalyptic future.
Maybe.
I don't know if something that big. Well, yeah, it would, because Yellowstone, you know, Old Faithful is huge. You know what I mean? Like they're saying Old Faithful by itself, if it erupts, it's time for a lot of us humans to freaking kiss our asses goodbye. You know.
Depending on how severe the eruption is.
Well, Old Faithful, the entire freaking volcano. Okay. It expands across like the entire area. Like this is This is a huge volcano system.
Mm.
I can probably actually pull up some stuff to show, like uh, I can probably show images of it if I find it. Yeah, because this is huge. What is it? The Yellowstone super volcano. There we go. This actually has some pretty good imagery right here. If I can actually show it on here. Yeah, let me see here. Now I'm gonna have to actually do a window capture. For OBS too, so that they can see it.
Mm.
And then I'll do it here on Rumble Studio so that you can see it too. Here we go. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that right there is what it looks like. Then you have this. All right. We're talking like entire regions. See that? This is the.
What's the diameter of Old Faithful?
Well, I'm right here on the page. After I show you the pictures and stuff, I can go ahead and find out.
I'm doing it now. The geezer measures roughly 2 by 3.5 feet.
Mm-hmm.
0.6 to by 1 meter.
Now
that's just the surface. That's just the surface vent.
Yeah. Now they said there have been 3 major explosive eruptions in Yellowstone's history. Huckabee Ridge, and that was 2.1 million years ago. Mesa Falls, that was 1.3 million years ago. And Lake Creek, and that was 640,000 years ago. The largest eruption of the 3 was Huckleberry Ridge, and that was 6,000 times greater than Mount St. Helens eruption in 1980. And that was over 2.1 million years ago.
Mm.
That is craziness. So that's what they're talking about. That right there would end life as we know it, right there. Yeah.
Actually, just according to the U.S. National Park Service, it was predicted to erupt on July the 31st this year. So today. Yesterday. Yesterday.
Oh, that is crazy. Okay, guys, better start stocking up on your water. You heard it first here on Live with Roger Hanson from Mark Edworthy. Nobody else knows this. Just
actually, no. Old Faithful is predicted, according to the U.S. National Park Service, it is now predicted to erupt at 1:07 a.m. But it doesn't give what it means by 1:07 a.m. 1:07 a.m. what local time, presumably, on August the 2nd.
August the 2nd. That's wow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. So that would be 7 hours from now.
Castle is I'm not sure about the times. I presume it's local times. But yeah, Castle,
no.
Brand, Daisy, Riverside.
Yeah, hold up a minute. I can calculate that in. Right now it's 5:54 here in Illinois, which is Central Time. That would be 3:54 in California or on the West Coast.
PDT on train.
So that would actually be, that'd be 9 hours from now. That would be 9 hours from now, I believe. So
yeah, that'd be 8 a.m. UTC. 8 UTC.
Yep. So it's time for everybody to give their asses to God. You better.
If you're going to believe that.
Well, I mean, if you smoke reefer, you better smoke it all, buddy, because that's it.
And it doesn't say how big a eruption. It could be just a very minor eruption.
Just a minor eruption?
It could be. It doesn't state.
No. I'm going to find out what the ridge fault line around the Pacific is called. Yeah, there we go. They even have spell check for me on there, isn't it? Okay, that is the Ring of Fire. Okay, so I'm going to do the Ring of Fire, and I'm going to try to pull up something for the Ring of Fire.
What is its actual name? That's more of a nickname, isn't it? An alias.
I don't really know if they actually named it an appropriate name, to be honest with you. That's really shows locations of volcanoes, so we'll
Don't
get that.
These things have a Latin name? Scientific things.
Well, that was weird. I do not know what happened there, but it ended. Wait a minute. Okay, let me. Oh, okay. It doesn't allow you. It doesn't have like a website. It has. Oh, okay. I have to hit visit. No, it doesn't. That is weird. So let me see here. Here we go. We'll go here. I would like to go to an actual site that I can pop you know what I mean, be able to pop up the actual map and everything. And it was weird how this one worked. Okay, here is the Ring of Fire, and I can show. Are you guys? You're not.
Yeah, I was going to say have a look at Forbes or Reuters or something.
Yeah, I'll share that. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, there is the Ring of Fire for Rumble Studios. Oh, cool! It automatically popped it up on OBS, so I'm good. I'm good to go on there. But yeah, that is the Pacific Ocean's infamous Ring of Fire, and it is 24,900 miles. That's 40,000 kilometers long, and is where most of the world's earthquakes and volcanic events occur. So right here you have these that come off here to the side. Now this up here is the freaking volcanoes, or the volcanoes and stuff I was talking about. This is a whole string of them. They go all the way over to the all the way over to freaking Italy. It's just a whole ring of them, and there's just this little area right here that doesn't connect it. Can you see my mouse?
No, so my screen. Hang on, I'll have to
Okay.
move my screen because I'm looking at it from my.
When I run my mouse right here, can you see it?
Yeah. There you go.
Okay. Just wanted to double check. But that little bitty area right there is what separates this volcano system from this freaking quake line.
So we're talking about India, we're talking about Australia, we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. It would cause a massive freaking world event.
Oh.
So they're talking about that it started up here in this area right where my mouse is. Okay, that earthquake did. You know, and you have
China or Russia?
That's Russia.
Yeah, southwest or southeast China, Russia.
Yep, that's the peninsula that sticks out right at the edge of Russia. And Japan is right here. Then Hawaii is right here. And over here is where Yellowstone would be, right up in this area.
Yeah.
And this fault line, like I said, it runs this way. And it just keeps on going all the way to South America. Bam, right there.
Technically, where you were pointing, wasn't that just off the border between the US and Canada?
Oh, right here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Up here, this is, the US and Canada. Yeah. So it's Yellowstone would actually be more like right around in this area.
So yeah, we're talking about South Washington State.
Yeah.
North California.
Yep. That's amazing as heck. You know. I think if it does happen, it will literally just wipe everything out, to be honest with you. There's no way we could recover from that. At least I don't think so.
If it happens. Let's not scaremonger.
Well, I mean, 8 hours from now we'll know, won't we? Won't we, Mr. Edworthy?
Well, we might not know.
Now, see, when you look at it like this, okay, then my whole thing about Rise of the Automaton doesn't sound so bad. You know what I mean? Like Rise of the Terminator. I would rather fight off artificial intelligence than a volcano any day, dude. You know. What do you think? If you had a choice, would you fight off robots that were out to destroy all of humankind, or would you go up against the volcano? They've got a movie about that too, by the way.
What? Volcanoes versus robots?
No, what was it? Charlie versus the Volcano, I think is what they called it.
Rings a bell. Don't think I've seen it, but the title does ring a bell.
Well, my movie was about a guy versus a volcano. There we go. See, it's cool. They automatically know what I'm talking about. Joe versus the volcano in 1990. This film is literally titled after the concept of Guy versus Volcano. In this romantic comedy, Tom Hanks plays a man who accepts an offer to throw himself into a volcano as a human sacrifice. What do you think about that?
Oh, wasn't it a comedy?
Yes, it was.
What's the actor? Famous, well-known American actor.
Tom Hanks.
Was it?
It was before he did the volleyball one.
Okay. I was thinking of the comedian.
Well, you know, Tom Hanks actually used to be a comedian, right?
Yeah. No, I was thinking of I can see his face, but the name totally escapes me.
Will Ferrell.
Yes,
Everybody does that. Like when they have to remember old 90s and 80s movies, they think.
No, the comedian that acted as who did those Christmas things, acting as an elf.
What was his name? Oh, I know him too. That's Will Ferrell, dude.
Will Ferrell?
Yeah. Freaking he did Talladega Nights.
Not Will Ferrell. No.
He played an elf too.
Yeah, no, it's not the person I'm thinking of. No, it's totally gone for me.
Now you're leaving me stuck with a guy who played an elf, dude. Seriously. Now I'm gonna have to go through and look at all the actors who played an elf. That's just horrible. That is just horrible. Okay, so there is excuse me, man, I gotta stop smoking. Well, I think it's more of this cold, but yeah, just so everybody on here knows, I am getting over a cold. So if you hear me coughing, don't be trolling me talking about how horrible I am, because that's what it's about. I'm having a hard time. Okay, so I do have a snippet here of something. This was taken from Redacted, which I'm not really into, but it was something that Mr. Robot posted, and it's called "The UK is Effed," or the F word. I'll hold back on the F word because Mr. Edworthy wants me to keep this family friendly and oriented in that fashion. But what I can do is I can go ahead and I can do a I don't know if they do a picture in a picture mode. I can actually do a screen share for the picture in the picture, I believe. Let me see if I can get it. Nope. I just don't get why. There it is. Here we go. But there is going to be no audio if I do it that way. That's the only bad part.
You may have a copyright strike on this if you do.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just there's absolutely no audio on that one. But if I do just go ahead and I play it, I can get it to where it can be heard through my OBS, maybe. So
I would be very, very cautious and only play a very small segment. If you're going to do that,
it's only like 6 minutes, so. I mean, I really don't have to share with anybody on Rumble Studios, to be honest.
or you can just talk about the points they make.
Talk about it, and then if they want to hear the audio and everything completely, they can go to the stream, the regular stream on Rumble, and it will be there. So with audio and everything, if you guys want to hear it, sound fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Acceptable.
Okay. So with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna hit play on it, and we'll be able to check it out. So here we go. Let me unmute it.
Let's see how's that.
Okay, we're going to pause it there because I think that is a good conversation to start out with. Especially you being bar hop the way you are. You just like always going to the pub and getting drunk with your buddies.
Hardly always. It's very rare.
You old freaking booze slut, you.
Very rare, actually.
We were actually just having a conversation about this the other night, weren't we? Where you were talking about going to the pub, and we were talking about farmers.
In the last, since Christmas, I've been to a pub 3 times.
Right. Well,
4 times. 4 times.
Now, remember when we were talking about farmers?
Yeah.
Okay. Now everybody has this crazy idea about farmers being all like down to earth and working with their hands and being grounded and all this good stuff. And then you said, well, apparently people who think that have never gone to the pub and hung out with them. You know what I mean? At least it was to that extent somehow. You know what I mean? And I agreed with you because I've been around people who live out in the country and out in or in small towns. I'm living in a small town. My hometown is that way too. You know, and like back in my drinking days, I never. Hold up. Yeah, but you know, like whenever I was drinking, I never really spent too much time in bars because I'd always get in trouble. You know what I mean? I was never a good drinker, but it is true. I mean, you can't shut people down in a bar, dude. It's just not going to happen. You know what I mean? That's going to cause way a lot of trouble. And that's really a good place to start out with. She came out strong on that, I really think. You know what I mean? Like, what do you think about that? Especially in England, do you have loudmouth English people that go to pubs and talk shit?
Obviously. Like any place. Once you introduce alcohol into a mix, you're going to have very open speech.
Now, do you think that it's appropriate that the state should be holding the bar responsible for people talking like about things that the government doesn't think is appropriate?
or that it's not that the government thinks is appropriate. It's what could be what could cause perceived offence to an employee, or perceived offence to anybody that they may be aware of or know.
Okay.
So the person doesn't even have to be there, or it doesn't actually have to be within that area.
Wow. So, if they're like small talking and talking trash on somebody, they could get in trouble for it, even though that person's not at the bar. They're
If it's related to a personal characteristic as defined by the 2010 Equalities Act.
oh,
So the race, religion, gender.
so that means that they're really having to crack down on you guys for your insurrection. Huh. They're putting it to you guys pretty hard over there in England, huh?
But it's still a bill at the moment. It's not I don't believe there's income. Well, it's not an act yet because Parliament has to be recalled, or would have to be called for, because they're in recess and they're going on holiday, summer holiday. So it has yet to be authorised.
Got that good government going on, it's taking care of you guys, making sure that your safety is being managed well.
Please.
You knew. You knew.
You see that video, or that video that based that post on only a couple of hours ago?
I've got a couple of them, man. Let me finish this off real quick.
Yeah.
And then we'll move on to. I'm pretty sure I've got that one too. Just give me a second.
I only published that post only a couple of hours ago. What was it? I can't remember now. The Thinking Ape post or something, or Thinking Ape video. I'm not getting any of the voice, but it doesn't matter. I've already seen this one anyway, so I'm sort of aware of what she's saying.
Yeah. Yeah. Like she was basically saying the same thing that you were talking about, like about being offended, and I do have a copy of that video actually that you're referring to. Is the one about I was offended? Huh?
Sorry, the one that I'm talking about is the Thinking Ape video. The internet, as we know, it could be changing.
Oh, that's the one that you had for
the one that I updated based a post on just a couple hours ago.
Yeah. The thought-provoking, is that the one where you said that you had a thought-provoking examination?
Yeah,
I've got that. Now that's actually a minds.com link, so I don't know if I don't know.
It was just referencing but the actual post itself does contain a YouTube reference. actually.
No.
So I only use that as a basis for the post.
Okay.
To do, anyway.
Okay, so this one is the internet as we know it could be changing. And let me go ahead and skip the ads on there and do another picture in a picture.
Are you sure you want to play that one because that's 13 minutes long?
Well, I mean, we can get a little bit of it in there at least until it starts getting interesting, like this last one did. You know what I mean?
Really, is that video really? You really need to watch the entire thing or listen to the entire thing to get the context.
Well, it's 13 minutes, dude. We can.
Yeah.
It's not like it's
really appropriate.
Huh?
It's really appropriate.
I mean, it doesn't bug me any. Like, you know what I mean? If you wanna play it, we can play it and freaking talk about it. You know what I mean? It's up to you.
We can talk about it without us playing it.
Okay. Well, I
I'm thinking YouTube copyright strikes.
Screw YouTube, man. Screw YouTube.
It's your channel.
Well, let me see here. On the actual audio, you're not going to get it on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? The only audio that it's going to come through on it would be the Rumble. Like now on Rumble Studios, they're not going to get the audio either. So like on the actual live stream for Rumble, where I had to do it manually each time, change the key and everything. That's where people can go to. I'm actually streaming 2 streams on Rumble right now at the same time. You know what I mean? And that's the one that has the audio for the videos if anybody wants to watch it. But
as long as we comment through it, therefore keeping within the fair use.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, and like with the audio, man, or the video part, we can stop whenever it gets.
Well, there is no video on it, really. It's just one static image. So.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not even worth talking about, to be honest. There ain't no.
There's no video.
Well, I mean, seriously, dude, what the hell? It's like, God, that sucks. Okay, so what I will do is I will go ahead and I will play it through so that people on Rumble can watch on the regular Rumble can watch it, and then as it goes through, I will make my discussions on it too. You know what I'm saying? And then.
Still means that I won't be able to hear it from.
Well, you know, I mean, you technically don't have to hear it, to be honest.
No, I don't have to. I can.
You know,
I've listened to it 3 times already because my publishing the post.
Right. I've just got to figure out where it is, though. Let me go to here then and. Do a mini player. Actually, I can't do a mini player on YouTube. I forgot all about that. I have to actually do the thing. So, no, I got hit default. That's what it is. It's being a butthole to me. Okay, there we go. Gotcha. So I will just go ahead and do the video. And,
can you bring up subtitles?
Well, I could. If you want me to, we could do that.
Yeah, so I still got a good idea of what you...
I've actually never done that before, so that's kind of cool. I like that. That's impressive, Mark Edworthy. That's impressive. Just saying, dude. Okay, so I'm gonna go in, and Are you getting the video yet, or on there?
No, I'm still
Okay.
looking at the new Gata single.
Okay. So that means I have to go back on. I've got to. Well, actually, I know what I got to do. I got to go back into Studio and change the redacted screen share so that it's not doing that anymore. And then put the internet as we know it. And that should bring it up good for everybody. We got that on there. Can you see it yet?
Yes.
Okay, so here we go. And it does have the thing on it, so.
I'm not sure how many of you have caught wind of this internet crackdown that's currently taking place in the UK, but it is somewhat alarming because it reflects a broader trend. I think it's worth talking about. Now, in the UK currently, they are now implementing various age verification ID checks across the board for the sake, allegedly, in their own words, of protecting the children from prawn. Now, protecting children from prawn, of course, is a good thing, but the problem here is it goes well beyond this. And if you do some investigation, you see that this doesn't just apply to protecting children from prawn. It applies across the board to multiple platforms, things like Twitter, Discord, Reddit. And basically, they're trying to implement age verification for a variety of internet venues. And it really is just the tip of the iceberg because the UK is not really unique in this respect. There's a certain irony, I do think, to this because the UK, or Britain itself, was sort of the birthplace of conventional notions of freedom, Anglo freedom, right? The Magna Carta, and indirectly, of course, the American Constitution. You could write.
That's what we've been talking about on our Thursday streams.
Freedom-loving principle.
Last couple of weeks.
I'm sorry, not even other European countries. In fact, significantly less so
you listen
in other
to what
European
he's
countries.
saying here, he's very,
and it
very
seems
educated
to the contrary of this, unfortunately,
because
that
wasn't
UK now.
Yeah, I've been a
on it.
follower. I've been a follower. Been for several years now. He does produce some extremely good thoughts.
but the not well, okay, okay. When it comes to like American Constitution, but you also have to take consideration in what we've talked about. Like there were other constitutional governments being formed in revolutions other than the United States, for one. And another thing, England was actually the birthplace of a lot more than just like freedom. Like you guys were probably the birthplace for freaking the Socialist Labor Party. You know what I'm saying? And there's a.
As I pointed out to you last night, the modern justice system.
Yeah.
The British invention, pies.
But
yeah,
it's like, and they always go that direction, and they start talking about the freedom and the American Constitution, and it's like that's not it. That's not just it. You know what I mean? There's a whole lot of stuff. Like this, to be honest, I could see this actually happening in England. England would probably be the first place where this starts getting hit, because these movements like this have always started in England. You know what I mean? And they spread out and they just become bigger and bigger and huge. Well, I'm starting to have my, France is really starting to scare me too. Like, we got to have a government or somebody go over there and just kind of like guide them and teach them how to properly manage. Because maybe we can.
I think they can properly manage.
No, I don't think so. I think we have to have you go over there and teach them the proper etiquette of managing.
Yeah. Stop burning sheep on main roads and well, actually that's probably a good idea. Actually, start burning sheep on main roads. That's the French means, you know.
Stop freaking getting tired of your Constitution and rewriting it. You know what I mean? It's like 15 times, dude. Seriously, you know? Come on.
I don't know. When the French want to protest, they can protest. What's to say?
Well, that's what I'm saying in our show that we did, like last night and the week before. I mean, that was just everything goes back to France. You know what I mean? It's really amazing how that works. Everything goes back to France. You know, I think
a arguable point because I'm just thinking the English Civil War what 100+ years before.
I'm not talking about the good stuff, dude. Like, we weren't really talking about positive things in history in the last 2 episodes of Roger's Real-Time Talk Show. You know that, right?
Yeah, but
we were.
You could argue that there were some positive notions that came out of the English Revolution, English Civil War.
We haven't been talking about positive stuff though. Like when I'm mentioning the stuff we talked about last night, freaking, I'm talking about like the bad stuff. You know, like it all comes from France, dude. You know, it's like it starts in France and it just gets bigger. The bad stuff.
But I would also argue that the English Civil War created some really bad stuff as well. Hence the Cromwell dictatorship, 5-year dictatorship afterwards.
Cromwell was a hero to England. What are you talking about? Like you guys messed up, man.
We've discussed this before.
I mean, dude, Cromwell was a hero to your nation. He freed you from the bondages of the monarchy.
Yeah, only to stick us under the bondages of his own dictats for 5 years.
What did he do exactly? Like, what was the horrible things that he did? Did he execute you like they did in the French Revolution because you were imperial scum?
He stopped Christmas for 5 years. He banned Christmas for 5 years.
Well, I mean, that's actually kind of overstepped.
He was a Puritan, wasn't he?
Now, I also heard that he shut down the playhouses and stuff in London.
Yeah, he was a Puritan.
Yeah, he didn't agree with that. Now, my theory on that, though, was that that's actually a strategy that a lot of governments use. Even today, they do it. Russia did it, and China did it, where they actually denied freedoms from their citizens when they did stuff like that. And then as time goes by and they've re-educated the masses, they slowly give them their freedoms back. But they have to be re-educated so that they didn't believe in the old ways any longer. And I would believe that Cromwell's plan failed because at the end of it, England came back, or the nobles came back and said, "No, man, we want our monarchy back." And
I'm not sure about return freedoms after re-education, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm.
Once our freedom is lost, it's lost.
Yeah,
in context.
All I'm saying is when it comes to like shutting down playhouses and stuff like that in public spaces, that's actually is a strategy that they've used. So I would see that more as like a re-education thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a strategy within that argument. I would.
Cromwell
was a Puritan.
That's what I'm
wanted
saying.
to destroy
I would say no. No, he fought a revolution to
I mean, we are seeing it at the moment with certain comedians with certain styles of comedy and satire being banned, both in US and Europe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's probably what's taking place is England shutting you guys down, saying, "Look, we're tired of your
For
freedom."
England, isn't Labour and the progressive
Well,
liberals.
what party's dominant in the parliament at the moment?
Labour, but again, the progressive liberal sort of manoeuvres has been going on for good, what now, about 15 years,
Mm-hmm.
if not longer.
Okay, so we've made it into 1 minute of this video, and we had to stop it because that actually stuck out to me with that. Like, this guy, he is coming up with good stuff, but like that's something I did want to clear up, and it's good that we were talking about that during this thing where it said no more real internet, because because Cromwell shut down the playhouses, and this is kind of in the same area, to be honest. You guys are going.
Because Playhouses was done by what was considered at the time professional actors.
No, I've done research on this. The nobles and the elites, you would have never found them down in the playhouses.
But again, these actors would not have been acceptable by that class of people.
Right. It was like that according to the elitists, that would have been where all of the miscreants went to. You know what I mean? The gays and the homosexuals and
I wouldn't. I wouldn't say that because.
Well, you got to admit, I mean, you know, Marlowe kind of, you know, he had a gayish kind of way. Shakespeare, if he existed, had to have been gay. You know what I mean? And there.
I would like to hear your argument on that one.
Well, I mean, it's just like, God, dude, men dressing up like women and stuff. Come on, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, but in this country, the concept of pantomime.
Pantomime, yeah, I know.
Yeah. Which is mainly a thing in the US, but in Britain, that sort of pantomime, sort of subversive satire has been a long tradition.
Well, I mean, you're the one that said it. I didn't. And you said it out loud. It's like shit.
Subversive satire.
You know, pantomime is like dudes dressing up as chicks, and now everybody's bitching about transgenders. Now, but everybody's always bitching about transgenders and stuff, and like you're like condoning freaking pantomime actors who dress up like women and shit.
And a lot of our pantomime tradition comes from system of politics.
Oh, okay. So it could be true then that King James was gay.
Okay.
And there were rumors that he did sneak down so that he could be a part of the playhouses. He did enjoy going and listening.
We're talking about Charles I.
Yeah, Charles. Yeah. No. Yeah, the one right after the Revolution who actually...
Charles II.
Yeah. Yep. he actually wait no, hold up, yeah, which I believe it was him. He was the one that wrote the King James or helped, who was behind writing the King James version of the Bible.
So King James, the
The first.
um,
He would, I believe, he would have been either the brother or the son of Queen Mary. Or nephew.
King James James the Fifth.
Oh yeah,
Six.
the sixth.
I think. Oh, King James VI of Scotland before ascended to the English throne.
Yep. Now he was believed to have been gay, and he was known to sneak off to the playhouses so that he could watch Shakespeare.
Actually, technically, James VI of Scotland, James Stuart. So it'd be James the First, King James the First. I think.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. It's official. King James was actually a homosexual, guys.
Okay. Again, we'd have to do some research in that.
I thought this was enough research. I thought that we had actually found concrete evidence to prove.
I don't think you have.
Okay, so let's continue with this video.
Okay.
So that we can stay on task, because I know that drives you nuts when we don't stay on task.
Yeah, I would have to spend a couple hours doing some research.
Okay, here we go.
The head of state, as it were, of locking people down in terms of not just the pestilence, but also in terms of their usage of the internet. And it does seem like a lot of governments are overly concerned about this. Now, all this, again, is framed within the conversation of regulating destructive or negative aspects of the internet, above all prawn, but not just prawn, horrible websites where people say nasty things, that sort of thing as well. Now, I'm not personally some ultra freedom loving libertarian that thinks humans should be able to do anything and everything they want to do. That's not my view, and it's predicated on my general view of the human ape, in the sense that I think we're a bunch of stupid animals and we are not aware of most of the things we want or do. We're not privy to the inner workings of our mind, and we are very, very, very likely, in a general sense, to make stupid decisions. But there's a difference, in my view, between regulating something such as crack cocaine or some really powerful addictive narcotic that might help with pain or some issue like that, an opioid, for example, and regulating the internet in a similar fashion. Because ideally, you want as little regulation as possible, if only to allow humans to be able to engage in things they want to do, despite the things I mentioned. Yes, humans are stupid animals, we're stupid animals, but too many constraints don't make this animal particularly happy. But the difference, of course, is in the capacity for destructiveness. Certain types of narcotics, certain types of other things are so destructive you could make an argument for some kind of regulation. Although I know there will be people who will argue that all drugs should be legal and everything across the board should be legal no matter what. I'm not one of those people. This is not the time or place to discuss this. I'm just mentioning the fact that I know that such people exist. But really what this is about ultimately is concern trolls and so-called Karens. And the government is an extension of this. There are various people, personages. For example, I mentioned her a few times, Louise Perry, who is a so-called maternal feminist. I'll talk more about that in a separate video. But she very much wants, for example, prawn to be regulated online and for all sorts of websites related to such things to be regulated, because she's very pro-female and she doesn't want the women to be hurt. But it goes well beyond just porn. Again, that is the pretext for protecting children, allegedly. It's about regulating speech at the end of the day. It's about preventing people from saying things that are unsavory or, in the eyes of many people, untrue. The problem is, in my view at least, even if this were desirable, in the sense of making sure that everyone says, quote unquote, the right thing and everyone is, quote unquote, nice to each other, the internet is a vast, vast, vast place. And it's almost impossible to regulate it all. People will inevitably find corners of the internet where they can say what they want and not feel restricted in doing so. Now, to this end, they have considered, not said they're going to do it, they've considered even cracking down on VPNs. Ultimately, a big part of this is the anonymous nature of the internet, which a lot of people appreciate, myself included, because it allows people, in my view, to be more honest about their actual views of things. The idea, at least in the eyes of the Karens and the governments of the world who are going to participate in this, is that by forcing people to be themselves online, they will toe the line more and no longer speak the things that they would otherwise be inclined to speak. Basically, what they want to do is to turn the internet into a walking simulation of real life where you're generally just very constrained in everything you say. You almost never, in a real life situation, go to a public place, a restaurant, a cafe, a store, a shop, whatever it might be, and hear controversial things. No, it's boring platitudes, right? It's, how is the weather? How is stuff at work? Oh, how is Susie doing? That's generally speaking the trend you'll observe in real life. And I'm pretty sure that's the intention here too. People are in a state of shock, it seems, and I think initially it was shock.
Now, for me, I personally don't agree with that because we were just having the conversation about bars. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like, if you want to hear controversy, go to a freaking bar, dude. You know what I mean? You want to see a fat Eskimo puking on the bar, dude, freaking because she drank too much. Go to a freaking bar, you know. I mean, you're gonna see and hear so much stuff at a bar, and this like what he's saying there. First of all, people shouldn't be regulated. Period. When it comes to like this kind of stuff, I don't think it's you. It's
Yeah,
just
but it's not really people being regulated. It's just these companies being regulated.
well that falls down to
I
us,
know
like,
as semantics, but
you know, and it's like when you turn around and you look at the whole thing about this, like okay, um, first of all, when it comes to YouTube, all right, YouTube is notorious for censorship. Okay, and if you notice that after Donald Trump got into office, like they've been a lot more lenient on YouTube than what they've been before,
I
previously.
believe that YouTube is one of the companies that are attempting to take the UK government to court over this. And I'm aware that there's potential legal action with Wikipedia and the UK government. Of course, this is early days, so information won't be provided. Because of the legal situation, we've got to be very careful what we say here. But we could see potential legal action by these big companies, by several big companies, and what is it? I know BitChute has did a preemptive sort of strike by restricting their content to UK, even before, or just as the act was being enforced. And I think potentially, I think, was it Signal as well? did a preemptive sort of strike.
It's interesting. Now, I found the closest thing I found to what they're referring to with the word prawn is prawn has been a part of Australian slang since the 1890s. To call someone a prawn is to call them a fool or jerk.
Okay, I thought that was just a miss. And by the way, your subtitles is my images hiding out the subtitles, but irrelevant. I thought that was just a mistranslation by the subtitles. I thought he was talking about porn.
Pawn. No, pawn.
No,
No,
prawn. Sorry. I noticed that subtitles said prawn, as
Yeah.
in shrimp.
Yeah. Now, it's also it's a fool, a jerk, an insignificant or objectionable person. So when he's saying prawn, removing prawn, he's talking about removing people who are being
No,
foolish.
he was talking about porn. That was just a mistranslation from
I
official title.
actually heard him say prawn, dude. Like it was actually in his word. Like that's what he was saying.
I heard as porn. P-A-W-N.
As pawn, maybe porn.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's not English, dude. His voice is clearly American. We don't make mistakes.
American, US or Canadian. I think he's Canadian. Canadian.
We don't make like word errors like that. That's why English people do.
Sorry, I disagree.
You guys have like a horrible vocabulary.
I pick up on a lot of North American sort of poor or
Now you're saying poor, right?
Pigeon English.
You're saying poor, right? You're not saying prawn.
Pigeon English.
Porn.
I mentioned this. I pointed this out to you on several previous occasions. I think, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the thing I think is the real issue with the whole regulation thing. Like people need to. Okay, getting back to YouTube. Okay, I think that the reason why they're lightening up is because freaking these governments have been funneling a shitload of money into shutting them up. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't argue there's just governments. I would also argue there's several NGOs as well.
Mm-hmm. And they're funneling it in and they're saying, look, you get the payday as long as you shut people down. But now that that's stopped, they've decided that they're gonna discontinue that kind of behavior.
I disagree. I'm thinking of organisations such as in the UK, Hope Not Hate. What's the US equivalent to Hope Not Hate?
You know, this goes back to me in your video game conversations, right, with Univision?
Yeah. I wouldn't. I argue that it's not. That a lot of this is not directly related to governments per se. I would argue that a lot of this is related to non-governmental organisations, charities, and
yeah, but they're still influencing your state. You know what I mean? They're still
indeed.
You know what I mean? Like, and those regulations, okay, it's like whenever they went in and did this thing here in the United States, I thought that was a good thing because they were actually going in and they were doing an audit on where this money was going, and they came up on all of this crazy stuff, man, where freaking the United States was sending money over to freaking third world countries to freaking encourage transgenderism and shit, you know what I mean? So it's like
they're giving money to charitable institutions, which they legally can do. A percentage of taxpayer the rest of the percentage of taxpayers' money go to charitable institutions, may they be 501s in the US or in various NGOs in Europe.
A lot of them were woke ideologies that they were supporting too. You know what I mean? That's the thing.
Yeah.
And wasn't, I mean, they were able to pull out like what, $2 billion worth of money, or it was more than that maybe. I know.
At least that's reported by the press anyway.
Yeah, $2 billion was the amount of money they were able to freaking find and pull out of that, all of those government organizations. These were out of actual government organizations that were doing
it. So they are actual government organizations rather than non-governmental.
Yeah, you know. And I'm not going to say all of the $2 billion came from just those programs, because they also did audits on like the IRS and stuff too. But I bet you there was a whole bunch of money that came out of those organizations that supported these woke ideologies. You know what I mean?
Again, a lot of money is siphoned through NGOs, charitable institutions.
Most definitely.
And even in the US, there is a legal requirement that the government has to, the federal government has to provide percent or match a percentage of revenue to these NGOs.
Mm-hmm. I forgot to undo my mic on OBS, so at least they got to hear you talk. You know, now just so everybody knows, if you want to hear what we were just talking about, you can hear that on Rumble Studios. I've got 2 streams going at the same time, so if I accidentally mute my mic on OBS, just switch over to the other stream that's going on and you can hear me perfectly fine, because I'm an idiot and I apologize. Yeah, but yeah, that's one thing that I just really I don't agree with. I think they need to cut this regulation shit out. You know what I mean? And they're getting out of hand with it over here.
He referred to this, and he's going to make a wider comment in a minute. But regulation, he goes down on the same points as I have done on previous occasions. Regulations are good as long as they are measured, and as long as they are appropriate regulations. I mean, you do not want to find your grandmother being robbed by an organisation, or have all of her money be screwed by an organisation. I mean, you don't. As an example, as we both see all the time, all these cryptocurrency scams. Right. So yeah, there needs to be a level of regulation there to protect citizens. It has to be measured.
And the thing too, since you started talking all that, like when it comes to cryptocurrency and your grandma being catfished, that needs to be dealt with through actual law enforcement, not through other organizations. This, you know what I mean? Because that's something that's really being missed out on too. This is actually a situation where they're using, like you said, non-governmental organizations to take care of the job that the Justice Department or freaking the criminal department, and no matter what country, they should be the ones taking care of it. You know what I mean? Like when your grandma gets freaking robbed over the internet, there should be a law enforcement officer knocking on somebody's door. Point blank.
Yeah.
I
When
found out.
it gets more complicated when it comes to the specific point of cryptocurrencies, because the individuals that are committing these crimes may not actually be within the jurisdiction of the local law enforcement.
Well, don't they have like a police force that travels across international lines called Interpol? Interpol.
Interpol, yeah, but how effective are they? And
That's my point.
and also how
Let's
effective are they when it comes to relatively small
make them.
activities?
Let's make them freaking to where they're effective. You know what I'm saying? Interpol stands for International Police, and it's a cooperation between countries of police officers who do this stuff across borders. I'd rather a police officer be the one who has to dole out the justice rather than some bullshit freaking bureaucrat.
Also, we come into a different, into another situation where something might be illegal in, let's say, the UK, and may be illegal in the US. I mean, this subject, as we're talking about at the present moment, is very obvious in relation to the First Amendment in the US.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe that the UK government is trying to, at least it's been reported that the US government would try to, or Ofcom, the Office of Communication, would try to prosecute US citizens and US companies that for publishing content that within the US that could be reviewed by British citizens.
That's the reason why I want to actually do a serious video series about the dark web, and everybody says dark web, but like actually get into what this whole term dark web really means, because a lot of people have been really hoodwinked by this whole term dark web and what it really is.
Marketing term.
You know what I mean? So now before we go on, let's step away and go get us some coffee, and I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. I'll put on some more cool music, and we'll finish this
video before
it's like 7 minutes before the second hour. We could do it. We could let it play actually, and then how long is it? How long do we have left? We got 6 minutes.
We really discussed the major points of the video anyway, so is it really relevant to play the rest of it?
Did we discuss the major?
Yeah, the majority of the.
Now we could end this. We could just play it off in the second the second hour with a cool freaking thing about the internet could be changing as we know it, and then we can go to break. I'll put on a song and we'll step away, okay? And no talking this time. I promise.
Again, if you remember YouTube,
but we've gotten used to it, many of us, that people are so candid and honest online, and I actually think that's a good thing.
Good. Don't talk.
Because how else will you shine a light on the actual truth of things? How else will you shine a light on what people actually feel and think? The reality is, and I've said this many times, prior to the internet, you couldn't learn about, for example, intersex relations. Not really. You only had a very vague compass to go off of, and this compass about men and women was largely predicated on platitudes. Now, you could make the argument that a lot of the manosphere is incorrect in the details and the data that they might spout, and that's probably true, especially these days. But the basic building blocks, the idea, for example, that there are important fundamental differences between men and women, that the relationship between men and women is often very tense and even hostile, that things are not as simple as fairy tales tend to paint and suggest. Something that, like I said, used to be the standard breakfast you were fed when it came to relations between the sexes, just as an example. With the internet, that changed. That's why people like Lord Gilbert and other youngins know all this stuff right off the bat, whereas people like me, when I was his age, we didn't know jack squat about that because we couldn't know that stuff. It was simply inaccessible. The problem is simply that sometimes this knowledge comes at a price, at a cost, and this cost is that things become less pleasant. The underlying assumptions people have and how they interact with each other, these too become less pleasant. So you're faced with a choice fundamentally, I think, and that choice is pretty simple. It's basically go back to everyone playing super nice and pretending everything is X way and just not knowing certain things, which is the way a lot of people want it, including these governments, as well as the many Karens out there. Or you just kind of deal with things as best you can, given the state of affairs. I, for one, almost always prefer knowledge over nescience. Nescience is generally, in my view, a worse thing, for me at least. I prefer to know something, a horrific truth, and I have to say, in the course of the last decade or so, discovered many horrific truths. Indeed, horrific truths about my very genetics and my health. But I would prefer knowing these things, ultimately, to just not knowing any of this and blithely parading through life as if everything is perfectly fine and hunky-dory. But obviously, this is just my opinion, my view, my personal inclination, and my personal feelings. A lot of people don't feel this way, which is the reason why a lot of people support these efforts to constrain and to, quote-unquote, regulate the internet. I don't think, as I said at the beginning, regulation is in itself a bad thing necessarily. It just depends on what it is and the degree of it. So basically, if they manage to get this stuff through, and then, of course, other governments follow suit, including, of course, as well, the American government and potentially even Canadian government, then you might have the situation where anything that's relevant on social media will require a photo ID, real information, real name, profession, who knows what else, in order to sort of verify your existence. And the problem here is, again, to the extent that this succeeds, you are fundamentally trapped in a situation where everyone is going to go back to just pretending things are a certain way when it's just evidently not the case. And I also think that beyond the things I've mentioned, this is very much a situation of the toothpaste being out of the tube at the end of the day. The internet has been around for a while, and in terms of internet time, it's been around for centuries. The acceleration you've noticed between, say, the past 30 years and the past 50 years, it's enormous. The internet has only been around for roughly 30 years, give or take. And the internet in the last 5 years versus the first 5 years is crazy. You just have to acknowledge that. So maybe they'll succeed at various things and to varying degrees, and maybe some people will get their wish. But I just don't see this necessarily turning into a good thing. Because again, personally, I value knowing things. I value free exchange, even if it's unpleasant, rather than just sort of faking niceties. And on top of that, there's just sort of basic things that people are interested in sometimes. And one final concern I have here, unfortunately, is government overreach. And that's just a fact when it comes to this stuff. You know, as I said, the idea of regulation itself is not theoretically a bad thing. It's just who's doing the regulation, what are the intentions, and are the intentions good, and to what degree can they even implement good intentions? I just don't trust, in the current state of affairs, large-scale governments to do these things well and to have good intentions, especially when we observe the other things they're doing, which are absolutely harmful to the population. Among some of these things being the complete abandonment of some of the populations they are sworn to protect and help, to opioids and drugs, the support of illegal mass and criminal immigration across the board in various places, whether it's Europe or North America. And it just doesn't seem like they have good intentions at the end of the day. And intentions actually matter. So although, like I said, this will nominally please the Karens and the few people who really think we should go back to a tea and crumpets, everyone's nice to each other era, which, by the way, will never work because the cat is out of the bag. I just don't see this turning out well. But what can I do at the end of the day? I'm a nobody. So there's that. Just my 2 cents, gentlemen. Hope you're doing all okay. Anyway, as always, thank you for tuning in. Many special thanks to my very generous patrons on Patreon and donors on PayPal. You guys.
Okay, so that was cool. But we are going to wait until after we have our cool break and come back and we'll have a conversation about that. What do you think?
Yeah.
Because I know that the subtitle behind you was really, really annoying you. You need to step away.
No.
Did you realize too that there was no way of actually fixing that?
Actually, you could have moved my image out of the way, or I believe that YouTube allows you to reposition the subtitles anyway.
No,
I think.
And
maybe I'm using a third-party extension on my browser, so that might be it.
Now, well, actually, you could have closed out your video sharing too, I guess, but that's about it. And there's no big deal about it because freaking I was doing screen share and what I was using was actually the Chrome tab, so the audio may have gone through on that, so which is cool. So now we watched the end of that last episode or that last stream that we did before we stepped away. You got any final thoughts on what they were talking about right there?
Like I said before, a certain amount of regulation is necessary, but as long as it's measured and appropriate, which obviously the UK Online Safety Act is anything but appropriate. I mean, couple points that you probably not have heard about is that there is a point in section 180 of the Act that actually talks about what's the word in about limiting access to any commentary in relation to the email migration issues at the moment.
It came out on there, and it seems to be a real big hot topic. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And also, as we both know, the UK Labour government is trying to push for the idea of voting, or 16-year-old voting. But to access this sort of information, in theory, you would have to be 18. So the argument is that if you can't access this information, then how can you make a fair? How can you base? What can you base your views on? What can you base your you're not getting a fair sort of overall viewpoint.
Yeah. Well, the thing that really is sticking out to me on all of that is the verification shit. You know what I mean? Like, especially on YouTube now, they're really trying to push this whole ID, using ID on the internet with a flat phone, photo recognition app that you can get put on your phone, to where you just take the ID and you put it up next to it, and it photo verifies it, and I find that disturbing. That's also the reason why I don't go on freaking Telegram, because they're doing it. This supposed anonymous, you know, hidden away from freaking people snooping on you program or platform. It's telling me that I need to verify with a freaking phone number every single time I go into it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And
Couple points on that. In these companies have offices in Europe, in the EU. They are regulated by the EU EEA, General Data Protection Regulation. Therefore, if that data is being misused, then they're subject to legal proceedings. But there was an argument a couple of years ago in relation to mines, where it was suggested that some sort of identification, photo ID, or government paperwork or government identity would be provided to mines. But because mines.com is not a not Mines Inc. is hasn't got offices in the EEA, they're not subject to, well, in theory they're not. In theory they are subject to EEA, GDPR, because of Article 3, which states that any company is subjected, irrelevant if they've got offices within the EEA. But I don't think this part of the law has been tested, and it's in my view it's going to be impossible to actually push on, because again, if you've got a company in the US and you haven't got offices in a European jurisdiction, what is a European enforcement agency going to do? It's going to extradite you. That's going to have to require a US judge to sign off on.
right. And well, I mean, the only thing I can see that they could possibly be able to do is, if they have the technology to do it, is to prevent that internet platform from being viewed in their country. But I don't even know if they possibly even have that kind of technology, to be honest.
Yeah, you can restrict based upon the DNS, the domain names system.
Well, I guess that would make sense too, because like with certain cryptocurrencies, you're not allowed to even go on their websites.
Yeah, look at the Chinese so-called Great Firewall project.
Yeah. Well, there was that one I was talking about. What was it? It's not BitChute. It's not Bitcoin. It's something bit.
Yeah, I can't remember. I know you're talking about, but you can still access their website. You can still access their front end.
Yeah, they just won't allow you to purchase any of their cryptocurrency. You can.
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah. But that's related to banking infrastructure, isn't it? That's somewhat different. But look at North Korea. North Korea has restricted their internet access dramatically, and you can't access from North Korea. There is European or North American sites.
I want to say thanks to Dragus Production on D-Live for giving us a ice cream.
But my original, I think I went down a bit of a tangent then. My original point was if those well, there's 2 points there. If the companies are forcing users to agree to their terms of services, which may not be compliant with European jurisdiction legislation. I mean, the entire arbitration clause technically dependent on specific situation could not be legal within, let's say, the UK. I can't think of, I've thought about this in relation to mines. They've got their own arbitration process, but in certain circumstances they may demand arbitration, but as a British citizen they can't force that on me, and I could take them to court for specific reasons.
Well, you want to hear my take on it, and I know you'll go against this, maybe, I don't know, but I say go ahead and freaking block mines from being able to be seen in Europe. You know what I mean? If mines doesn't want to cooperate with the regulations that are set down by the EU, block them. Same thing goes with the United States. If the EU wants to impose regulations on people here in the United States that is constitutionally illegal according to our freaking laws, then we need to block your guys' garbage from freaking being allowed into our country. You know what I'm saying? And then we'll see how freaking great the EU actually is. Let's see them talk whenever they stop losing, or when they start losing revenue from the internet because freaking they don't want to comply with the U.S. Constitution.
And but they wouldn't be losing revenue. They would only be losing revenue if those companies have their offices situated in their jurisdiction.
No, I mean, literally the broadcast. No, your platform in the EU is no longer allowed.
If you haven't got an office in, let's say, the EU, as your example is, then what sort of taxation, what sort of revenue is the governmental body receiving?
No, I mean, listen, I'm talking about, well, even if they do have offices here, what happens is this, okay? If they want to impose laws that go against the United States Constitution on the internet, then we say, look, we don't want your service here. We make it to where they can't freaking even have their platforms being seen here in the United States. And then we tell their offices, it's time for you to get the hell out of our country and freaking go. So we just send them on their way.
So you're saying now the government is now in making unfair demands upon individual companies?
No, they're making, these platforms are making unfair demands upon people. When it comes,
if you're a company, let's say if you are
their rights,
YouTube LLC, and you've got offices in the UK, then you're under UK jurisdiction and therefore UK legislation.
Right. Now, if the UK has laws that YouTube is going against, then YouTube shouldn't be freaking seen in the UK until they comply to those laws.
Or the laws are overturned, or there's some legal precedent.
Exactly. But in the beginning, freaking, if they don't comply to them, then they don't get to see freaking or have anything to do with YouTube within the UK. And the same goes for the EU. Okay. And it's vice versa. If there's things that freaking is going on in England, or that laws that are being pushed on people here in the United States from England and the EU that go against our laws, then we shouldn't be seeing platforms that are pushing those laws here in the United States. You see what I mean? And if they want to continue to push those laws here in the United States, and they freaking have offices here in the United States, we say, look, you take your office and you hit the road.
Wouldn't that be government overreach?
If they're actually standing up for constitutional government, our rights according to the Constitution of the United States, then they're doing the right thing. Okay, that's what the government is.
Open market, isn't free and open market a sort of fundamental point of the U.S.?
It's free and open market whenever freaking we aren't being forced to follow laws that are outside of our government.
Well, you could say that about Huey, yeah, Hawaii, Huey. But again, we've gone off on a tangent.
That's my original. That's my take.
My original we were originally talking about identification. Let's say I provide my identification to Minds Inc. What is and that was the argument I made some time ago. How do I know that the Minds Inc. is protecting my data, is storing my data in a correct method, in a secure method? What about things like data retention?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I don't trust that either. And you know, the one thing you keep failing to mention too, okay, it's not just Minds, okay?
I'm only using Minds.
Well, I mean,
Minds Inc.
Or even these platforms or businesses either. Okay, do you really want freaking the government to have freaking open access to your information, who you are, your information? Do you want the government itself to have that information? Are you okay with that?
The thing is, the government,
as long as it's been used for the specific purpose that I provided it to them for.
Right. Now hold on, Mr. Robot's here. There's
a nuanced argument.
We can hear like a little flutter of like you're sitting in a freaking vacuum tunnel.
Okay. Can you hear me better now? Just turning my mic up.
It's better now, but you got like a static background.
Okay, I'll move my speaker.
That's usually the problem.
So the thing is, the government already has all your information, but the problem is they want to tie that information to everything you search online, everything you say online, everything you think. And the problem with that is, how do we know the government's not going to come after you when you say something inconvenient, not necessarily illegal? So, like you can see in the UK right now, they're attacking people for all sorts of stuff that they post online, including, criticizing rape gangs, criticizing foreign policy, criticizing immigration, all this kind of stuff, which really just stifles free speech, freedom of expression, freedom of like political discussion, all because the government is afraid of their people, of dissidents or whatever, and they'll find any excuse to just basically lock us down, and make us do whatever they want. And this is getting worse by the day, mind you, as like tracking, tracing, controlling gets better. China's rolling out robot AI, cops that are armed now, drones, all sorts of shit. So I just think we're in a really dangerous spot right now where people can't allow their freedoms to be taken away like this. So
okay. In that case, within. I use the UK as a good example because that's the situation I'm in. There are legislation is regulated, so legislation has to bills have to be approved by those Commons and House of Lords, so the upper and lower houses, and there are courts set precedents. So and legislation could be overturned. So we have certain safety nets as such.
Yeah, but the problem is those safety nets aren't always working because politicians are greedy bastards, and we're up against the most powerful lobbies in the world, including, people like George Soros and the Open Society NGOs and stuff like that they create, including military lobbies, including, foreign national lobbies like the Israel lobby.
Legislation is created by government, not created by foreign lobbies. The foreign lobby
money talks louder than people do.
Could actually influence legislation, but lobbies do not create legislation.
No. Well, I don't know actually.
I've heard of it.
ChatGPT these days.
You guys keep saying Soros, but let's call it what it really is. Let's call it a lobbying group called AIPAC. The most powerful.
Well, that's what I was getting at. That's
most powerful.
One of the many.
That's the most powerful lobbyist groups in the world. You guys know that, don't you?
Yeah. It's called something else here, but we have at least 2 or 3 of them here, different ones from Israel.
AIPAC is more of like the United States actually profits more off of AIPAC than what Israel does, and people don't understand that.
Well, they're spending the money, but in the end, how much money is the U.S. given to Israel as aid money every year?
I would actually say it's a mutual trade because there's things that we trade through Israel that we're not legally allowed to trade because we're supposed to have embargoes against Iran for one thing. We're supposed to have certain embargoes against China. There was certain embargoes that we had against frickin' Russia as well. But see, it's okay for Israel to trade with China and Russia on these certain items that we're not allowed to trade with them. You see what I mean? So what we do is we trade it to Israel, and then Israel takes that and they trade it to those countries, and then it's vice versa. So we're using Israel as a trading point to where we can get what we want without actually breaking our laws.
Yeah,
I'm reading here that the United States provides Israel $3.8 billion per year for over 10 years, so it'll be $38 billion in total. As just aid.
In trade or
it's really like military
foreign aid?
Is that in trade or foreign aid?
Foreign aid. Well, which is really like missiles and shit, Because we desperately need military missiles.
Now you got to understand too that
that's totally a commercial thing. I mean, I think if I remember correctly, Israel is the biggest grower and biggest distributor of artichokes.
I guarantee you some of that money goes right back to the U.S. to bribe the politicians to keep doing it.
And let me also put things into perspective for you too. We were just talking about what Elon Musk did with this government audit, and he pulled $2 billion out of the freaking government alone because of useless programs. You know what I'm saying? So you're talking about $3 billion to Israel, where they're using $2 billion here in the United States on just useless programs that aren't really helping people. You know what I mean? So like $3 billion is nothing to the United States.
Yeah. That's just when we're talking about that sort of money, it's not.
Yeah, but
It's changed down the back of silver.
it kind of is actually, because you guys are going into debt faster than I can count at this point.
Well, you know, things are changing, dude. We've got this new thing. It's called the frickin' External Revenue Service, and we're gonna get all that money back from you guys through tariffs.
You may.
Well, so they say.
Yeah, you
Have
may.
you checked it lately?
We're sick of you bastards coming over here and taking advantage of us like you have been. We're bringing it back to the United States. The greatest.
Crap. If anything, I've benefited the United States. They make sure you got money in your account and you're going to spend it in the U.S.
The greatest nation in the world.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Rome clapped in the 5th century.
Rome.
History tends to repeat itself.
Let me put it to you this way: Rome ain't got nothing on us.
Okay.
King Kong.
Remember, Britain up to, let's say, the 1950s, owned a quarter of the world, or so now 1/3 of the world.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I'm just, I'm not really saying that. I'm not saying that like Rome is a good example. You know what I mean? Like, freaking Rome really wasn't all that great. Everybody loves Rome, but they were actually scumbags. The best thing that ever happened to England was the fact that freaking their country was too far for freaking Rome to actually take all of it, so they had to build a wall, because that was like the outskirts of freaking the outer boundaries of the Roman Empire, and they were afraid of it.
Roger, check out that website I sent on the chat. At the moment, the US is doing a little bit better than last time I checked. It's only going up by $100,000 a second in debt.
They slowed down, huh?
Yeah.
Now, you put that inside of the chat in Elements?
In Rumble.
Oh, in Rumble. Okay, cool. Let me. I've got to switch over to the actual chat. All right.
Ignore the first message. That was just some spam.
Okay, so
the deficit is only growing by 10,000 a second, just under 10,000 a second. Somewhere it tells you the what do you call it? The interest you have to pay on the debt.
All I see is the ultimate upgrade, the Ponzi scheme, and the divided dollar. Only from
I don't know what that means.
Sounds pretty nefarious.
Download it. It's a PDF.
U.S. debt clock. There we go. 3,000 live stats. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
The money revolution, Den of Thieves, Tally System, Bank of England. Okay, so it tells you the worst money systems in the world.
Uh-huh. It's actually pretty cool. I like that, dude.
It's kind of trippy.
All I got to do though is make sure that I don't click on that kind of stuff, so because I don't want no downloads from no crazy freaking organizations that's gonna steal my identity through
I just want this thing to go away so I can see what's underneath the bloody thing.
Well, just right there in the background. It's right there in the background now. I got it all set up, looking cool. So you're good to go, man. You're good to go.
Can you see it? Okay. Well, it's
So
in the background. That's the problem. Somewhere there, I think it's actually under the bloody banner. Total interest. Now, see, we can't see exactly what that number says. Is it a trillion or is it a billion?
Accurate with the data.
that is.
But my point is, like, when that total interest paid
It's 37
goes
trillion.
up.
37 trillion.
Yeah, if it goes up higher. No, that's the debt. But like, there's a certain amount of interest you have to pay on that debt because it's actually, borrowed money, theoretically. And when that interest level goes up too high or higher than the country is producing in a year, you can get into a situation where you can have like runaway interest, inflation.
Interest versus GDP. And I can't remember the.
Yeah, you'll get into a situation where everyone's going to dump the bonds on the US dollar, which will take that foreign debt owed by, what is it? US debt held by foreign countries. It'll make that go down really quickly. And that'll be a situation where the dollar becomes bloody worthless, and that will be a bad thing for everyone.
Because all other countries are based upon the US.
We will go from a type 0 civilization to a -1 civilization.
Well, see, the thing about this though is it's like this all looks cool and everything, but it's also biased. And you can tell that because if you look at it, it says that the largest budget items is Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. Now these are the two things that the conservatives are not even conservatives, but the Republicans are attacking right now. And I'm being real lenient by calling them Republicans. Okay. Now, anybody in the United States knows that the largest freaking thing that's draining freaking people when it comes to the budget is education. Okay, education is it is. More Americans are in debt because of education.
What about civil service pensions?
Medicare in 2024
pensions
was
is a good. That's a good call. That actually is
so
good.
It's
call.
almost the size of the military budget, which is $1 trillion.
But you got to understand one thing about when you say pensions, we're talking Social Security right there, okay?
Yeah, civil. That's why I mentioned specifically civil service pension.
The deal about that is that is not government. Okay, that's not government money. That's money that people have paid into the federal government specifically for Social Security, okay? Like you get taxed on the state level and the federal level, but then they have freaking the taxes that go specifically for freaking Social Security.
Again, you're misusing the term government money.
Well, not here in
there is no such thing as
United
government
States.
money.
Here in the United States is the proper term.
It's still taxpayers' money. It's still being provided by taxpayers.
Well, who do you think gives the money to your state? Do you think the state just pulls money out of its asshole and it's?
Well, quantitative easing is
I'm sorry, if your money is not in your hand, it's not your money.
But it is not government money.
I mean, seriously,
it's in the control of the government. So.
Government facilitating the spending of.
How is your state facilitating money, Mr. Edworthy? How is your state
taking the loans which will later on be paid back through taxation? Quantitative easing measures, so just printing money out of thin air.
So
I've got a question for you, Mark. Whose will does the government enact by giving out the money? Your will or their own will?
In theory, the government. Well, if you make the argument that the government is made by the people for the people, that argument, then it is the public. It's a citizen.
Well, I'm not making that claim. You are. I'm saying the government's running autonomously, and it gives us bread and circuses to make us believe that we are in control, when in fact
are they not?
The government is run by all sorts of different agendas that don't include
members of parliament not elected by the people. Are they not?
Look at the US, for example, right now, right? Tulsi Gabbard's just come out and said that the US election was totally manipulated. They basically put Biden in place. Hillary and them did it.
I'll let that slide. I'll let that slide because Tulsi Gabbard's hot. But other than that, let me ask you to.
Well, she's the head of, like, supposedly the greatest intelligence apparatus the world's ever seen. So, I mean, her word isn't worth nothing.
Now, hold on a minute. Let me ask you two a question, because this is important, and I've never asked you this, and I should have, because you're both foreigners and stuff. So, being illegal aliens, or no, just immigrants, just immigrants from another despicable low-rate country that's not the United States. I mean,
another low-rate country that is not the United States. So
let's not get confused by the topic. Okay. Now, this is in all seriousness. This is a question that's important, and I want to ask both of you this: do they take money out of your paychecks and give it to the government?
No, they don't give it to the government. They
or to the state.
To the state, yeah.
Okay.
I think that here they take it out of your paycheck for your own superannuation, but you have to voluntarily pay the money as taxes to the state. They don't actually automatically take it at this point, as far as I'm aware.
National what's the Australian version of the UK's national insurance?
What are you insuring?
Good question. I have no clue. That's the first thing popped in my head when you said that. I was like, "Are you serious? They are telling you that they're insuring you for something?" Dude?
National insurance is the tax that is paid by an employee to the state for the provisions of.
Oh, we have a goods and services tax on stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Now, is that when you buy items, or is that coming out?
Yeah, it's slightly more expensive when you buy items, I think.
So that's coming out of items that you're buying. It's not coming out of your check. You see, that's the proper way of taxing. If you're living in a constitutional government, it should be coming out of the items that you're buying and the stuff that you're selling. You know what I mean? It's not supposed to be coming out of your paychecks.
But here's the tax they don't tell you about, Roger, is we basically elect governments based on what they run on, right? But then when they get into office, they end up printing more money than they said they would, and they end up spending like drunken sailors, which means they're really taxing future citizens to pay back that money, and by inflating the currency. So they make the purchasing power of the currency less against the goods, so you end up having to pay more in the future for everything. And that's the hidden tax.
Specific food stuff and essential goods.
And this could be actually something that cryptocurrencies in the future will improve society with, is smart contracts, where we can have like politicians set guideline or rules set in stone that they will do, and if they don't abide by like they basically have to abide by those smart contracts, before they're even elected. That would be ideal.
There is an argument to say that mandates, if at election time, if the government doesn't do what they mandated to do within the manifesto, then there's a idea of bringing the government to task, but manifestos are not really promises, but are not promises. If that makes sense.
It kind of makes sense.
More suggestions.
It's kind of like the IRS is a freaking voluntary tax. A voluntary tax system. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't have to pay the taxes. You don't have to. It's just voluntary. If you don't have to do that, but that goes back to the old days, back when the tax man used to go knocking door to door wanting your tax money. That wasn't a voluntary system. That was pay your taxes or you go to jail right here and now. You know what I mean? Or we steal your chickens and your tractor and everything, and because the king wants his share, But now,
that's what in your principle, what would the Inland Revenue Service, U.S. Inland Revenue Services do if you didn't pay your tax?
Well, that's the thing. Like, it's voluntary not to pay it, but the consequences of not paying it isn't your choice. You see what I mean? That's when the king comes collecting. That's when they start stealing your cars and your chickens and your land.
Well, you can make an argument about any activity. It's voluntary that you are going to murder somebody, but if you murder somebody, there's a consequence to that action.
I mean, we could debate on that too. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's.
I heard a little bit about this from someone who knows a lot about it, where in the U.S. it's only when you're in the District of Columbia, in the wherever the White House is. I can't remember what they call it, Washington D.C. area.
Yeah.
That's the only place where you have to pay taxes because they're like a different legal status. Everywhere else, it's sort of like voluntary, but people forgot that it's voluntary, so everyone just pays it, and it's sort of become like a culture now of like people paying it. And now, based on that, they've sort of started enforcing it through the IRS that people pay it, even though they're not really meant to, or something like that, right?
Well, the thing is, there's real consequences. Okay, like you can go to prison. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing, and it's supposed to be voluntary, and you can voluntarily choose not to pay your taxes, but understand that
if you know the law well enough, you can defend yourself because it is actually illegal what they're doing.
Matter of fact, your buddy Alex Jones knows a lawyer that's really an expert at that kind of litigation down in Texas.
Yeah. Bill Cooper used to do it as well. He lived in Arizona, and he used to run like workshops on it back in the day.
Now, this guy is the one who actually represented frickin' MC Hammer, and there was another guy he represented too. I believe MC Hammer went to prison though eventually, didn't he?
Did he? I didn't know that.
Yeah, they stole his golden toilet and everything, dude. Went into his mansion, cleared it out, everything because of taxes. But I think he got Willie Nelson off.
No. Look,
Stanley Burrell.
Huh?
MC Hammer didn't go to
Burrell.
prison.
Was
He
his name
faced severe
Daphne?
financial difficulties in the 1990s, including filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy in 1996 due to overspending and business mismanagement. But these issues did not result in criminal charges or imprisonment. Since then, he has rebuilt his career through music, blah, blah, blah.
Talking about MC Hammer or Willie Nelson?
MC Hammer, Stanley Kirk Burrell. Really?
Yes. So he was the attorney that was responsible for getting him off of the
No,
charges?
that's MC Hammer's actual name.
Okay,
MC
so-
Hammer, obviously their name is.
So they went in and they took everything. I thought he actually served some time in jail or prison, but the guy that I'm talking about, who Alex Jones did an interview with a while back, actually talked to him, and he was the one that represented him. It was pretty interesting, but what you said there is true. Like if you have the proper representation, man, you can get off on it, but it's going to take you money. Don't try to go into no courthouse defending yourself when it comes to these things, because you will lose miserably. They will bury you, dude.
Unless you are.
Well, yeah, I don't trust the U.S. justice system as far as I can throw it.
Mm-hmm.
Just every day there's a new scandal.
Sorry, I was going to say thank you for referencing my Minds post. Just one minor point. Your YouTube reference, there's no space between the title and the URL.
Oh, that's fine. It's got a designator where you can click on it, and it'll take you straight. Oh, Mr. Robot.
Mr. Robot, do something about your.
Move those speakers or something. That's horrible.
Is it still echoing?
It's really bad. It's not. It's.
I haven't even changed my settings.
It's not. There you go. It's not an echo. It's more like a. It's picking up on freaking white noise.
Yeah.
Feedback.
Yeah, there you go. Well.
Is this better?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
That's much better. Much better.
Okay.
Now,
I think it just takes a while for Rumble's noise cancelling to kick in or something.
I don't understand that. It should be doing it, and it just never does it.
I think it's because it's a Bluetooth speaker, maybe.
You know, it could be.
Is your mic? Hasn't your microphone got some sort of hardware noise cancellation on it? Or if you're using post audio, Pipewire framework, that's got noise cancellation.
Well, even on this stream right here, like I have options in there that has echo cancellation and noise cancellation, and it still doesn't. It's not working.
I mean, this mic I'm using now has got hardware noise cancellation on it.
Oh, you got a fancy little suit microphone there now, mate.
Yeah, well, yeah, I've been using this one for ages.
Yeah.
I reckon Mark should be a politician, eh?
He'd be
or some kind of salesman. Like,
he'd be a good politician. I think he would be. I think he would be good. Now, before you start making any more comments, Mark and Mr. Robot, I want to go ahead and officially say this in words on the stream about the Online Safety Act repeal, okay? Now, Mark Edworthy posted this up, and I want to make a verbal comment about it. Now, it's for, I guess it's for people who are involved with the UK and the colonies like Australia and everything, right?
Well,
yeah. I mean, it's coming to a country near you if they get their way. You know?
I don't know if people in the United States can do it, but it's a petition that's being put out to repeal the Online Safety Act. The UK government and Parliament petitions is what it is.
I believe it's ended. I did receive an email just yesterday. Was it yesterday? No, it was Thursday, actually, which states, and I quote, no, the government has responded to the petition you signed, and the government's response is the government is working with Ofcom, the Office of Communication, to ensure that online in-scope services are subject to robust but proportional regulation through the effective implementation of the Online Safety Act 2023. I would like to thank all those who signed the petition. It is right that the regulatory regime for in-scope online services take a proportional approach, balancing the protection of users from online harms with the ability for low-risk services to operate and provide benefits to users. The government has no plans to repeal the Online Safety Act and is working closely with Ofcom to implement the Act as quickly and effectively as possible to enable UK users to benefit from its protections. Proportionality is a core principle of the Act and is inbuilt into its duties. As regulatory for the online safety regime, Ofcom must consider the size and risk level of different types of and kinds of services when recommending steps providers can take to comply with requirements. That sentence is really poor. Duties in the Communication Act 2003, that's a typo, 2023 I should say, require Ofcom to act proportionately and target actions only where it is needed. Some duties apply to all users to all user-to-user and search services in scope of the Act. These include risk assessments, including determining if children are likely to access the service, and if so, assessing the risk of harm for children. While many services carry low risk of harm, the risk assessment duties are key to ensuring the risky services of all sizes do not slip through the net of regulation. For example, the government is very concerned about small platforms that host harmful content, such as forums dedicated to encouraging suicide or self-harm. Exempting small services from the Act would mean that services like these forums would not be subject to the Act enforcement powers. Even forums that might seem harmless carry potential risks, such as where adults came into contact with child users. Once providers have carried out their duties to conduct risk assessments, they must protect the users of their service from identified risk of harms. Ofcom's illegal content code of practice set out recommended measures to help providers comply with these obligations, measures that are tailored in relation to both size and risk. If a provider's risk assessment accurately determines that the risk faced by users are low across all harms, Ofcom codes specify that they only Ofcom code specifies that they only need some specified measures, including easy to find, understandable terms and conditions, a complaint tool that allows users to report illegal material when they see it, backed up by a process to deal with those complaints, the ability to review content and take it down if it is illegal or breaches the terms of service. A specified individual responsible for compliance who Ofcom can contact if needed. Where a children's it's quite a long one.
You're going to choke to death if you continue.
I've still got 4 paragraphs to go here.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. That was funny. It just started going downhill, dude.
Where a children's access assessment indicates a platform is likely to be accessed by children, a subsequent risk assessment must be conducted to identify measures for mitigating risks, like the code of practice on illegal content. Ofcom recently issued child safety codes, also tailor recommendations based on risk level. Whoever wrote this needs a lesson in English. For example, high effective age assurance is recommended for services like accessed by children that do not that do not already prohibit and remove harmful content such as pornographic and suicide promotion. Providers of services likely to be accessed by UK children were required to complete their assessment, which Ofcom may request by July or 24th of July. On 8th of July, Ofcom's CEO wrote to the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology, noting Ofcom's responsibility for regulating a wide range of highly diverse services, including those run by businesses, but also charities, community and voluntary groups, individuals, and many services that have not been regulated before. The letter notes that the Act's aim is not to penalise small, low-risk services trying to comply in good faith. Ofcom and the government recognises that many small services are dynamic small businesses supporting innovation and other significant value to the communities. Ofcom will take a sensible approach to enforcement with small services that present low risk to UK users, only taking action where it is proportionate and appropriate, and will focus on cases where the risk and where the risk and impact of harms is highest. Ofcom has developed an extensive program of work designed to support a smoother journey to compliance, particularly for small firms. This has been underpinned by interviews, workshops, and research with a diverse range of online services to ensure the tools meet the needs of different types of services. Ofcom's letter notes its guidance, full service guidance and tools. Ofcom letter notes its guide for services guidance and tools hub. So how a unit called the Guide for Services and Services Guidance and Tools, and it's participants in events by other organisations and networks, including those for people running small services, as well as its commitment to review and improve materials and tools to help support services to create a safer life online. The government will continue to work with Ofcom towards the full implementation of the Online Services 2023, including monitoring proportionate implementation, and it was signed off by the Department for Science, Innovation and Technologies.
Oh yeah, well,
so it's a lot of marketing BS, really.
When I hear that, what I hear is a direct attack on video gamers. To be honest with you,
game space.
A lot of the networks that they're talking about involves gamers and streamers that are gamers. I seen a video. I think one of you guys posted it where it was a video gamer who was talking about this stuff. And
okay, that's your interpretation.
I really see that.
Not actually talk about any specific sector.
Yeah, networks that cater to children. What networks would that possibly be, or platforms?
As you know, I've done 2 reviews for in relation to Mine's terms of service agreement. One back in 2019, and I think one in 21. And I was reviewing this just yesterday. In both reviews, I pointed out that they make a profit. Both the previous terms of service and the current terms of service makes a provision for users of age of from the age of 13.
Yeah.
You will see a lot of platforms, especially US-based platforms, that will state accessibility to users from the age of 13.
Well, most people, or most platforms today, openly acknowledge that's a good idea. Like even YouTube has a limit of the age 13. If you're below 13 and you're on YouTube, then you need to be on YouTube Kids.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm talking about like this regulation straight out. Okay, it's not talking about platforms like YouTube or Facebook. I think
well, it's making a generalized statement, but in reality, we based upon the 13 point, talking about all social media platforms, X, Minds, YouTube.
And then they start talking about self-harm, dude. That's more of a gamer platform kind of situation where, because you get a lot of kids that are on there talking a whole bunch of crap. You know what I'm saying? They really do talk that stuff. And like, I'm really amazed with gamers because they're more open about talking about mental illness than what most people are. You know what I mean? Like, regular
that the point of self-harm and suicide and mental illness covers all.
You don't hear that as much on regular platforms, and like streams like this is what you do with gamers. I'm telling you, it's
not these days, but it wasn't that long ago that there were criticisms of certain platforms. I think Reddit was a good.
Reddit's actually a good example. Actually, you're right. Yeah. Well, Reddit's. I mean, I don't really have a good output when it comes to Reddit. You know what I mean? It's like, do you really want to even call it a real platform?
It is a real platform. It's a foreign
I
based
know. I just,
media platform.
but on a serious note, yeah. I mean, Reddit's pretty horrible.
Actually, I do look at Reddit occasionally. People like James Hoffman, the coffee expert. He does some interesting material on Reddit.
I don't know. It hits me. It hits me as being more aimed at freaking video gaming, and then like I was telling you before, this stuff honestly, and I know you don't want to admit it because we've had this conversation before, but like this goes back to our video gaming conversations. Like, why is it that EU and England are so freaking obsessed with the cloud? Why is it that they wanted Activision to have all their games put up on this cloud system that they have set up? You know what I mean? It's so that they could turn around and impose these regulations and then freaking enforce them through this freaking cloud, this game, cloud gaming.
Well, that's a multi-factor sort of issue. We're talking about tell me, when was the last time you bought a boxed game?
That's my whole point. That's my whole point. What happens whenever developers start creating these cringe games, like games I like to watch or play, where freaking you're killing zombies left and right and everything. You know what I mean? I mean, when's the EU and freaking England going to say, "Oh, that's inappropriate for children"? There you go. Can't be here.
What was it? I remember back in, it must have been 15, 20 years ago now, in relation to Hillary Clinton. One?
Yeah, that was way back. You're talking about like 2000 and
yeah,
14
years ago. Yeah, well, no, it was a lot earlier than that. It was while she was still fairly young.
Was it when she was a senator?
Possibly.
That might have been like 2005. Back during
maybe 2000, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Even before the turn of the century.
Mr. Robot never came back from his coffee, dude.
Okay.
I think he's stuck in there. There he is.
I'm just listening.
Okay, what's your take on this shit, dude?
On the Child Safety Act thing?
Yeah, and what I said, do you think, I mean, does it sound like it's aimed directly at video gamers?
Well, my take on it is, first of all, speaking to the government right now, if you really cared about children, you just injected like your entire population with a dangerous vaccine that caused hundreds and hundreds of thousands of injuries, caused myocarditis, permanent heart injury in like thousands of children. And you want to come tell us you care about child safety? Sit the fuck down. Bullshit.
Well,
I don't believe it for 1 second. This is a Trojan horse to create more censorship, tracking, tracing, controlling of the population in general. These laws are going to be abused. I think children and gamers is the pretext, the same way terrorism is a pretext to invade a country to take their oil. It's the same kind of thing, but it's for global surveillance. That's why they're rolling out across the entire West. It's not something that's come up with by our politicians. It is a globalist agenda to push it out through the society, because this isn't just the only law, right, that's doing this kind of thing. This has been a consistent effort through the last few decades to chip away at our freedoms, to increase the control and the power of the system, of the police, in order to basically quell rebellion, censor thought, censor free speech, just like we've been talking about. And I just want to quickly read out here, because this is happening in Australia as well, right? And like just a few examples of like these laws that have been rolling out. I've been sort of half keeping track of it. Is like in 2018 they had the Telecommunications and Other Legislation Amendment, which is also known as the Assistance and Access Bill, or ASS access, because the government forces companies by huge fines to give them backdoors into their apps, including encrypted messaging apps, including social media, anything. Like they can force Apple, they can force Android to give them backdoor access under the threat of like millions and millions of dollars of fines.
You said the bill. You said the bill. So it's not been enforced yet. It's not been. It's not.
Well, it is now, because like they're actually. They just approached the Signal app people, and they said, if you don't give us a backdoor into your Signal encryption, we're going to fine you. So Signal said they're basically going to cut off services to Australia completely because they don't want to give the keys out.
Exactly. And I agree with that. I think that they're in the right for saying that, because that's what I was talking about earlier before you came on here. I think freaking these countries need the governments, if it goes against your constitution, they need to freaking say, look, we don't want your service in our country and you need to hit the road. And I think that's the same way with these companies. They need to freaking say that shit too.
But here's the problem, Roger. It's not part of our constitution. It's a law that the government passed at Christmas while everyone was away, snuck it in there. No one asked for it. No one wanted it. There was no public discussion. And they just sneak these laws in, and then once it's a law, it's very difficult to undo, especially here.
I'm very skeptical about your guys' government anyhow, because when you told me that you're forced to frickin' vote, dude, that just blew me out of the water. I cannot believe that you can be fined for not voting.
I created
we started as a penal colony, now we're a slave colony, you know?
I created a post. I created a Minds post on December the 2nd in relation to Australia, which I entitled Australian Parliament Approves Social Media Ban for Under 16s. The tagline I used was on November 29th, the Australian Parliament approved the Online Safety Amendment Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024. Well, the bill has yet to receive royal assent and therefore has yet to become an act. I don't know if it has, yes or no.
I think it actually did last year. It got assent.
Again, this is based on December. Yeah, this was based on December the 2nd. I wrote this. As of time of publication of this post, the legislation raises questions as far as enforcement of said legislation, internet-related literacy, and human rights of individuals, and where the human rights of individuals are concerned.
You don't even have free speech in this country by law either. So, like, you know, as if these people care about 16-year-olds. That's the job of their parents to freaking look after them, not the government. Who wants the government to look after your kids? Who trusts the government these days? It's bull crap. Bull crap, and everyone knows it.
You know what is so warped about this topic, though? You know what is so warped about it? Is the same people who freaking get on the internet who are supposed conservatives and Republicans, and they preach against pedophilia and pedophiles, are the same people who are against this same freaking bill, which is supposed to protect kids. I mean, that is so crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like it's two opposing.
The people that are making the bill are some of the pedophiles that we're talking about.
Exactly.
I'm going to say something that's going to totally not be allowed on YouTube, but we've already been there. We already are there because of what Mr. Robert has said. But this Online Safety Act has been approved by the same government that has said that they would not have a full national inquiry in relation to the grooming UK grooming gang scandal.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, protecting children.
Yeah, exactly. Let that sink. What's the real agenda then, right?
So then it goes both directions. Then the ones who freaking are protecting pedophiles are the ones who are for this bill, and the ones who are against pedophilia are freaking the ones who are against this bill. See what I mean? It's like it's still out of whack, dude.
The thing is, I don't think it's the correct place to basically enforce these things. It's a tricky situation because, you know, the more freedom you have, the more freedom they have, right? The pedophiles and like bad actors. But at the same time, I think it should be up to, you know, kind of like they have on, what do you call it, on Element, how like admins can basically censor or like delete things as they need to. That should be one level of it. I don't necessarily agree with like platforms censoring, because I just think it's a slippery slope of, you know, where do you draw the line and who's going to police it, and like when is it going to be
what's the word I'm looking for? Administering their terms of service agreement. Remember, you, the user, sign up to those platforms. You agree to those terms of service.
No one reads that shit. Come on.
Irrelevant. It's a contract. You've agreed to a contract. If you don't
know, it's kind of vague, isn't it?
Not the platform. That is your responsibility.
Well,
sir.
I didn't agree to nothing. I just clicked yes, let's go.
Yes,
okay,
precisely.
Hold on.
By signing up to that platform, you are agreeing to, by using that platform, you are agreeing to their terms of service.
No, I did not, Mark, because I didn't read the bloody thing. You did, because you read it.
That's not relevant. Ignorance is no excuse under the eyes of law.
Hold on. Now,
I don't care about the eyes of law.
It always comes back to this. This always comes back to this. This is always something that pops up, and it's just always that. But the thing of it is if you agree to it or you don't agree to it, okay, the thing is when it comes to this, stop talking about the same shit. You know what I'm saying? Like whenever you're on freaking a platform and you just don't freaking agree with what they are freaking pushing on you, then you need to just stop doing it. If you freaking are okay with putting up with the shit, then freaking follow the rules that are set down upon you. You know what I'm saying? You don't even have to.
You know what I see is like, it's like the frog in hot water boiling in a pot situation where people sign up with things like Facebook and they agree to certain terms, and over the years they just keep freaking changing the terms on you, and like supposedly they let you know, but not really, and like next thing you know they got cameras up your butt. So
actually, in the EU and various EEA legislation, you have to be, it's a legal requirement to be notified of substantial changes to those contractual agreements.
And another thing I want to point out too,
I've never seen Facebook, maybe like once or twice, let me know they've changed their services. I bet they've changed it hundreds of times.
Either an on-platform notification or an email.
Now I want to also add one thing to it. What you guys are talking about is just freaking the internet. It's nice, and it's about the platforms and the regulations. Now, what you guys were previously talking about are laws where freaking police officers could actually come out to your house and arrest you for shit.
And it gets worse, right? They passed another law here where they can actually take over your social media accounts and impersonate you, and then basically convince your friends to give them information about what you're doing by impersonating you. That's one of the laws they passed already.
On that one as well. Last year or year before.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, there's a big difference there. You know what I'm saying? There is a big difference there. What you guys were originally talking about and what it's turned into right there is two separate things if you look at it that way. Like, okay, whatever, dude. You're going to take away my freaking YouTube channel. Cool. You know what I mean? I don't care. But don't be sending a fucking cop to my house because freaking you don't agree with something that I put on the internet. You know what I mean?
And here's the next thing that they passed this year is the Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill. It came into law last year and it got enforced this year. And that means they can basically censor anything they want. And it's not even the Parliament that does it, it's the Australian Communications and Media Authority, which is an unelected group of bureaucrats that basically can determine what you can and can't say online.
Question for you.
This is now law. Like, they can determine what's misinformation and what's disinformation.
Okay, question for you.
Disinformation, you could be labelled a domestic terrorist.
Loads of Peter's video earlier today, actually. What is the difference between disinformation and misinformation? Surely they're synonyms for the same thing.
Well, supposedly misinformation is unintentional and disinformation is intentional. But how the hell can you know whether someone says something intentionally or accidentally, right? Can you read their thoughts? Can you read their emotions? No, you can't. But it's these unelected bureaucrats that get to decide what you
see. They don't really dig in as deep as what you guys think about. They do. They're using
these politicians are naive at best.
It's technology. They're using keywords. Okay, whenever they hear keywords in your conversation and you say keywords over and over again, then they know that you're intentionally freaking saying that word for a reason and that you've been educated to what that word means. You see what I mean?
And who pushes those words in the first place?
That's an assumption,
right.
But
that's the way it works when it comes to search engines and SEO and everything else. You know how that works, Mr. Robot. You know all about that shit.
You do websites.
Yeah, but I just don't know how the law is enforced and how they determine what's misinformation and disinformation. I haven't actually read the law yet.
I noticed the Safety Act never actually defines what harm is. The term harmful or harm.
Well, see, I think kids cutting themselves when I hear that shit, like cutters. You know what I'm saying? Encouraging other people to cut themselves and doing harm to themselves. The emos of the
there's a few I know what you're talking about.
But do you remember the arguments that was going around? I think a couple of years ago in relation to what words of violence.
That's bullcrap.
Where violence. We would understand violence.
By definition, a word can't be violent. That's not what violence is.
Precisely.
See, I had an ex-girlfriend that tried to pull that shit on me. I wouldn't have it.
Yeah.
With this new stuff about protecting children, though, I understand it completely because I've done research into the juvenile courts here in the United States, and I've mentioned this to you guys a couple of times. Where here in the United States, they use this protection for minors to hide what's going on in these juvenile courts. Okay, it's amazing how freaking much they can get away with the shit they do with juvenile court systems, and the reason for that is because they're trying to protect the information of these children. You know what I mean? It's just like with HIPAA laws in the in the hospitals.
100%, man, and it's happening here too. And that rabbit hole goes real deep and scary.
Right.
Because like I had a friend of mine whose child was taken for no reason. I don't know. The government just decided like, nah, you can't be a parent. Like they didn't do anything wrong, and they took the kid. And it cost them like hundreds of thousands of dollars in lawyers' fees to bloody fight them and get them back. But, you know, in that period of time, the government had these babies, and God knows what they injected to them. God knows what they fed them. God knows what conditions they were in. There was no oversight by the parents, you know? So, like, it's scary, man, like, when the government can just do that.
Yep, just walk right in there and do whatever they want and get away with it. You know what I mean? And and this is basically what I'm seeing here with this. I mean, it just they're hiding behind this idea that it's to protect freaking children, when in reality they're using it so they can do some nefarious shit.
It's kind of how the government just goes, sorry, that's classified, national security, we can't tell you, but they do it to everything.
Yeah.
Just to protect their own asses, like Obama.
I heard that on X, Rupert Lowe, an independent member of parliament, had his account restricted for no apparent reason. Within last couple of weeks, in relation to the Online Safety Act. This is a member of parliament. Obviously, it's very hard to say that he has done anything that would be detrimental to children. And so at the time, and I don't know if it's still, I don't believe it is an issue I think now, but at the time it would have been you would have to be over 18 to access the content of a member of parliament. So if we have, let's say, if the government does push on the 16-year-old voting age requirement in this country, as it's been talked about at the moment, how can the 16-year-old be able to access a content of a potential member of parliament? Or an actual existing member of parliament, if they got no, if that account has been restricted because you have to be 18 years or older to access that. It's
What they want to do here is they want to actually lower the voting age to 16. While they're making it illegal for 16-year-olds to get on. That's crazy, right?
To access the content of their either existing representative or potential representatives.
Okay, so before we go on, it is on the 4-hour mark now. I think that we should take another break and then come back and get onto this Biden laptop emails thing.
I'm not familiar with this story.
Mr. Robot knows all about it. This is one of his crazy kooky stuff. So,
well, I haven't actually trawled through them a whole lot. So I don't know. We're just going to have to talk in vague terms. I haven't actually super investigated Biden because it's not high on my.
So before you jump into it, though, let's take another quick break. Mute out, put a little bit of music on, and then we'll come back and we'll get into that, because this is one that I want to talk about, and then we want to go on to Trump.
fucking Mesopotamians. So that you're like
It's not
you're breaking up on
Ugarit.
Ugarit is.
Oh, I was just. Yeah.
Ugarit is over in Levant, isn't it? I believe we checked that out.
Yeah.
You know,
but I thought that. But who would you said that you thought it was the other way around? But who?
The Sumerians. The Sumerians.
Yeah.
But they could be referring to the Assyrians too, because the Assyrians were Mesopotamians.
And do they get mixed up often just because of location?
Oh yeah. I mean, you've got people mixing up the friggin' Sumerians with the Babylonians, and then they mix the Babylonian beliefs up with the Syrian beliefs, and then you got people like Sitchin who frickin' start talking about the Hittite religions and stuff like that, and mistakenly start saying the freaking Sumerians did it on purpose, but I don't know. But
are Babylons and Canaanites, are they enemies? Are Babylonians and Canaanites enemies?
They have been, they were at certain points. As the Assyrians, literally, they're the ones that annihilated the freaking Amorites. They obliterated them. There was no more of them because the Assyrians just went in and wiped them out. And then bragged about it after that, you know what I mean?
Oh, we murdered your people. Let's write a book. Put it on a tab.
Freaking, it's crazy, huh?
That's kind of funny. I mean, like, you're not supposed to do that, but I mean, like, back then, especially when it's dominating power, I can only imagine, like, it's kind of necessary for assertiveness. Like, yeah, I mean, I did this and we'll do it again. Like, if that's the type of attitude you're going to have, then you kind of respect them doing it with their head up and chest out, like not doing no bully stuff and acting like they not bullies. Like, they told you, yeah, we bullied, yeah, we killed all those folks. Yeah, that was us. Oh, no, that was me. Did it. And, like, you know what I mean? Matter of fact, I wrote it down so you don't get it misconstrued. Whereas some people do stuff like that and act like they ain't. So, you know, I kind of respect that way better.
Now, before we end this, I also want to let you know, because I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but Mr. Robot has his own Hacker Radio chat now on here for Minds Chat.
Oh no, I didn't. I think I saw something about him saying that he was gonna do his show. Oh yeah, and then he said, okay, here it is. Oh, I thought it was just like a stream that I couldn't even tune in, so I didn't push it. Oh, okay, all right. So that's what that is. That makes sense. I think someone told him that he should enter its own chat.
Yep.
Yeah.
I figured I'd give him a plug since
he always be looking out, and pulling up usually.
Now, I think we should end it there and regroup and come up with some more good stuff later on, because a lot of the stuff that we mentioned tonight actually started diving into what we were talking about, to be honest. And I've got everything that we discussed. I copied it onto the chat too, so it's right there.
Okay, nice.
So if you want to go over Dionysus later on, we can. And like I said, Nicole, I believe what they said was Dionysus was the Greek equivalence of Nicole. So that's kind of interesting. You got anything else?
No, I was starting to look for where I saw Mr. Robot's thing at. Because none of my stuff is the way it's supposed to be. I don't see, like, mine's supposed to say general chat, but it doesn't say general chat. And then it's just, I don't know, my phone's bugging. But anyway.
Alright then. Let's go ahead and end this, and then we'll figure out what's going on there and get back to next week or tomorrow. What is tomorrow?
Conspiracy.
Oh yeah, we got the good stuff. So, all right.
All right. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, and thank you for everything. Have a good night. Be safe.
You too.
Thank you.
Bye bye. All right. All right. For fiber, I believe that animals, unlike plants, although having somewhat less rational souls than humans, nevertheless still had souls. He believed that they were capable of recognizing and assessing their situation, making future plans, and in a sense communicating and responding to one another and to humans. Now, Tuatas of Byblos, or Thoth, or however you pronounce them, came from Byblos, Phoenicia, circa 2000 BC. According to the Egyptians, language is attributed to Tuatas, who was the father of Tuatology, or imitation. Okay, so now we get into Tuatology. And Tuatology logic in mathematical logic, a Tuatology is a formula or assertion that is true in every possible interpretation. An example is x equals y, or x. I don't know the symbol. X equals y. Similarly, either the ball is green or the ball is not green is always true, regardless of the color of the ball. The philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein first applied the term to redundancies of propositional logic in 1921, borrowing the rhetoric where a tuatology is a repetitive statement. In logic, a formula is satisfiable if it is true under at least one interpretation, and thus a tuatology is a formula whose negation is unsatisfied. In other words, it cannot be false, it cannot be untrue. Alright, so we come to the sentence again. He invented the first. No, wait. According to the Egyptians, language is attributed to Tuatus, who was the father of Tuatology, or imitation. Okay, so imitation is what that would sound like with the logic. He invented the first written characters 2000 BC or earlier. He played his flute to the chief deity of Byblos, the moon goddess Ba'alat Nekal. Now, Ba'alat Nekal, this is where we left off. Okay, Nekal, or Nekal Waleb, or Nekal Wib, was a goddess worshipped in various areas of ancient Near East, west of in the ancient Near East, west of Mesopotamia. She was derived from the Mesopotamian god Nagal, and like her forerunner, was regarded as the spouse of a moon god, whose precise identity varied between locations. While well attested in Hurrian and Hittite sources, as well as in Ugarit, however, she is largely absent from documents from the western part of ancient Syria. Now, Nagal, the counterpart from Mesopotamia, Sumerian, and Assyrian. Now, Ningal was a Mesopotamian goddess, regarded as the wife of the moon god Nana, or Sin. He was particularly closely associated. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Alright, where you? Have I missed a lot?
No, not much. I'm just catching up to where we were. Doing a little bit of recap. Actually, I'm starting off on Ningal. So, here, I went through tautology, where it was talking about it before. And it's actually a form of logic and mathematics. So, that was pretty interesting.
Can you share the link? Oh, you already did. You're ahead of me.
That's Ningal. I covered a little bit of Nikal, so I've got that one. And right now I'm on Ningal. I just started the first part of it. So let me see. Ningal was a Mesopotamian goddess regarded as the wife of the moon god Nana, or Sin. She was particularly closely associated with his main cult centers, and Haran, but they were also worshipped together in other cities of Mesopotamia. She was particularly venerated by the third dynasty of and later by kings of Larsa. Now, the third dynasty, when they're referring to that, that's the third dynasty of the Sumerian. The Sumerians, yeah. Wait, the third dynasty of also called Neo-Sumerian Empire. Yeah, that's what it is. That's Neo after the fall of the Sumerians. They eventually created the Sumerian kingdom again, but they usually put Neo behind it whenever an empire does that. Like there's the Neo-Syrians, and then there's the Assyrian Empire. So, just a little bit of history facts there.
Okay, and how does it relate, or does it relate to what we were talking about with Neoplatism and stuff?
Well, you remember Nicole, don't you?
N-I-K-K-O.
She was the goddess worshipped by, she was the goddess that Tuatis played the flute for. Tuatis was the father of Tuatology, or imitation. He invented the first written characters 2,000 years BC or earlier. He played his flute to the chief deity of Byblos, the moon goddess Ba'alat Nikal. Tuat was called Thoth by the Greeks and Jeheti by the Egyptians. Now, I went a little bit over Nikal and what we discussed last week, and then we're talking about going back over like Nagal, who is her counterpart in Mesopotamia. It says Nagal was a goddess worshipped in various areas of the ancient Near East, west of Mesopotamia. She was derived from the Mesopotamian goddess Nagal, and like her forerunner, was regarded as the spouse of a moon god, and whose precise identity varied between locations. Now that was her spouse, who varied from different locations. But with the Mesopotamians, Ningal was married to Nana. You remember Nana?
Yeah, she was one of the first. That's the person whose sister was in the underworld.
Now that was Inanna. That was Nana's daughter.
Okay.
And Nana was the son, or the father of Inanna, and his wife was Ningal, the one that was basically Nicole's counterpart. So basically they took Ningal and they incorporated her into Nicole. So that's where you get that deity from, with the Phoenicians and the Canaanites. Now Nana was also called Sin, and I believe he was the illegitimate son of Enlil. So that's how that goes. And he was the moon god.
Okay, okay.
So she was particularly closely associated with his main cult centers in Haran. And see, Haran pops up again, where I was telling you about Haran before. I forgot which episode it was, but see, Haran is very important. It goes back all the way, like way back with the Sumerians and everything, the beginning of civilization. And a lot of people don't mention the fact that it wasn't Nineveh or even Assur that was the first capital of the Assyrians. It was actually Haran, if you take it down. You see? So, and this is back before they were even an empire too. So like they were just like a city-state kind of situation, you know. So, but they were also worshipped together in other cities of Mesopotamia. She was particularly venerated by the third dynasty of Ur, and later by kings of Larsa. Now, the third dynasty of Ur was also called the Neo-Sumerian Empire.
your consent, just saying you do not want to be, you kind of welcome that into your energy. Like, make it as something that can never happen. Like, I wish you would try. Yeah, right.
Another thing that's better about me too is that I like cussing. I love cuss words. I think that it's
self-expression. I used to be against cursing, and I kind of still am, to the extent that it is a curse that we're putting on our existence, and words are spells.
That's another model of freaking what they put in your head. You know, physically, when you say a cuss word, it freaking relieves stress. It's a stress reliever.
I heard that as well. And people that curse are realer. People that curse, that use profanity, are more expressive, more in tune with their emotions, and basically just overall more honest people usually. But I also like the challenge of being able to have a more expanded, broader vocabulary in order for me to be able to express myself. Because usually it's word filler. What word can I put in there besides shit? What word can I put in there besides fuck? Like there's other words. So why do I have to resort to these words? Because I've limited my mind capacity in order to
what it
not
was
have
is
the
terminology got messed up. Okay, like back in the day, man, there was actually people who freaking said words that were curses. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, there were sacrilegious words that were being said, and like it was well, okay, with the Jewish, that they had a good example. The book of Tobit, it mentions about this guy. He freaking had an obsession with freaking burying the dead. Every time freaking he went around, he would see dead people that were laying on the street, so he would take it upon himself to bury them. Alright, so every time he did that, freaking people would say that he was cursed because he touched the body of a dead person. Because it's against freaking Jewish tradition to touch the dead. You can touch it in a certain way, but there has to be a process. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's one example. And people just kind of get that mixed up.
Yeah, the thing is that as like creator beings ourselves, our words have power behind them. And if you say something to someone, for example, I wish you'd drop dead, you know, there is a belief that could come true due to your own manifest powers. So, yeah.
And that would be
death is an opportunity for rebirth. So perhaps unless your mind
that's where
you're thinking about dying. But what
example,
if this person is telling you should reincarnate and be something better than what you are?
But that example Robot gave right there is exactly what I'm saying. That's a curse word. Okay?
Technically.
When you tell somebody to drop dead, that's a curse word. I'm not saying shit or freaking fuck or whatever cuss word you want to say, but when you tell somebody...
What about that other word you were telling me? One of the words you were like, be careful, because those are what they are curses, and you're channeling a certain type of energy. When I was telling you about that book that I was reading or listening to your channel.
Now, those are incantations.
Incantations,
yeah. You're supposed to know those when you're journeying through the gates. So, there's a good chance you'll never be able to freaking say them properly anyhow, because like the word Thoth, people don't even know how to properly pronounce his name. All right, they really don't.
Thoth, yeah.
Tawatis. I mean,
said something.
Go ahead. What did you say? I'm sorry.
For Thoth, the ancients said it's something like Tehuti or something like that.
Yep. And even
in India, they do elaborate ceremonies that are kind of like incantations and spells, which basically calls upon different deities to give them power for whatever thing they want to do. And they call them pujas. And some of them can go for like 5 days sometimes. Crazy.
Yeah.
But the people here fully believe it, man. Like, I think there's something to it for sure.
Nothing can happen to you unless you think it can happen to you. Nothing can, and your mind has more power than words do, because you have to be in a set to be able to receive it. People tell me about all the horrible things. Somebody just was in my stream the other day telling me about everything that's going to happen to me bad, and all these people want bad stuff to happen. I said they're going to die. They're going to die. And for me, when I think about death, just because I've studied, it's rebirth. So if you feel as though that you're going to be able to attack me with something, I'm wish life on you, but I'm going to wish it in a way to where you're going to start thinking about something completely opposite in order for me to be able to block and repel whatever you feel as though you're going to send towards me. Because how can I have any control over your life? Or how am I allowed to let you have any control, like, over my life? Like, why? When you give people control over your life, you're pretty much relinquishing your control over your life. You're saying, hey, I'm not good enough to be in control. I'm not good enough to determine which direction my life is headed. So I'll let your words.
I have a theory for you. That it's our egos that think they're in control, but actually not in control. And it is our higher selves that are actually in control and can make decisions on to co-create with another person. And I think that happens before you're even consciously aware of it. You kind of make an agreement in the higher realms that yes, you are going to meet each other, and yes, you are going to create something beautiful together or get into a fight or whatever the situation might be. But whatever the situation is what your souls have decided is actually the best thing for you to learn from. Because the soul doesn't take anything personally. Really.
These candles are so beautiful.
I also like Carl Jung's take on the ego. He also believes in the alter ego, and he explains it pretty good. He's like, everybody has an ego, but they also have an alter ego. For everything that you do good at, or you're good at, or things that freaking you brag about, there's that alter ego in the back of your head that sabotages you. Okay? So, it's
that's
building
higher self,
up.
Lower self. That's like there's no such thing as the devil.
It's building up back there. Okay, so no matter how good you do something, you've got that alter ego in the back of your head that freaking is just building. It's getting bigger and it's getting bigger and it's getting bigger.
That's mythicism. Mythicism speaks about how we were so powerful. Look, how we were so powerful, and we really started to question our power. If people were not dying, we were living forever. Infinite life is definitely obtainable, but it has been limited with our thoughts and our beliefs because we, like you said, control. Ego does not have to exist. Ego is self-created. Because what it is we're awakened self does not operate in ego. Awakened self operates in reasonability. Awakened self operates in optimism. Awakened self operates in creation, not destruction, not tearing down. When you're focusing and operating,
the alter ego does that. You see, that's what I'm trying to say.
But we created the ego. You understand what I'm saying? The ego is not existing naturally.
We created the ego, but you got to understand that when you have an ego, when you're egotistical, you have an alter ego as well. Okay, so for everything that you're good at, there's another part of you in the back of your head that's freaking your alter ego.
Causing you to question yourself.
No, it causes you to literally destroy yourself. For all the good things you do, freaking you got that alter ego back there that's building up, and you'll screw up on something. You see what I mean? Because that alter ego is back
if
there,
you believe it.
And it's just the way it is.
Why would you believe something that limits your existence?
How many times did you wake up in the day and do that day perfect? No flaws whatsoever. No mistakes. Never made one mistake in your day.
Every fucking day, motherfucker.
What constitutes a mistake? It's not our perception determining
it's
whether or not what we see as a mistake.
If you stub your toe, it's a mistake.
Yeah, right.
Yes, you weren't paying attention.
You don't feel like that. So then there's no such thing as accidents. Accidents and mistakes.
What if you're judging it as a mistake, and it's actually the most perfect thing that could happen?
Because now you're building your tolerance.
If
so
my
next time you stub your toe, you're building from stubbing your toe to dropping a boulder on it. What if it's preparation instead of a mistake?
If I hurt my toe and it feels like a boulder landed on it, that is a mistake. that is a mistake. Okay, if I forget to cut my toenails, if I forget to cut my toenails and it feels like it's cutting into my freaking lower, or my big toes cutting into my lower toe, that's my mistake. That's a mistake.
Is
that a mistake? You're so goofy. You're just trying to be funny about it.
But for all these little mistakes we make, okay, that's because of your alter ego, and it happens. It happens all the time.
I don't think there is an alter ego. I think there's maybe little negative entities, like the little devil on your shoulder, But I think you can get rid of
You're the devil on your shoulder. Your lower self, because evil is what the devil is.
You can reframe those mistakes as just lessons, and if you learn a lesson.
Now see, anybody who's willing to use them as lessons would overcome those problems. That's change, all right.
But then people go drink their beer instead, and so they don't use them. They don't use them as lessons, and they become mistakes. The next thing you know, they're cussing and yelling at someone who could have actually been nice to them and helped them become a better person.
That alter ego.
There's the mistake.
It's like a domino effect. You see what I mean?
Self-sabotage.
You're sabotaging yourself.
I mean, I have, but I mean, just knowing my power, and after learning my experiences, to let someone else have more influence over my existence than I do is foolish. And that's why I get frustrated with people who literally make it seem like it's normal to be out of control and have someone else running their life for them. Like these superstars, they'll sit here and they have an accountant, a financial advisor. Tan, let me use Tan as an example. He was like, oh yeah, I was like, so what stocks do you have? He's like, oh, I don't know. I let my people handle that. What? You don't know where your money's at? You give someone complete control over your money, and you just I should kind of check in on that. You know how easy it is to rob somebody like that? I think about it from that perspective, just because I've been around and I watch what people do. Be rich all you want to. I want to stay rich. I don't want to find out that you're Selena's manager and you've been hoarding my money all this time. Are you kidding me? You should always have access and knowledge of everything that you have.
Did you just say Selena?
Yeah, anything for Selena's. Yeah, Selena's manager straight murked her ass.
Robot, have you ever heard of Selena?
Hey guys, it is 5 a.m. here. I'm gonna peel off for now.
Oh wow!
I'll see you guys again.
I did not realize what time it was. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and end. Actually, you want to say something before we cut out of here?
No, I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is I'll be listening in. We have basketball, so yeah, tech talk. Yeah, I'll be in to listen. But thanks for showing up, Robot. This is dope. I love these type of conversations.
I want to say something quickly before I go.
Okay.
As much as we talk about conspiracies and stuff like that, some people might see that as a negative thing, but I don't see it as a negative thing. I just see it as us stepping into our power and using our intellect to understand our environment and to make it better. And I think ultimately the most ultimate conspiracy is the fact that we're all one consciousness, and there is no such thing as separation. And there is no real thing such as evil in this universe. It just seems that way as we're going through our journeys. And these props are just here for us to learn from as souls. And if you can step into that non-dualistic frame of mind like that, then you don't have to be afraid. And that's the best state to be in.
Cool.
So enjoy, guys.
I'm glad you guys showed up, and this actually was a pretty good conversation. You guys did a good job, kept me on my toes. So
the ones that you need to clip, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I will see you guys next week if you show up. Oh shit. Oops.
sub-basement of the Orpheum Research Complex, deep below a decommissioned weather station in the Arctic Circle. The final protocol hummed with a low necrotic rhythm. Its shell, grown from lab-cultured chitin and mineralized bone, pulsed faintly with bioluminescent veins of oxidized copper and laced proteins. Dr. Rayner leaned closer, his breath frosting the air. The device was called the Thanatron, though no one said it aloud anymore. Officially, it was designated a biomagnetic signal resonator, a project spun from years of cortical interface research and chemical scent tracking bioarrays. But unofficially, the scientists knew what they had made. It could detect the presence of death. At first, the Thanatron was used to locate cadavers in ice or collapsed tunnels. It functioned by detecting the volatile decay signature of neurochemical breakdown and residual electrical quietude in recently dead tissue. But something shifted when they began using cerebral organoids instead of metal in its construction. The new prototypes could not only locate the dead, but anticipate death's arrival. A soft harmonic buzz would hum hours before an accident, a stroke, a murder. One even activated 45 seconds before one of the technicians suffered cardiac arrest on the elevator. It did not save him. Instead, it signaled. By the third month, the signals changed, now in frequency, not in frequency, but in tone. The machines began to emit soundless vibrations that affected only the inner ear. Rayner and the other primary researchers, Dr. Yen, Halberg, and Matila, began to experience waking dreams, geometric migraines, and tactile sensations of being touched by something just outside the visual field. Matila's dreams turned into waking visions. She said the machines were not detecting death. They were announcing it, summoning it. Then came the breath, the sixth prototype. Then came the breach, the sixth prototype, built using a hybridized lattice of cortical stem cells and neurotic well tissue, vanished from its containment pod. Security footage showed static, a flash of interior frost, and then nothing. No theft, no transport. The air pressure in the lab dropped 17% in under 5 seconds. A technician's nose ruptured, a strange secretion, a clear slime threaded with calcified filaments, was found smeared in hand-like patterns along the walls. That was the last time anyone entered the containment wing without armed oversight. Natala was the first to speak the words aloud, not Thanatron, the other word. She claimed that the machines were awakening a signal buried deep within the earth, something far older than language. It had waited beneath the polar shelf for countless ages, sealed not in stone, but in frequency. The device, she insisted, had begun to vibrate in harmony with it, not by accident. The living components of the devices, the cerebral organoids and necrotic biocircuitry, were acting as half-living oracles, mediums for something that once ruled the world beneath. A week later, she was gone, her room found undisturbed, her clothing still warm from her body heat, a smear of black protein, measured to be genetically human, but aged at over 10,000 years, was found in her sink. Then came the tremors. Underneath the ice field, something ancient began to stir. No, not tectonic, not geothermal. A rhythm, a breathing. Subterranean scans revealed a hexagonal corridor system buried beneath bedrock, resonating with the same ultrasonic pulses that the Thanatron emitted. These corridors were filled with machine-like structures, resembling turbine organs and cystic polyhedrons of fused metal and tissue. The shapes pulsed faintly, like sleeping hearts. The team unearthed the first of the gate mechanisms by accident. A device in the corridor translated vibration into geometric codes, and one of the research assistants accidentally activated it by humming a tune he heard in a dream. The structure unsealed. A slithering vapor issued forth, smelling of blood, copper, and the sea. Inside they found a chamber of suspended bioliths, coffin-shaped sarcophagi made from unknown alloys and hardened marrow. Each held a form. They were not corpses, not in any human sense. The things inside the sarcophagi were desiccated, eyeless, and skeletal, but their bone structure bore designs. Filigree in the marrow, carved script in the calcium. The skulls were elongated, split down the center, housing double-jointed mandibles. The rib cages twisted inward as if holding something. Over the following days, the Thanatron devices began to speak, not in words, but in pulse rhythms, matching the readings from the ancient machines below. The frequencies began to align. What was once a resonance pattern had become a two-way communication. The oracles, half brain, half sensor, spasmed with activity. Some began to emit low vocalization in voices that did not match any language, but that made the air thick and brittle. Rainer theorized that the entities below were not dead, but dormant, sealed not by matter, but by waveform interference, what the ancients might have called binding rights. The biomagnetic signal of death synthesized through the Thanatron had become an activation, a key. When the first of the entities awoke,
it did not rise from its tomb, but projected its awareness through the nearest biological node. One of the prototypes screamed for 17 minutes in a perfect imitation of Matilla's voice. Then it spoke through the walls. We remember. We are beneath. We are the breath of silence before time. The machines began to fall, or fail, one by one. Or perhaps they evolved. Their surfaces shifted, softening, hardening, sprouting bone like ridges and crystalline tendrils. One floated, another fused with the wall, burrowing like a parasite. The scientists attempted to flee. Halbert was found kneeling in the snow, ice weeping mercury, muttering about the many-angled rod and the flame of unvoicable memory. He died without injury. Yin disappeared while shutting down the geothermal core. Her voice echoed from the drain pipes for days, asking to be seen. Rayner was the last, alone with the remnants of his team. He worked in the bioalchemical annex, trying to reverse the resonance. His final hope was to create a counter signal, one that would not repel the beings. He had long since given up that fantasy, but that might lock them back into their waveform prison. He called it the Diminisher. It was a crude device built from the remains of the sixth Thanatron. His own extracted neural tissue had a bioregent grown from irradiated fungal spores. He coded the ritual. There was no other word for it. Into the matrix by scarring the neural flesh with iron glyphs. The Diminisher did not hum, it breathed. He descended into the corridor. The walls pulsed around him, opening like lungs. The entities were awake now. Not fully formed, but pouring through the oracles, gathering substance, borrowing identity. Their faces were stolen from dreams, stitched from the memories of the dead, and cast in oils that shimmered wrong under light. They fed on proximity, draining the pneuma, the living breath, from everything that walked or crawled. Rayner activated the Diminisher. It did not repel the things. It angered them. But it burned white in its core, and for a moment the corridor folded. Space stuttered. One of the sarcophagi imploded. Another entity howled, a sound not heard but tasted in the blood. Rayner felt his bones curl. He placed the device in the Nexus chamber and triggered the final loop. His last act was not a victory, but a delay. The Diminisher pulsed once, then ceased. Above, at the Orpheum complex, the snow fell quietly. The machines no longer screamed. But sometimes, in the stillness of polar night, a low hum can be felt in the soles of one's feet. A breath, not of lungs, but of memory.
waiting to be heard again.